Jackie Jing with the EWC, and I am chatting with Brede, Uses and Likipak from BDS. Really excited to be talking to y'all. So first question, how are you feeling about the EWC? Birthday boy.
We feel really excited, to be honest. So we want to win this tournament because we did the 2 past years. So we want to do a third time. So
okay, I love how you just did not address the birthday boy comment at all. Obviously, you got to win. It's your birthday.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you.
How do you say that in French? Bon
Joyeux anniversaire. Joyeux anniversaire.
Okay, so I was definitely
or
off.
You can say bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire, it's working as well.
Bon anniversaire.
Yeah, exactly.
Was that the worst American accent you've ever heard?
No, to be honest,
Okay.
kind of fine.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Likipak, thank you so much. How are y'all feeling about the EWC? Are you feeling confident as well?
Yeah, we just had a boot camp for 9 days, I think it was, and it was good. And I think the pressure's more on me and Solotov because these guys, he's won it twice, he's won it once, so we need to win it as well.
Well, I was going to save that question for later, but let's just dive in. I'll put you in the hot seat. How are you acclimating?
What, to BDS?
Yeah.
It's good. I think a lot of people think they don't speak English for some reason. I don't know if it's because they just don't like doing interviews and stuff.
Well, we just proved that they do.
Yeah,
so
they all
good
speak
to know.
English. Shaiko's got the best English, by the way. So if you see him not doing interviews, he knows English very well.
He does, I know. Why is he scared of us?
I don't know, he just doesn't like it.
Okay, well, we'll address that later, I guess. But you are feeling comfortable, you're vibing?
Yeah, it just feels to be honest, it feels I don't know if it makes sense, but it feels like they're from the UK as well, it's the same, banter and jokes and just the same thing.
Were you a little bit nervous? I mean, I think that there are a lot of eyes on you. I mean, BDS was a squad that was together for so long. These were significant changes that they made.
I don't remember being nervous. I'm not nervous now, but I can't really remember when we first joined. I think the first stage kind of was obviously everyone's expecting us to qualify. But once we finished first, so it was all right.
Okay, no wow. I love the confidence. You're like, I wasn't feeling any pressure at all. Brede and Liquifac, you guys have been a part of the squad for a long time. I want to pick your brains about those roster changes. I mean, they were pretty drastic. Can you talk to me a little bit about why they had to be made and how you feel right now about them?
So we made the change because it was something that we need in the game because no offense to the last players we kicked, but they didn't fit on the meta. Like you have to be more aggro and more skilled player. So that's the main thing that why we changed these two players. Sorry.
Would you agree with that, or what was your perspective on it?
I completely agree with Brede, and also I've add something. Is that another view? Jesus and Solotov are a good player from M&M before, did a major, this kind of competition. So I have two players already made a lot of competition with a new view, help a lot. So now we have kinda like the old BGS playstyle and a bit of M&M one. So that's why we wanted them as well.
Okay, so I know Usus is right here, but what do you two candidly think about the new additions? Are you happy with them?
No, I'm not happy.
He's not there.
Thank you.
He's a bit useless, but it's fine.
No, but really,
No,
are you happy to have them on board?
Yeah, I think we all together are happy. Like when I said we, it's like a Sheko, if I can do. They bring a lot of for the team, and they are mechanically good. So that's why.
They work a lot as well, so we can just improve every time. We never stay like on okay, we did a good stage, okay, it's fine, we'll do a good major or good Esports World Cup. No, we keep working to do our best every time, so that's why we make really good competition every time. And also, like say Josh before, the vibes are really good, like we are kind of like good friends now, laughing every time, even scream. We can work and scream at the same time, so that's why it's really good.
Oh, I love that. The vibes are good. Don't want to bring the vibe down here at all, but I do have to ask some hard questions. So I feel like BDS is frequently the favorites. Like all eyes are on your team and everyone's like, they're doing it, they're gonna win, they're gonna do it. Obviously you have some amazing accomplishments, but is it tough being the favorites? And tell me, how are you going to effectively pull it off this time?
Of course, we are the favorite because we won twice the competition right now. I think we are used to be the favorite in the competition. If I take my personal view, when I joined BGS, won the major instantly, and SI were the favorite, was kind of hard for me. Like all the eyes on us. I wasn't prepared for this. Now with the experience, I'm feeling more comfortable, and of course everyone thinks we're going to win, and we will show them. And if we're not, that's fine. We can't win every time.
How do you deal with that pressure?
Like I said, I think just I hate losing. I really hate losing, but you can't win every time. So that's the thing. But no, I still hate losing. I can't deal with it.
I just say to myself like it's you are playing at home and there is nothing to lose, so just play like you did at home and it will be okay. That's it.
Usus, do you want to talk about the pressure of being the favorites?
I don't know. It never really felt like we were the favourites for the major or the stage to this because we were kind of new, so no one knew what to expect. I always feel like everyone thinks Fury is the favourite, so I feel like the pressure's more on them than us. So.
You know, it's funny, it depends on the analyst you speak to, right? But Jack did tell me that I should call you guys the favorites, so maybe a little bit of favoritism there. But I do want to ask some fun questions and ask each of you about your individual Siege journey, like where you started and where you're at now, and are you happy with where you're at now?
I start, I guess. So I play ranked at the start just for fun with friends, and I was really good with it. And after, like some friends said, "Oh, we can do a team, do some tournaments." So I go for it. I start screaming every day. After I went to French League, did a really good French League, and the BGS came. And after I'm here in BGS for like 2 years and a half, something like this. And yeah, like this is the best place I can be. When I was playing for fun, see BGS played, I was like, oh, I want to be in this team. If I do competition, yeah, I'm really happy to be there.
I was like similar to him, where I was just playing ranked all the time, but I was on Xbox. until like 2019, and then I switched to PC. But I wasn't like just trying to like be a competitive player or something. I just played for fun, just played ranked, and then I did what he did. I joined the UK league, and then just with friends, and then ended up joining M&M with different friends, and then we ended up just like getting higher and higher and higher. Went from CL to EUL, and then we qualified for Invite, and then Majors, and then now I'm here.
How do you feel about where you're at now?
Feels good. Like he said, I think there's no better place I'd want to be than here. Like one bad game, like will switch it completely. Like I could have like 7 good games in a row, and I'd have one bad game, and you just think, am I doing something wrong?
I mean, honestly, I think we can all relate
Yeah, I
to
think
that in a
everyone's
way.
at
But
that
you're
place.
doing great. Bride, what about you? Talk to me about your journey and how you feel about where you're at right now.
So-
Not terrible, even though you said that.
So for me, I started to play on PlayStation 4 with friends. Like we see the game came out, so we went to play this game. So and then after that we said like, okay, guys, can we do some tournaments on PlayStation 4? And we did. It was like a small tournament, so there is nothing to win, just 2 vibes. After that, we saw that we were pretty good at this game. We went to Xbox because at this moment the competition wasn't on the PlayStation 4. It was only on Xbox. So we went there. When we went there, there was only the 6 invitational qualification because Ubisoft decided to stop the competition on Xbox. So we qualified for 6 invitational on Xbox. After that, they said no more competition on Xbox. Then I switched to PC. So I did everything, to be honest. And then after that, I was still playing with some friends on PC. We did some mini small tournaments, French tournaments and stuff like that. After that, I get picked up by Supremacy, my old team, and then we get picked up by Vitality. So at this moment, it was like we were happy, but as a competitor, I wasn't happy because we didn't do anything properly. So it was a tough year, to be honest. And after that, we just come to pick me, and I started to win a lot of things. And after winning a lot of things, I'm still not that happy because I don't have the hammer. The hammer is the main goal for every player on Rainbow Six Siege. And when I will get this hammer, maybe I will be happy.
I don't want to rub salt in the wound there, but you both have been very close to winning the hammer. Or like, I feel like there were years when I was on the broadcast and we were all eyes were on BDS. So what do you think is going to make this year different? Or do you think this is the year?
I don't know, maybe it's this year. For me, this year is like kinda first year English com with Josh and Jesus and Solotov. And for me, the next year will be the one. This year is like kinda, we start playing together, some experience, but next year it's 100% for us. This year we'll see. I hope this year and next year. But no, if we keep working like we do, there is no reason that we don't win this tournament.
I want to kind of ask some silly questions now. Not super silly, but they're a little bit more open-ended. What do you think makes a solid squad? Like, how is a team become like truly the best of the best? Like, what are the ingredients?
Work. This is the main thing. If people work together, it's like you can improve. If people don't work, just don't move, don't level up, just go down. And second, I think respect roles. Like we need support, we need entry, we need people who's playing around the team. I think this is also the main thing, because if you have only entry and no support, the team can't work properly. I think that's the basics. Some teams don't do that. Like this is their view, but on my view, we need like someone on the drone every time, playing the arbiter, and one is always on the three operator, getting the kill and this kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think you need like 5 people who are willing to like try things as well, not just stuck on one thing, like changing operators when you need them to and all stuff like that.
We'll add maybe the relationship, like the friendship. It's really important in the team. So if you are not how to say that friend with someone, like you don't love, you don't do jokes, it will be not It will not work. Sorry. So.
What do you think opponents think of your team? Like, what do they say about BDS?
I know. Shaiko. Shaiko.
What do you think teams think about you individually? Like, what did they say about Licky Fag? What did they say about Uses? What did they say about Bride?
I have no idea.
I know.
What?
People think I'm a rat. Literally a rat. Like crash walking in the map, just hiding, just waiting for a kill. I think people think this of me.
Okay, the rat and.
I have
Exactly.
no idea what people think about me.
What do you think they think about him then?
I'm a genius.
No, I don't think that.
I really think that. I think everyone just thinks like I'm absolutely asleep, like in the game.
Exactly,
Like I just
yeah.
sleep. Like I'll just sit there for like I could just sit there for like 3 minutes and just not move if I
Yeah.
wanted to.
Okay, so we have the rat and the sleeper. Okay, Bride, what about you?
To be honest, I don't know, but the only thing that I can say is maybe about my clutch. So that's it. Only that.
Best moment in Siege.
Yeah, joining BDS. Goodness.
That was cute.
Thank you.
Aww. Okay, he just goes, thank you. That was it. Okay.
Je suis désolé.
He
I only
goes,
say
"Don't even
that because of the cameras. I can smell it.
Yeah, right. Just for the cameras. What about for you two?
For me, I would say obviously the major, winning the major.
Every game we win, it's like a kind of big joy. And also the moment spent with people who love the game like me, like outside our teammates. I think that's why I love as well.
Love these answers. This is kind of a hard one. Do you remember like a heartbreaking moment where you were just like, I don't know, I don't know if I can do this anymore? It like something that was really tough to overcome.
Yeah, losing the major like a few months ago. It wasn't like I don't think I'd be able to not overcome it, but it was just like I don't know, just like it just felt so low after losing. Because like all my family was there as well watching in the front, and then I literally remember just sat there watching them lift the trophy like right in front of us. It was horrible.
That's gonna make me cry right now. I'm like, oh my gosh. Would that be the same for you? Or?
Because we went very far in this tournament, and losing at this point was like really heartbreaking. So yeah.
I'm actually, I guess, surprised. I feel like you've been a part of the team for so long, but that moment for you was the hardest.
It's a mix because like at this moment and even now I'm getting older, so I'm not young anymore, and I know that my years count. Like I know I would not play Siege for the rest of my life. So when we came at this moment in the final and losing, I was like, maybe it's the last time I would experience that, So that's why I was like heartbroken.
The hardest moment for me, it was the SI 2022. I think SI 2022, losing to Astralis, we didn't deserve to lose. And when the team is better, like I get it. But when the team just not better in my view, I was completely devastated. That was the tough moment of my career right now. I hope there is no more like
I
this.
think it's the first time I saw this guy crying as well. Yeah.
I will cry now.
Yeah, I know. I was like, okay. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans? I mean, like, they love y'all. Is there anything that you want to say? Like, we're grateful for y'all. Anything you want to say, like, in regards to that?
Yeah, I think it's kind of basic to say that, but I really think it's thank you for the support. They are always behind us. Even when we lose, even when we win, they are behind us. Like we are not like the team who, when we lose, people start saying, "Oh, BDS is now bad, bad change." No, I never I see, of course, but not often this kind of thing. So I just thank the people who support us to be like this, and we love them.
What are you going to say to them?
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, you're hilarious. Okay, what about you?
Just thank you and keep it up.
Aw, everyone
That was
wish him a
so
happy
nice.
birthday. Thank you so much for the amazing interview and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay. Okay, good.
go.
Welcome once again to Rainbow Six at the Esports World Cup, where things are really heating up. Each of our teams have been absolutely cooking ahead of semi-finals day, which is today. And I've been in the kitchen myself, cooking up something really special. Look at that. How did I make that? That's amazing. You will see what it is a little bit later on, but for now, enjoy the games. Hold on one sec. Back to work for me.
Only 2 more days left of Rainbow Six Siege here at the EWC. Welcome everyone to the semi-finals. 4 teams left, And by the end of today, there will only be 2. I'm your host, Jeannie, joined on the floor this time around with Anne and Fresh. Thank you both of you for joining me because we have a lot to break down. But Anne, how excited are we to have at least one European representation left here at EWC?
It's very nice for everyone but Brazil to at least have something to cheer for, of course, if you're from any of those other regions. Very excited, of course. I mean, BDS have shown prior to this year that they perform very well in this kind of atmosphere, this kind of heat. So hoping for them, of course, it'll make it far. But it's the first day that we only have one stream and all the action goes down right here.
It's crazy that we had a big era of Brazilian dominance. We got to the Manchester Major, obviously, a few months ago for Rainbow Six Siege, and that kind of went. We had a North American team and a European team, and then Brazil said, hold the phone, we're back. And we saw it emphatically yesterday. They did so well. Obviously FaZe didn't get it over the line, as you said. Everybody who's not a Brazil fan is hoping for that BDS victory.
Yeah, I was going to say, we saw every single team say that except FaZe, because yesterday, although they had a really strong start on that first map number 2 and 3 were just very much one-sided from the side of BDS. But something to keep in mind as well is that one of the Brazilian teams will go to the finals, and then the other one, well, it's going to depend on who comes out victorious. I am really excited to be seeing what's going down, and I think coming into this, we've kind of touched upon multiple times how quickly things are moving forward, and it just, once again, crazy to me that we have the top 4 best teams in the world here right now, but only 2 remain tomorrow.
Yeah, it's almost like it was yesterday when we first started with still 16 teams, and there was so much action on that very first day. I mean, it was, 12 hours of Siege in total, I think, on multiple different screens. I was having a great time just being very stimulated with having everything at the same time going on. But it was really nice, and we're now down to the top 4, of course. We're expecting some really good Siege as well, seeing what these teams have shown us before.
And I think realistically, there's not too many upsets, if you know what I mean, as to who's hit that top 4. We expected it to be Fury, we expected it to be BDS, we expected maybe Liquid as well. Obviously FaZe dropped out of that, but that was to do with the way that the bracket kind of went. We almost had a final yesterday within a quarterfinal game. So, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, and what else to take into consideration as well here is the fact that we have the club championship points, and doing well in a game like Siege, you're now in the top 4, you are racking in these points as you go along, particularly when we're looking at the likes of Team Liquid, who are just right behind Falcons. But if you're wondering what exactly it entails to be top 8 within Siege, let's head over to our explainer video to show you guys what Club Championship is all about.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup club champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Whew. That is definitely something to keep you guessing in terms of which teams are going to be those top 16 clubs around the entirety of EWC. But Siege plays a big role because when we're looking at it from a perspective, Jack, of the teams that have competed here, we had 16 teams. So by default, half of those teams will already be getting club championship points just by being here and not getting eliminated on day 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. As soon as you hit the bracket, that's when your organization got those club championship points. That was especially big for your Liquid. That was especially big for Furia as well, and for FaZe as well. All of those teams that are kind of across other games also competing and chasing the pack, I would say.
Yeah.
Chasing Team Falcons at their very first place.
It would have been great for G2 as well, but unfortunately they are not here, so that doesn't really add anything to their tally. Their Elite team did pretty well, if I do remember so correctly, but when we're looking at the club championship point, that could be considered additional pressure. But we spoke yesterday to the R6 manager for Team Liquid, and they're like, no, the players know exactly what it's worth, they know what it's about, they know what's on stake, and Team Liquid seem to not be crumbling under it just yet.
No, but it's good to have that because we talked about Liquid being an emotional team, maybe making or getting extra worried about things like that. So for them not to feel that insane pressure, is really good. I mean, if I remember correctly in regards to the standings, they're sitting pretty comfortably in that second spot still so far. Of course, maybe have some other games where they're competing in as well, but if they are performing good here, I mean, they've already made it to top 4, that keeps them very comfortable in that second spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Team Liquid, in regards of how many points they have been collecting over the last couple of weeks, let's head in and have a check-in with the EWC Central, who did a little quick update when it comes to all these club championship points.
We're obviously taking a look at the playoffs bracket, and at the bottom half of the bracket, Furia has secured their second top 8 finish here at EWC and are now eligible for the club championship. They are currently sitting at 335 points. Team BDS, on the other hand, need a second top 8 placement, and as of now, they only have one more team competing here in Riyadh. Later on in week 8, it will be their Rocket League team that will have to get Team BDS that top 8 placement, the club championship points, in order to have a chance. In the top half of the bracket, W7M Esports unfortunately has no other teams here at Riyadh and will not be eligible for the club championship. I think crucially though, Team Liquid of course are already on my top 10 list. This is their 5th top 8 finish at the event already. They have secured a minimum of 275 points from Rainbow Six Siege, and they have increased their point tally to 1,445. They are slowly but surely opening up a gap with the competitors around them. Crucially though, there are only 1 or 2 teams that have not yet won a tournament. Now, Team Liquid also have an Apex Legends team that has secured a spot in the finals. Assuming that team places in the top 8, they may increase that point tally even further. And for a club that's based in the Netherlands, that is exactly what they're looking forward to. Of course, if you would like to keep up to date with the EWC, all of the games, all of the tournaments, and all the points for the club championship, make sure you tune into EWC Central every Thursday to Sunday, 4 p.m. till 8 p.m. We're here all day today. We'll be back all day tomorrow. Tune in 4 p.m. till 8. We'll see you then. I've been Quickshot. Bye.
Aw, Quickshot with a little plug for EWC Central. Okay, I see what you're doing, but Liquid, realistically, being in the finals here, huge for the club championship point, but winning it, I think that is also something to keep into consideration because you're closing that gap with Falcons as every single day goes by.
Yeah, but you're also increasing the gap to all the teams that are behind you, because look at that, from spot 5, or at least there are 5 teams sharing that spot 5 all on 1,000 points. So the more points you get here, the more you set yourselves apart from that competition that is still coming behind you. And as mentioned, of course, as well, Liquid don't have that victory yet. If they do get it, that really sets themselves on a very comfortable position there.
There's 2 elements to this, isn't there? There's attacking Team Falcons for the first place, trying to get that victory, really trying to push Falcons all the way to get that absolute first place. But there's also an element of, can we protect that position for Team Liquid in second place as well by just doing as well as possible? They'll be absolutely thrilled that they won yesterday. They know they've got a winnable game today and a real shot at actually achieving a victory in Rainbow Six Siege.
Real shot at being in the finals as well. Maybe we see the BDS Team Liquid final. I don't know. I think all of us coming into this, we had certain expectations of how we thought it was going to go, and I think the bracket is shaping up really nicely. Having 3 out of the 4 teams be Brazilian just speaks dominance to the reign of the Brazilian region in general when it comes to Siege, and it's refreshing to see a team from Europe particularly fighting for that spot and it being BDS. I mean, it's kind of poetic because we're back in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and I feel like they probably feel that they have a lot to prove and to fight for, especially getting second in that most recent big tournament that we've had over in Manchester. They're looking to, of course, improve that result going in and from there, and they're looking to, like you said, back-to-back win it here.
Yeah, something to keep in mind. But yesterday, let's have a look at how exactly BDS got here particularly, because that wasn't the only match that we had. We started things off with a very close match between Dark Zero and Liquid, and Fresh, you were like, oh, they could win this. They would have lost this 6 months ago, but this time around it looked like they could have won it.
Yeah, I thought Dark Zero much improved performance. I know they were a little bit disappointed with themselves after the game. They feel like they left something on the table. But like I said, 6 months ago, they wouldn't have won it. Moving through, BDS, they played against FaZe yesterday as well in a game that many considered could have been the grand final at the Esports World Cup. It was a quarterfinal game. It looked really bad for BDS in that first map, and then it was utter dominance after that, with BDS coming back, reverse sweeping inside of that best of 3. Then Bleed, as you can see on the screen, they went up against W7M, and to be honest, unfortunately, they were absolutely no match for W7M, who were getting it done in 2.
No, I think it's kind of what we expected as well. W7M, of course, coming out victorious there. I like to see that kind of aggression from them. I think Demo even called it more like a ranked play style. I mean, they're very familiar with jumping out, going absolutely crazy at the enemy team. And of course, we saw Furia taken on against SSG as well. If I do remember correctly, that was one round that set these two teams apart from one team making it further, and one team eventually dropping down at the very end of that game. You can even see the frustration on the players' faces right there.
Could not believe this game, actually. You know, it was potentially the last ever Oregon that we played inside of Rainbow Six Siege. SSG choosing to go there, won it to take us to that map free of Chalet. And like I say, we saw it 7-7 overtime. One round to determine success or going home inside of this tournament. One round to determine $80,000, by the way, because the team that won it, they went through, they got themselves another $80,000. Like, absolutely crazy scenes. Furia just about getting over the line, just off the back of hers, just being such a confident player.
And Furia is no stranger to being under such intense pressure conditions. I mean, throwing it back all the way to SI this year, where they were in that final against Furia, and it was, again, a couple of rounds difference, and it was down to the wire for them to be able to close it out. But also, teams had the chance to crush a couple of keys. Liquid, very happy with that one.
Yeah, this was probably my favorite, especially the interview that went off prior to this one, how League of Tech said, oh, we will crush it with pleasure, as he was very much looking forward to that, it seemed. Definitely, I think, considering the mental aspect that that game had, where Users also explained to us in the interview, like, oh, they were shooting our bodies. We felt like we needed to get active against them, so shaking the head.
It was personal.
Right here.
See, me and you, Ginny, I would say we're a little bit more on the toxic side than Anne is, but I was a bit disappointed they picked the nicest people ever to do the crushing with Lagonis and Leaky Fag. I want to see some real drama from the players.
I mean, to be fair, like, Leaky Fag was like, it is what it is, but I will destroy with pleasure. I feel like to an extent, you know, he's thriving in the extra elements here that you get to pick when it comes to winning that competition here in Siege and getting that trophy and being able to add 3 more. And I think Users was like, yeah, we're definitely going to put FaZe Clan's key in there when we win. And I was like, good choice.
100%. I mean, I'm not surprised they would do that, having taken down this team as the very first step in their way towards that grand final. I've already said it before, I feel like if it was me in that spot, I would have picked all the players, all the teams that would beat all the way until the final, because it makes the trophy very personal to what you did in the tournament.
And it's not just that. Yesterday, for the most part, apart from the W7M bleed game, it really was a war of attrition. So whichever team wins, I think their quarterfinal opponent will absolutely have to be in there, because it will be one of, and you know, it's a quarterfinal, but it will be one of the hardest games that they face in the whole bracket.
And whichever team wins will also get $750,000 deposited in their bank account, however you want to talk about it. But that is the prize pool that is currently on the line. The difference between second place and first place here, Fresh, I don't want to bring in the maths, but that's a lot of zeros.
Yeah, I'll just say, Ginny, it's more than double. Let's just keep it that way. Like I said, if you look at the difference between 5th and 8th and 3rd and 4th, that one round for Furia SSG, 80k, and Furia can obviously go on and convert that into over 700k. You know, absolutely crazy scenes. I think, you know, prize pool, the tournament's positioned itself as the second biggest tournament in Rainbow Six, which makes it, by that nature, for the teams that obviously play this, the players, they play this for a living, it makes it so important to them.
Yeah, and I think also it would be amazing to hear from a team's perspective. So we have Fabian joining us this time around. When it comes to the size of this tournament, the importance of it, and the experience as well for your players, what is the main takeaway so far?
It's obviously that we failed this event. I mean, there's no question about it.
Very nice.
No, but why should I lie about it? I mean, we're in a learning phase. We are. But the team in itself, we kind of messed up because the players felt a lot of pressure from themselves. I mean, we'd succeeded well at Manchester. So when we came here, they put so much pressure on themselves to succeed because in my eyes, I don't think anyone here either would put pressure on them to succeed. They put that pressure on themselves and therefore they forgot a lot of their basics, which then led to us going out immediately.
When it comes to dealing with pressure as a player or as a coach, helping your players deal with that, what are the tools available to be able to set them up for that success?
I think a lot of it is just like internal work on yourself and like talking with each other and being honest and open with the conversations you're having inside of a team, which again, I would come back to my team because with the Korean culture, that's quite hard. They are not very used to being open to talk about emotions and feelings within the team, which kind of sets us up for failure in that way. But it's something we're constantly working on and something we're trying to teach them that, hey, it's very important we're open and honest with each other so that we can feel and think the same way, that we know what pressure is on us or what pressure isn't on us. So yeah, I think we're constantly working on it, but it's hard to crack that nut for a Korean roster.
Fabian, you was after you exited the tournament in terms of PSG, you was quite harsh on your players, I would say, on social media. Probably much harsher off social media as well. How come you've taken that line with them?
I think it's important to be realistic, because if I have taught you how to play the game and I've taught you how to play absolute bare basics, I've taught you about crossfires and about manpower advantages and playing the game like a little bit mathematical of a game. If you're 5 versus 3, what should your main priority be? It shouldn't be to chase more kills, because if you give away that advantage, all of a sudden you're sitting there in a 3-on-3 and the chances of you winning that is less, since, well, Korean gunners aren't known for their particular gun skill in comparison to Brazil or North America or Europe. So for us, it's about understanding what went wrong. And that for us was absolute basics and playing as a team.
Ahead of this tournament, obviously you changed 2 players as well.
Yep.
Do you think, I suppose between us, do you think that was too big of a risk for a team that had succeeded in Manchester? Or do you think it's more of a long-term vision?
It's definitely a long-term vision, but I also don't think it was a mistake. We needed to make those changes. Obviously, we boot camp before every event, and the one we did before the Manchester Major showed some real inconsistencies in some of the players. When you look at stuff from our point of view, we look a lot at statistics, of course. And when we look at statistics, it's important that people keep up with the rest of the roster. No matter their role, they need to kind of keep at an acceptable level. And unfortunately for us, those 2 players we replaced didn't do that in the European boot camp. They didn't do it at the event, and therefore we need to aim higher than that, because yeah, we're in a learning phase, but we're not here to be happy going out first or in the second round. We're here to try to, within the next year, reach a semifinal or a quarterfinal.
All right. I'm actually really excited to hear about the long-term vision for Siege from your side of things, and I hope that a lot of success follows you guys going forward. A bit of a drastic measure, I guess, staying around and boot camping, but I'm sure you know exactly what you're doing considering the titles you've won. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. And for those that are wondering what exactly teams are going to be taking home on top of the prize pool, let's check in with the exact video that explains every single aspect from keys to trophies.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
16 teams started, but only 4 left, which means that 12 keys so far have been crushed here at R6 at EWC. That's already 12 keys that the winning team can pick and choose from as they please, and the competition only getting fiercer. More shiny keys, I would say, are added onto that mix, because at the end of the day, you have Furia, W7M, as well as Liquid. I mean, I'll take them all.
There'll be some very big names added to that tally today, and very big names that you can pick on or pick out from to put in your own personalized trophy. But especially with that totem as well, it looks super impressive to see it from close by. It's going to get even more filled up today, and yeah, like we said, with these really big names.
I love that the crushed keys that aren't selected are just left in the totem and encased in the resin, because I love the idea that, hey, you weren't good enough, and you weren't good enough to be picked by the winning team. You weren't important enough. So there's a whole redemption arc coming next year. Somebody who had their totem crushed but comes back and wins the tournament next year as well, and we're setting ourselves up for greatness there.
Absolutely, and you also get to put your key in the totem itself, and you get to solidify yourself for all of history, and I think that adds a lot more of the excitement but also the pressure when it comes to some of these players. So with the Doritos reactions that we've seen yesterday coming out from some of these players, there was excitement, there was happiness, there was sadness, there was anger, there was just so much going on, but Brotherhood, I feel like, was the top of the list. list.
Yeah, I know who Anna already wants to see. She's already waiting for that Maya reaction that's going to come up shortly. I think Brotherhood will always exist when there's so many Brazilian teams as well, because that's how they operate. They are quite literally a band of brothers going to war for each other, and as such, they are the loudest. They are the most passionate teams here at this event. But even Mint, who's known for his cool, calm, collected kind of persona, even he was getting a little bit excited yesterday.
Yeah, but there was some anger, but there was also very wholesome moments that I saw. I saw players bringing out pictures of people that were from their own home area, or I saw them making signs towards the camera, I assume for people that were watching them. So a combination, I guess, of passion, fierce frustration that we're seeing here as well. But like you said, brotherhood and wholesomeness as well.
I felt like that from JV. That was just excitement, like smack that desk. We did it, topple over the camera. And it's just pure raw emotions, and it's really special to be able not only to be part of it as talent and see it unfold in real time, but just having that chance and that opportunity to see so much from the players in such a short period of time. Because I feel when we're looking at other majors, it's very, okay, well, it's a longer stretch, players can relax, they can go, you have that lower bracket, but now it's like fire, go in, go hard, or go home.
Teams are finding out who they're played against within less than 24 hours before that actual matchup. You have such little time to actually prepare yourself, and even if you've had a really tough or difficult matchup where it got really close and you almost faced that elimination, there isn't a lot of time for you to regather yourself and keep on going.
Now, and with the playoffs bracket also being the way that it was, we have had so many games over such a short period of time. Liquid, W7M, BDS, and Furia were the ones that qualified from the quarterfinals yesterday, and those are the games that we're going to be looking at today. Liquid, W7M, winner will go to the grand final, and identical for BDS, Furia. Both of these are going to be best of 3 games, and I think that's really lovely because it gives, like we've seen yesterday, what BDS was able to do with those adaptations in a longer stretch, a longer period of time, and also maybe they'll get on each other's nerves, poke the bear, and rile one another up, because it's all going to be on stage.
Yeah, it's all going to be on stage. I think we saw both of those teams getting quite, not agitated, but aggressive, quite interactive with their opponents yesterday. Yes. So that's set to be a fiery scene. And obviously both of those teams needed the kind of reverse, they needed the final map to get themselves over the line yesterday as well. So they've been going through a lot of maps and a lot of rounds as well.
Some teams haven't even shown all too many maps yet. There's teams that, for example, made it to this point having only shown 3 out of 9 maps from the map pool. So that's really exciting for them, of course. But best 3 is always nice because you're going to see the best team come out on top. There were games yesterday where if it was a best of 1, a different team would have come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to that. But today we also have 2 matches, and one of them is going to be the match of the day. So we're going to be checking in with Jackie, who has got a couple of thoughts and opinions about that.
The battle for the Esports World Cup rages on. Are you ready for the semis? 12 crush keys, only 4 teams remain. We got 2 thrilling matches ahead, but only 1 match of the day. And we are locking in Furia versus BDS. And Furia, they are looking ferocious. They are looking fearsome. And last night they were looking furious. They went to 3 maps and fought through it, looking quite sharp, to be honest. And I believe that they've only dropped 1 map at the EWC, and they actually haven't played on the main stage yet. So playing BDS, that's gonna be a real test. And I just rhymed and didn't intend to. But moving on, BDS, definitely going to be a very tough opponent for them. All eyes on them. They are considered tournament favorites, and Yuzis really popping off. He was, I believe, selected MVP as well. So definitely a fearsome foe for Furia. But what do you think of our match of the day pick? Let us know. Gonna send it back to the studio. It's hot.
BDS against Furia, match of the day. I guess I wouldn't have picked any other one, and I wouldn't have wanted it any other way either, but also keep into consideration Liquid against W7M. I feel like both of these matches are so incredible to see, and they're going to be really great, but we've seen W7M go up against Liquid before, whether that's in Brazil stage or the internationals, but BDS Furia, Furia's first time on stage, I am ready.
And even though when it comes to Furia being on that main stage, they usually don't have the crowd behind them, that doesn't really seem to matter for Furia whatsoever. They thrive off that. Anyways, it doesn't really matter to them. Of course, the first game that we have, there are some stories when it comes to players playing against their former team, but the second game as well, like we said, BDS and Furia, Yusuf was here yesterday explaining how they've already played Furia twice and lost to them twice, so we're gonna hope for BDS that 3rd time's a charm.
I mean, you hope for BDS 3rd time's a charm if you are an EUL fan. If you're a Brazil fan, you hope that Furia is just once again comes out on top. And the crowd point being really interesting because yesterday, yes, there were people in the crowd coming in to watch Siege, but most of them were BDS fans. Most of them were, first game they were cheering for Dark Zero, second game they were cheering for BDS, and I think BDS has left a mark here, Jack, after winning couple competitions before.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, I've seen on socials they've called themselves the Kings of Arabia. They absolutely love being in this country and playing competitions in this country. They've won both of them the last 2 years, and as such they've started building up a little bit of a following within the locals here as well. So they will have the support, I have no doubt, over Furia. But like Anne said, Furia have been in this position time and time and time again, where they're fighting without any support and they've just got themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the UL bias. Like, Fresh was asked for a picture. Like, wow, what was that?
That's true.
And he told them, no, go away.
That didn't even happen in Manchester, Ginny.
Anyway, we are having a little bit of an interview ahead of this match, so let's check what the players had to say heading into this competition.
I think we are better in everything than W7M. We beat them before, and yeah, we're just gonna beat them again. One player, I might say like Lobin, he sometimes can be crazy, but yeah, he can also be punished really easy. I think the W7M strongest thing is that they can like shoot really well, but yeah, like on the rest, I think we are better.
Well, there's nothing against Liquid. There's nothing we can fear. They are a good team, but we will beat them easily. When it comes to us against Team Liquid, we are not way stronger. There is no surprise in the match. We train with them in Brazil, so it will be a match that we know what they're gonna do, and they know what we're gonna do. I think we are better in this situation. I think the best player of our team during this tournament was Lobin. He was really on fire all the matches. Because of him, the matches that we won were a little bit easy, kind of that. I think it's him, he's on fire. I would like to say to Team Liquid that Vopes was not the imposter. You guys don't know what you've lost. He's fantastic, and he will show you guys what you've lost.
Okay, so as I said, you guys lost to us once and twice, and it's just gonna be another one.
Oh my gosh, that is one spicy interview ahead of the competition, but with the Jamil Motorsport, teams are now arriving and they are ready to gear things up. If this is the attitude that we're gonna be seeing on stage, I'm gonna watch it from the crowd. I have to.
It's our job to tell this story, Ginny, and this is a big grudge match, whether these two teams like it or not. And the main architect of that is Volps. You know, the fact that he went from Team Liquid, he was known, you know, you saw Dash say it in the interview there, he was known as the imposter within that team. He was kind of blamed for the lack of success and has ended up having to leave that team and then go over to W7M. And now he's out to prove to his former team and to his new teammates that he isn't the imposter, that he can go and win and provide success.
That is the beauty about Siege that I feel like isn't necessarily translated in other esports, and that is the storylines that we have. We're looking at the SI final. It was twin brothers against each other. You cannot make that up. You're now looking at Liquid going up against W7M, and it's a former outcast of a player going up against their former team, and it's just phenomenal. It really, the way that this sets up the match for excitement is incredible. But if you want to cast your vote in terms of which team you think will be coming out on top, head over to stcplay.gg and let us know what team you are voting for today. I don't know who I'm going to be talking about. Because, I mean, Liquid, let's start there. Because this is a team that we've touched upon time and time again, and it's a team that continuously gets so incredibly close, but then it doesn't. And on top of that, the club championship point is another weight on their shoulders when it comes to Falcons.
That is going to be super important for them. And I can say that interview, some tough words from Palu. I'm not really used to hearing that type of stuff from him. But I guess where we have Volps, of course, with W7M, we have a kind of similar story here. We got Maya all the way on the right side, formerly played for that roster of W7M when they were with a different organization. He's now also playing against his former teammates. And what we've seen so far from Maya is that he really brings that energy to Team Liquid, something that we're really happy to see with that. And I hope it's going to help them today.
He definitely provides them with a new dynamic that they didn't have before. And, you know, that's not taking anything away from Volps. That's just the matter of the fact. The one thing that I love about Liquid as well is I love that they read so well into their opponents. It starts with the prep all the way back at the hotel. What maps are we going to play on? Which operators are we going to ban? But then they've got some really smart individuals within the game that allows them to be such a dynamic team to read situations in different ways every time. It keeps their opponent guessing, and it's a big contributor to their success.
Yeah, and then we're looking at a team like W7M, and I feel like this is also a team that has the elements of keeping other players and other teams guessing. But the question really remains, after what we've heard from Liquid, can they step up to the plate, and which player really is the scary one?
This might be a bit of a different game than what they've had before. I mean, we heard in the interview they said, oh, we haven't really had very difficult matchups so far. Well, they have a matchup now with a team that they're very familiar with. They said, of course, we play each other in our home region quite often. We scrub each other as well. It's very familiar territorium for them in that regard. But yeah, Volps against his former team. We've seen this. Volps has been in a situation quite a few times. He seems to be getting away from teams, whereas he misses out on the success from that team. But then when playing against him, his personal performance doesn't always seem to be the greatest. So there's definitely some kind of grudge, as you mentioned, for him today. And I'm hoping that he can really step up.
Rent-free.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit rent-free, maybe a little bit too emotional. We talk about Liquid being emotional. Maybe Volps is a little bit too emotional inside of the server on an individual basis. But for W7M, they've had to reinvent themselves, I would say. Because if you look at when they were lost, they were previously known as Lost. They competed, the core at least, at the Atlanta Major final. What did they do that off the back of? It was Maya, it was mainly Maya and Lobin. Big individual players carrying them through. Once they lost Maya, that kind of fell off. We didn't see them at Manchester, you know. They've had to really reinvent themselves, find what works for them. And to be honest, they're doing an excellent job at it inside of the server at the minute.
Yeah, I think that definitely has to be a big loss for them, but what we're seeing from them so far, having had the limited time that they now have as this roster together, having played, what, 9 best-of-3s prior to coming to the Esports World Cup, their synergy and teamwork seems to be so good. The aggression is definitely a key factor for them as well. I guess in regards to the maps that we're going to, that might play a really big part too. The 3 Cs are maps that I'm expecting here, maps that both these teams are really good at. That's what a kind of crossover point lays in regards of what maps do these teams really enjoy playing.
Yeah, you're looking at W7M, and it's also a team that is kind of escaping from trying to escape at least from the success of the previous W7M roster under that banner. Something to take into consideration as well. But starting off with the map picks and bans, I am looking at which maps do we think are going to be the scrappiest and the most aggressive ones?
Well, Anne mentioned the three Cs, of course, being Chalet, Clubhouse, and Consulate. I think I had a little conversation with W7M, and they did say, expect to see both teams' best maps. Now, Brazil map vetoes with each other are a little bit hard to read because Brazilian teams kind of have one map veto that they show to the rest of the world and one map veto they save for the top Brazilian teams. So sometimes it's a little bit hard to read, and as we can see, it will be Chalet coming out from W7M, and you've been waiting for that one.
I'm so excited because both these teams have been flawless on Chalet since March. Liquid's won 7 games on it, W7M 6. So one of these 2 teams is going to lose their winning streak on that map. For Nighthaven as well, a map that we haven't seen from Liquid yet. We have seen it from W7M, so once again, familiar space for Liquid to know what their opponent is going to be doing on that. And I'm not surprised with a decider like Consulate. I mentioned the 3 Cs, maps that these 2 teams both are very, very good at, so it could go all the way to 3 maps, but it should be very good quality on all of these 3.
One thing that I love when it's a map veto in a best of 3 is which approach teams take, because you can either choose to try and play a strong map for you, regardless of what your opponent is doing on it, or you can look to pick into an opponent's weak map. I think both of these teams have gone, let's just get on all of our best maps here and really put on a show. It's not just that they want to win, they want to really assert dominance into that other team and actually show them, hey, we are the better team with the new player that we got from your team.
Win in style, break, potentially someone's losing. I mean, one of them is going to have to lose that winning streak, right? You can't be undefeated if you're both playing it. And I think as well, great quality siege. That is something that we're looking forward to, especially with, I really like the point that you brought up when it comes to these Brazilian teams, where when it comes to their map vetoes for their own local region, it's a little different than when you're going up against the rest of the world. Want to dive deeper into that? What would you think the reasoning behind that is? Is it the aggression, the play style, the fact that they know they can just both rely on gunplay?
I think it's facing a very similar playstyle has a factor into it. When you face a European team or a North American team or a team from APAC, you know that there's distinct differences. You know, North American teams will be slower. European teams will be maybe a little bit more strategical, but a little bit less applied. And APAC teams generally will be a little bit crazier. When you're playing a Brazilian team, they think like you. They know how you're going to think. So it starts changing that dynamic of, hey, do we want to change these maps? But add into that a lot of these top Brazilian teams have all been teammates with each other at points in time. They know each other, they play on a LAN league, they interact with each other outside of the game and outside of the server. It creates so many mind games that go on that we've seen teams literally just pick their permaban because they know it will throw their opponent off, which they'd never think of doing against a different region.
Just mind games after mind games after mind games when it comes to these map picks, but we also have the results ready for the STC play predictions. In regards to which team we think is going to be coming out on top, 77%. Very heavy favorites for Liquid, and I want to ask here, Anne, because you look a little shook. Like, well, I'm not going to lie.
It's more like if you go off previous results between these two teams, it's essentially 2-2 in maps from what they've done in their own respective region. So that to me should say that this could be a way closer vote in regards of what people think what team is going to come out victorious here. So I think Liquid coming out victorious at that more recent matchup, that being a best of 3 as well, might give them a bit of an upper hand here. I mean, we saw the confidence in the interview as well. We beat them before, we're going to do it again.
I mean, they're going to have to, right, if they want to go to that finals, because there is no lower bracket. Adds a little bit more spice to it as well, a little bit more of excitement when it comes to the fact that this is the last time we're going to be seeing one of these teams compete here.
It's absolutely crazy. There's so much on the line. There's the kind of personal revenge arc of Volps. There's obviously Maya going against his old team. There's the two teams just competing inside of the competition, wanting to win this competition for their own money. And then you add in Liquid as well, who are now competing for club championship points. There are so many things to think about and so many stresses and pressures on this team.
And not just that, I mean, we've said it so many times. Liquid have some of the best players that have ever touched this game, but have never won something major on their roster as well. They know that they don't like it when we keep on bringing this up, but they need to show it if they want to prove that they can be there at that very top level.
I do keep saying this. I will stop saying that line about Liquid when they get over the line and win something. And that's the big thing for them. It's when they get over that line.
A question that needs to be answered, but we have Liquid going up against W7M for a chance in the finals at EWC. The Brazil redemption arc for the international stage starts now.
To become a champion at the Esports World Cup, you must have several traits. Passion, perseverance, grit, and guts, just to name a few. Qualities that our 4 remaining teams here have in abundance. My name is Ian Chambers, this is Milosh, and we are all set for a superb semi-final Saturday of Siege.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of heartbreak, a lot of tears of joy, and, well, of just sadness at the end of it. Your run might have ended if you did not qualify to the semifinals here at the Esports World Cup, as we mentioned, there's no way back. There's no way to resurrect back into the bracket. It's all out in every single game. A boulevard of broken dreams and broken keys in many ways, because teams are not just playing for money and glory, they're playing for a trophy and for a spot in history in Riyadh.
Now, we've spoken a lot about this trophy, but we've never really truly shown you it yet. So just come with us over here and see this magnificent piece of silverware that our teams are competing for. Only one of them will have the opportunity to raise it high in the air when this is all said and done. Now, Milos mentioned a really key word there, a key emotion, heartbreak. And you can see it just lingering beneath in the depths. Heartbreak is real.
It always has to be around. You see keys that have been destroyed so far in the tournament, and to bring it even closer to you, we got a couple here. Which one did you have?
I got Bleed Esports right here.
I got Space Station Gaming. There you go. These two teams were eliminated last night. And as you saw at the end of each game, we take those keys and we break them. But that's only after the losing team gives up the key to the one that just beat them. There's something about it. There's a weight about it.
They're very heavy, and I think it's time, for lack of a better term, to add these to the key graveyard. Should we do this? I'm sorry, Bleed, you putting a magnificent performance out here.
Space Station blast off into the nether regions.
You could hear that weight, couldn't you?
Yeah, there's a satisfaction to it.
But
imagine you are the team that is crushing the key at the end of it. Imagine how satisfied we are here, how they are.
I'm going to be even more satisfied when we get this semi-final underway, Milos.
We absolutely should. Let's introduce our teams, starting with Team Liquid. They made it to the semifinals at the Manchester Major, and here at the Esports World Cup, they do it once more. Maya has been a big spearhead of this squad and a big lead to get them to where they are. But the question is never and has never been, can Liquid succeed? As it has always been, can they win the gold at the end of the day? And today, they must win in order to make it to finals.
Their opponents in this all-Brazilian buffet, W7M! It's hard to believe that this is their first time coming out onto the stage. They have been in tremendous form, back-to-back 2-0 best of threes in their rearview mirror, and they are coming here to do damage to Team Liquid, specifically Volps, who used to don the Liquid jersey and may well have a chip on his shoulder here. We are set for something truly special, Milos.
Absolutely. Please, gentlemen, Team Liquid, W7M, I think they should set up.
Please, guys, go and place your keys into their holsters. Only one of you will get to keep it. The other one shall be destroyed and join the rest of our losers here at the bottom.
You know, Ian, there's something that they highlighted at the desk, and I definitely do agree with. There's a lot of, I guess, brotherhood, camaraderie within the Rainbow Six scene, but I don't think people understand the level of brotherhood that there is between these two teams and rivalry at the same time. Yesterday, we had this chat, Laguna saying, you play W7M, how do you feel about that? It's like, you know what? I used to play with most of these boys here. I know how it is to be on that other side, and for me, it's like facing brothers in this game.
The brotherhood is real. Milos, should we get into this?
We absolutely should. Let's get it on!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the semifinals of EWC here in beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Stokes, and I am joined with Pengu for W7M versus Liquid. A Brazilian brawl, and one that has a lot of heat around it, especially since back in March, Pengi, we had a little trade between these rosters. Volps goes to the way of W7M, Maya goes to the way of Liquid, and this one could get pretty feisty.
It can. Honestly, I love always seeing Liquid make these like big, top 8, top 4, sometimes even grand finals positions. But I will say, whenever they face a domestic matchup, another Brazilian team, I start fearing for them just a little bit, because as the desk pointed out, Liquid, they have this strategic way of playing the game that when you don't know it, it's so hard to beat. But W7M and Liquid, they play each other all the time domestically, so they will be prepared, they will be ready. This is the big challenge for Team Liquid to show they can go off the paper, off the strats, and play on the fly Rainbow Six Siege.
It's going to be truly incredible, and you can see the excitement here in the W7M booth as they start to sit down on their thrones, prepared for war up against Liquid, and specifically Maya, as, again, earlier this year, he had changed fates, changed roster, changed jerseys, and the opinion's up to you on how good that has been, but for what we've seen, at least at this tournament, Maya's been playing pretty darn well. We talked about it earlier in the Liquid game that we casted up against Dark Zero. When Maya first joined Liquid, it looked like it was going to be the struggle bus for him.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he just really did not fit into their system, and now things are looking a little bit better.
Yeah, and the funny thing is also, on the other side of W7M, you're looking at the star performers for this tournament, Lobin and Volps. Volps, the player who didn't do all that great on Team Liquid, has now found himself with new energy and a much better individual and team performance on the side of W7M, so it feels like both teams ultimately just got the better trade for their respective parts of it.
Yeah, most definitely, and I mean, honestly, if it benefits both parties, why not at the end of the day, right? But that's the thing. Now we got to find out which team truly benefited the most. Can Liquid make it to another grand final and try and finally escape their fate, man? It's happened so many times where we've seen Liquid just get close enough to be able to reach out and grab a trophy, grab a major, and it continues to slip through their fingers. You most definitely have to feel for people like Nesk, like Palu, who have been around this block so many times, but still have not been able to claim that hunk of metal that they so desperately want. Liquid versus W7M, folks. Nighthaven Labs up. We're going to get an ace ban out here initially, and a lot to be said about that. One of the better hard breachers, mostly used on walls. You're never really going to see him for hatches. Liquid's going to ban out Ram, and I'm loving these interesting offensive bans. This plays right into Nighthaven.
I was gonna say, like, whenever Liquid seems to play whatever matchup that they're doing, we don't see like Monty or Blitz or Dokkaebi, those more default attackers getting banned out by either side, because yesterday, Liquid Dark Zero, it was target ban galore from both sides. Here, same story follows through where Ace and Ram, yeah, it happens, but not all that often on the attacking side, whereas Tubarao and and Asami happens with a much higher frequency on defense. So, the attacks, of course, that's where most teams will be cooking things up and doing things a little bit differently. Kinibin the Ying, the Kabatao, the Shield Operator, for example. On defense, we expect to see that same kind of usual lineup because you simply need certain things for a bomb set to work and to thrive. For example, your Castle Barricades, your Bandit Batteries, your Valkyrie cameras for intel later on. That's always gonna be a staple, but on attack, you can break the rules and do whatever you want to by just countering your opponent.
100%. I love that you bring that up as well, Nick, because the big thing is here is that these two offensive bans, these are the first time that we've seen these the entire tournament. No Ram bans yet, no Ace bans yet. Tubarao has been banned out now for the 6th time at this tournament. So, yeah, but, you know, when you have, you know, Monty as well as Ying at 18 and 16 bans respectively, kind of puts it into perspective for y'all at home.
And that's the funny thing, because Liquid, they're a phenomenal Monty team. They even play Blitz these days from Lagonis, but yet most teams don't actually care to ban it out against them, and that's the big surprise for me. W7M, of course, they know a lot better than I would say Dark Zero does when it comes to Liquid, because they play each other domestically. So the fact that they ban out the Asami and the Ace is saying, hey, we don't think the shield is going to be a problem. We can play against it if you bring it. But here in the first round, Liquid, they did hover the Monty for a short moment, but in the end, Lagonis with the Maverick, that hard destruction guarantee to counter out the Bandit on defense.
All right, folks. When's the last time that you saw somebody try and Mav on Clubhouse? This is basically the same thing. It's just downstairs. That's really the only difference. And still the same risks. You can see the wall getting immediately spammed here, and you always got to worry about that. Neat little thing there from Lagonis as well. A lot of people, the big thing they mess up on their Maverick tricks, Pengy, is that they always prone when they go for that bottom one. You don't have to do that. You can just crouch and torch that line instead. And yeah, they might tag up your feet a bit, but you're not getting shot in the head.
It's a good point. Now Liquid, They like to go slow in the beginning because their biggest priority is to get into the building with 5 attackers alive to set themselves up for a late round execute. This is a team that is all about trying to get down that diffuser and attack the bomb set itself. So usually they go for a very clear and clean roam clear attempt rather on the attacking side. So no surprise here, a lot of droning, a lot of holding angles, getting the right people in the right positions, and when they feel like they're safe enough, then they can start moving forward and clearing out the full map right now.
Yeah, and honestly, the more and more that we get Night Haven Labs play inside of professional play, the more and more I love it. And honestly, I thought from the very rip it was going to be quite a positive map for our scene, and so far so good. It's very interesting. I've loved the innovation that we've seen so far, and hopefully it continues to prosper. Volts is going to be our very first pick here. Not very action-packed. They're able to find him off the dope call, get their first kill under wraps.
Now it's all about slowing things down a little bit more. They hold those angles, lock down those staircases, and win that gunfight. And there it is. Dash goes down. That's a huge pick because that's smoke off the board. C4 follows. And now there is no plant deny for W7M.
And you talked about the patience here. Might have a punishing move, but no, the Goyo of Loben's going to miss out, but he'll finally be able to take down Maya inside of tanks. Going to start moving over towards the farther side here. Try and assist Dots over on the actual tank side, other side exosuit, apologies. Haven't got to cast Night Haven in a little bit, so gonna be a moment here for me, but that's okay. Loben will still be over inside of that exo area as we'll have Palu. The nice little angle on the hatch, but this is going to be Liquid's bread and butter more than likely for the majority of this map, as there's a lot of exterior pressure that you can pull off with these windows. That was almost a critical blunder if that would have went awry with Lagonis crossing that angle, but fortunately not for Liquid, they won't have to worry about it. 18 seconds remain. Loben's going to try and hit the dash, but it won't happen, and well, it's going to be down to Dots, not dash, and hopefully he can dash around and assist, because it's a 1 versus 2, but a very clutchable 1 versus 2 given the circumstances. We have Lagonis down. Resets has to try and find this kill, but it's going to be Dots all day, baby. W7M with the very first round up against Liquid.
Such a clean execute there from W7M to say, you know what, we're going to play in our 2 corners, try and shut out 1 for 1 or 2 for 1 if we can make that possible, and just play out the bomb side. Liquid, they didn't really utilize their manpower advantage. When it came down to a 5 versus 2, you saw Maya immediately unleashed, can just rush the bomb side, didn't shoot the default cam, didn't shoot the Valkyrie cam, and because of that got flanked later on by Loben right here. And that was the starting point of failure for Team Liquid, because then they go, okay, let's not throw this round, let's slow it down, but they all went from the exact same location more or less, so no split pressure, no one outside the breach, allowing them to rotate around the bomb site and find those individual picks 1v1.
Yeah, timer eating at him, Maya kind of making a misplay there, just off on his own island as he drops down that hatch, and nobody in the neighborhood to try and assist him. Liquid just getting a little bit too big for their britches in that moment.
I mean, it's a shame because strategically, Liquid, they absolutely won that round.
100%.
It's a 5v2, it's over, right? But the scoreboard doesn't care about that because W7M, they hit their shots better in those individual moments. So Liquid, of course, if this goes to a close series or a close map of Night Haven Labs, that is a round you can look back on and say, guys, we should have won this one. We didn't, and we gotta do better, because if this keeps going forward, we're actually gonna lose out on a map that we should absolutely be winning.
Well, you know me, I've been playing way too much Tekken over the last handful of days with so many people in the player lounge. I think genuinely, guys, I played like 90 games yesterday. It was like a straight 5 hours. But the main thing that I've been saying to everybody is it's not over till it's over. It doesn't matter what your health bar is at. It doesn't matter how many people you have alive on your team in Rainbow Six.
Yep.
If things go wrong for the opponent and you have the chance to reach out and capture that, you can win a round. That's exactly what just happened. W7M with a very big statement there is they keep cool as a cucumber to be able to take round 1 on to round 2, and Liquid already looking for answers to what W7M have provided.
Very different defense here, much more utility being used. The Yokai drones from Echo, a Runic Gate, and of course those mirror windows. They're saying, hey Liquid, we have a strong bomb site that 4 of the 5 players will play on, and just sit tight and play close together.
Nice.
You need to problem solve and pick this apart correctly, or you will not be able to get that execution that you so desire. And Liquid have responded in a very similar way, playing Thatcher, Heartbreaker, and the Monty. That's the 3 operators that can work together, break apart those walls, destroy the setup, and try and get on the diffuser. But again, if Liquid can find these opening picks, they can't find a way in towards the building, they're going to be locked out for way too long, and then timer becomes an issue, especially against the Echo.
Now, I'm so happy they brought the shields up earlier because it's such a big thing here for Liquid. That entire situation inside of that last round could have been completely circumnavigated via Monty. I mean, you can just apply pressure, you can look wherever you want as long as you're facing forward. They can't shoot you. It's a fantastic situation for Liquid and one that they're going to try and exploit to its fullest extent here inside of round 2. Dota is going to be inside of Electrical. Knows he has one outside, so they'll break the window down, but still have to worry about the Kiba barrier. We'll have Monty in here, Nitro Cell out, but it's going to require proper product placement in order to be able to get rid of that. And as you would know, Lobin, very good with the Vector, very good in general with the mechanics, and he'll gun down Maya. He's going to equalize this, and we're starting to look a little similar to what we saw last time with Liquid. We're starting to slow up. We have to see positive Monty play out of this situation. Oh, what a find from Dodez on to Nesk. Resets, though. He goes for 2, and this might be the time now. They've created some space over here. This Yokai drone will have to rotate. It's Lagonas trying to plant. He's found him. He'll be able to stop him, but this is basically just all semantics at this moment in time. They really don't have anything to stop him unless they go underneath and try and spray through, and they actually do have a shotgun. Didn't see the Nitro Cell here, but they will have a difference maker in the Monty, and there it is. Resets follows it up. They know that Dots has to work his way up a stairwell. They just need to hold the angles. What a find from Dots. Resets immediately activated, and I believe a quad for him on that round.
Really quick decision making there from Team Liquid saying, okay, we recognize Yoga Drone's gonna stall out, get those red pings, you know, Warden's gonna go below verticality. There is a lone Echo on the other bomb side. We can sprint on in, take the 3v1, and the big important thing here is Monty did not go too far forward to be isolated because he did get meleeed, but instantly a teammate was there with a gun to take down the Echo on defense. So it's very bold here, I would say, from WCM to challenge Liquid in a 5v5 execute scenario, and to make matters even worse, both the first 2 rounds so far, it's been Liquid finding the opening pick without any real answer back from WCM. So these rounds are playing out 5 versus 4 rather, favoring Liquid, and yet it's a little bit too close for comfort because that middle portion of the round rather kind of falls apart, it seems, for Liquid.
Yeah, 100%. It really seemed as though they had something there to kind of propel themselves forward, but as soon as that pick comes off from W7M, it completely changes things. And this is something that's been a Liquid trope for a very long time. If you're capable of punishing them, it's almost like a smack to the face. They're like, oh my gosh, did I just get smacked? And they're kind of stunned for a split second before they make that next decision. That's the things that, you know, people like Maya provide, where it's almost that instantaneous response in a moment like that. Something that we kind of saw out of Resets there. Even though he was playing that hard breach-esque operator with the Habana, he was still more than capable of, you know, reaching out there, getting that moment under wraps, and making it to where Liquid was able to equalize.
Oh, that could have been better for a second. Soft wall downstairs. We see their angle there from Lobin. So if Ibana is just like assuming both walls are reinforced, you breach the first one, you sprint, breach the second one, it's soft, you're dead. So, bit of a cheesy play there from WCM. It can pay off. Also, in this case, just, you know, no harm, no foul. Twitch actually coming out into play now. Can, you know, give it some of that utility on the bomb side. But that's not the important operator for me this round. It's the Blitz and the Ying combination, because you can do a pretty much directed approach here. Ying above, Blitz rush the bomb side. There we go. They're just inside the bomb side.
And there's going to be a big fight here. And you saw how distracted Dots was. He immediately turned on the goggles.
Exactly.
You saw Warden's eyes go blue. And that's all you really need. That's why Lagonas didn't flash him. He's like, I'm just going to sprint at you, and we're going to see what happens here. A beautiful moment there. The plant's down, and Pengu, this is one of the harder retakes in Siege at the current moment.
I mean, yeah, you can see that diffuse from outside the window under a Repellion, so even if Lagonis falls on the bomb side, they'll be fine from outside the building.
What a find from Nesk, and another one from him as well. A triple kill on the round. This is a demon with a DMR, as he'll take out 3. W7M trying for the retake, but there's not really an opportunity presenting itself. He'll down Nesk, so at least he'll stop him for the moment, but it looks like he might be capable of being arisen once again. 10 seconds remain, only 3 seconds capable of trying to get the plant down, and the Blitz is going to end it all. A little bonk action at the end, and Liquid with a little bit of a conversation towards the W7M bench.
That round right there, I think, is the current niche for Team Liquid. They've been bringing this tournament because we saw it against Dark Zero on Consulate. We saw it in one of the earlier games as well. They just have these very specific pocket strats, as I like to call them, where if they see a certain bomb site setup, they know it's rushable in this very particular way. And in this specific instance, it's very simple. Ying above just throws out Candelas to create chaos. Blitzstorms in the window, Witness behind, that's it.
Did Maya toss EMPs to try and disable Solus downstairs or something along with that?
They were spamming EMPs, they got the Candelas, they got the Blitz inside. Like, they don't just think the first layer or second, they think all three.
That's damn incredible, man.
Yeah.
That's something else.
And that's the thing about Pocket Strat. It's not just one operator, all 5 operators. Because remember, Hibana early on breached the basement wall. Thatcher then rotates downstairs, EMPs the Solus or the Pulse, whatever it could be downstairs, you know, for whatever we know. And then the Blitz and the Neskin, the Skits, and Twitch, they go to the bomb side. Ying's top 4 and just flashing things. Every single person had a purpose. Hibana, who breached the wall earlier, was on drone, so droning the bomb side as the execute went out. So when Liquid, they have one of those kind of rush strats for every single bomb side in the game, at least it appears to be that way, they can get a free round every now and again, and that can really build up in a best of 3 series.
Yeah, just so clean. Such beautiful siege in a moment like that. And I mean, that's some of the stuff that you and I love the most, right? Is just being able to see people pull off some harebrained scheme like that.
Yeah.
And really shows how much time these guys put into the game, just trying to figure out exactly how they want to go about these things. As you said, every piece being utilized to its fullest potential.
It also plays into the mental side of things, right? We all know that if you're going to be roaming far off the bomb site and it gets rushed once or twice in the game, you're going to be a little bit closer to site next time, but therefore, you're not roaming as far out. That means now if Liquid want to go for a roam clear, they can get in the building much quicker, get those drones to be more aggressive, so the simple fear of a potential rush alone will set you up for failure in the future as well. It has a long-lasting effect.
You can see Nest wants to go so badly for this tank side. This is the default plant down here. You hop that little window, get right in behind the tank over here. It's a perfect pivotal position to try and get this set up. And oh, they're going to get even more creative with it. I love this. The Nitro Cell might be the biggest play, though. And Dot sets off a nuke inside of Animus. Those poor Assassin's Creed members are probably crying. I bet that thing is pretty expensive that they just destroyed over there. And wow, what a shot out of resets. And he's gonna get another one. What the hell was that? A 2 versus 3. Palu's still up with one of the best DMRs in the game. And we have ourselves a moment in time where this really could go either way, although the case is downstairs. So you're really going to want to see Palu and Resets try and understand this side a little bit more, do a little hand holding, maybe some angle work on that mid floor, try and get another pick here. They found Dash.
If they can get this down to a 2-2, like you said, that's the opening that they need. They have flashbangs and smokes to work with as well. But the issue is, and he's just smart from Dash. He's not going to fall back to side and play 3 people downstairs. It's 2 guys by the bottom side and 1 person up on that roam right now.
Look at this. And behind the tank is going to be Bandit of Dots. Don't know if he's hearing this sprinting Hibana, and he does. Oh my goodness! Resets didn't even know where he was. He just turns and burns him down to the 2 versus 2. He has the case, and this could be a pure play out of Liquid. Plant going to go down. Alan just had a loss for words how he's capable of all of these different moments. He'll finally be shut down. They've made it a 1 versus 1, but it's a one and done moment as Resets with a triple kill, but it's not enough for Liquid. W7M nip it in the bud.
Resets has, that's just ridiculous, right? That round is over for Liquid until he showed up, gets a ridiculous 3K in the round, and Palu found 1 injure, but that wasn't enough. Dash comes out on top this time, though this is his teammate on the ground, of course, but still Liquid, they are fighting until it is over in those rounds. They are not giving up, but a great C4 from Dots, single-handed to W7M in what looked like a guaranteed round.
So crazy, especially the shots that we're about to see right here. Look at these two, and then finally this flick. He has no idea where this guy is. Just cuts on a dime and destroys him. Yeah.
That's it right there.
Yeah, you and me both, Hugs. You and me both. I genuinely had to take a moment to be like, did that really just happen? And yeah, it did. We just saw it again. But W7M, that doesn't mean they're going to go down without a fight. And fight they do indeed. Able to pick up another round, and it's 2-2. What else would you expect out of a Brazil-on-Brazil matchup?
So it's 2-2 right now, but this very well could have been 4-0 for Liquid. That very first round, it was Dots with a nasty 3-piece to, come back in that 5v2 situation. And then previous round, we saw what happened there. Liquid, they coulda, woulda, shoulda lost the round. Then they made a huge comeback, but then WCM, they clutch it back. They are fighting tooth and nail every single moment in these rounds, and they're both also showing many different styles of Rainbow Six Siege. Liquid have done the direct rush, they've done the roam clear, they've done the half clear, and now we see WCM, they tried the mirror last time, now they're trying the clash instead. So now, why, if the enemy's gonna play a shield, you might as well. And the thing is, if Lagonis locks in Monty, which he just did, Clash is the perfect counter to that operator, because if they stare at each other, Monty will take damage from Clash, but Clash will stay alive. In the current meta of Siege, you don't really play a whole lot of Sophia, so that's not a counter you can really play. Kali, same story. Nomad, same story. Capital might be the only operator, but his pick rate on Nighthaven Labs not all that high. So Liquid's current operator lineup, no real ways to deal with the Clash, I would say.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is they really don't have a way to try and deal with him at all. So this is a perfect moment for Volts to try and grasp this opportunity and make some magic out of it. Lagona's going to drone things out. They know there's some people inside of Connector. They're actually going to have Volts playing a round dash for right now, so he can bandit trick this connector wall here, making life a little bit easier for him, because you're always worried about somebody trying to dash up that meeting hallway and get that big frag. He's going to be able to get the drone that checks out the drone hole as well. And you can see Liquid's a little stumped as of right now. They want to try and go quickly, but they don't have the quick breach operator because W7M banned out Ace.
Yep, and there it is. Now it comes into play. And now for the first time as well, W7 get the opening pick without any answer back from Liquid. So now it's Liquid's turn to play from behind, and it gets worse because when you play the Monty, you don't have that fourth gun. It's 3 guns and a shield operator. They have to isolate the player like Dodes right outside the catwalk. If he dies right now, that could be a way back for Liquid.
Dodes rocking a hard place, but at least he has an angle to play with. Back and forth they go, and that's the danger of a DMR. At least Lagonis is around to be able to pick up Dodes, and now Reset's working his way inside of IT. Do have a couple of people over here inside of Command Center that we'll still have to deal with. The Clash going to be able to lock up this door as well, and that's where things got scary for a split second. But fortunately enough, we are going to have Lagonis slide that shield back up in order to ADS in the first place. So Volts will get away with that little bit of a blunder there. And a minute remains. Liquid now having to try and use an immovable object up against an immovable object. It's just that one of them does damage, right? As you said earlier. And that's going to be the shock factor for W7M. This Clash play has been immaculate so far. Stuns are going to go in. Lagonis is going to wrap all the way around to the top of blue and try and push himself in now. The Monty's going to try and deal with the ward, and some shots coming in from behind, and nobody assisting with the Monty in any convincing way. He's got a big kill. Loban will flank onto Resets and get that kill, and somehow we've made it down to a 2 versus 2 with both shield players still alive. It's anybody's ball game with 24 seconds remaining. Lagonis is going to try to plant a huge kill here, and there is no way in hell Lagonis gets out of this situation. Look at him constantly trying to flick back and forth to keep himself alive with that shield in front of his face, but no can do. W7M lock it up off of Loban's efforts.
Such a beautiful round of Siege from both teams right there, because they both problem solved on the fly effortlessly. For Liquid, it was going to be rotating 2 players to that Aqua side of the map. We saw Monty fly on in, eat the, a root negate, eat the Fender Mine, etc. Oh, that's a bad way to die, actually. And then the follow-up. They take down the ward, that's great. While that happens and they isolate the Aqua player, what W7 they answer back with is 2-3 people right here. They gang up on this sole catwalk player from Liquid. So they both trade on the isolated positions, but the thing is, defense, they always got the bumps at unlock. They got the Clash as well. When Monty becomes the planter, you only have 1 gun against 2, and that is not a good op right there.
Absolutely. And that was the biggest moment for me right there. It's harsh decision making there for Liquid, because you either hold the angle and allow a guy to, swing into you, which a lot of times in Siege is a pretty rough moment, or you just try and play a softer angle, and potentially they're able to get that clearance through the rotation and get an angle onto your Monty. So really, either way you slice it, things can go very wrong. Liquid just not capable of hitting their shots at that moment in time, and obviously W7M more than capable of sweeping round 5 under the rug and taking the lead here at a 3-2. They really want to end up at a 4-2 split, as this map has been trending defender-sided for practically its entire existence.
It looks like Liquid, they committed 4 drones in the prep phase here to scout out all the potential operators in defense. Likely because, hey, if we see a Clash again or something like that, we have to have an answer on the attack and lineup. So they're committing their early drone game for information they can use to make their correct counter move, but this now means they have no drones inside the building, really. Little gap there from the Nuke Jammer. C4 also here, bit of a risk. If you're droning down at half wall, you get a free kill. If not, you lose a C4 for nothing. Sometimes you hit those, sometimes you don't. W7M, of course, they're not trying to give Liquid too much space or comfortability inside the server. They are trying to disrupt them before they get to that execute setup, which makes sense given the past. When Liquid gets the bomb site 5v5, they always seem to win so far. So for W7M, the earlier they can fight, the better. That's an early fight right there.
That is an insane trade. Fortunately enough, Resets is on the roof to assist with that. They're going to get a breach on the top floor, but W7M, once again, this is what they like to do. They like to try and get in the face of their opponent and force them to respect their defensive setup. And if you don't, you make a critical blunder, you're more than likely going to lose your life. A Nitro cell here, but he doesn't know that man's on the roof. That was actually a really good guess, but unfortunately enough for him, nobody there, but definitely fortunate for Liquid, given the circumstances of how this offense has been going. It's been like pulling teeth, Nick.
It has been.
Oh,
just keeps on pulling. And the thing is, that first kill was alibi trading for Grim, heavily favors W7M. This second kill, that's just for free. That stature off the board now. Reset, or sorry, Nesk, Maya, Power really gotta set up in this round.
Yeah, now we have this catwalk player that has to be dealt with. Fortunately enough, Maya does have a DMR, so a lot of damage could head the way of Armira, but oh my gosh, Dodez couldn't have made a better decision in the moment, honestly. That timing is truly impeccable. He's going to stick around on this top floor. More than likely has quite a few angles built up there as well for things like this window that you're seeing to the left of Maya. Still have to try and deal with this barrels player, and you see now why, folks. Liquid wanted to go for this rush strat. This bomb site is a lot more deceiving than it looks. It can be very difficult on full clears, especially if, you know, bodies start to fall on this top floor, because now Liquid, they have to try and deal with this entire setup with 3 guns up.
He's looking for proof of camera or something like that for information. Liquid think they can plant great sound there from Paolu. They know there's no intel now. The issue is there's a shotgun of Dodis up above, so if they know where Liquid is planting, they can get rid of it. But the flank also is right there inside of Garage.
Here we go. It's going to be Paolu that strikes once again. Inside of 4 hallways, Maya, and he knows once around the corner, Dodez will be able to trade it out. Down to the 1 versus 2 for Dots. SMG-12 and an M590. If it's up close and personal, this is going to be the easiest gunfight of his life, but he goes for the prone. He's able to take out Paolu, has to turn on a dime, knows he has to push, and that's it. As easy as pie, ladies and gentlemen. What a setup for Dots, and an aggressive look there. I love that angle. The only thing you really had to worry about was what the SMG-12 would do on hip fire. It almost goes awry. But hey, man, sometimes you just gotta try it, right?
I gotta say here, it's early to call, but Dots is my MVP, at least in the first 6 rounds, because on 3 of those 6 first rounds, it's him that has been standing out to me, either the clutch moment or single-handedly winning out that round. He played that 2v1 as well as he possibly could, isolating the player by aggressing into one opponent, swapping to the shotgun, and securing that second kill. You can go for the run here, but it's risky, and you gotta retake the bomb site. Instead, take the fight, you know you got it. And to make matters worse, the only reason why this happened was because the player that died from Liquid was the one guy who had diffuser outside the building. And Liquid said, we got 11 seconds, that's too risky. Let's just go for a 2v1, which honestly, I think is the right play for Liquid. It just happens to be at WCM, they played that moment a little bit better.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that at the end of the day, W7M is doing a very good job of exploiting the one thing that Liquid always tends to do on offense, and that's their pacing. W7M is setting the pace on defense and forcing Liquid to respect a lot of these different, you know, pocket strats in the moment, not overarching, right? Just these little micro plays that we're seeing out of W7M where they're able to, you know, hop out a window, kill a guy in a big trade or things like that. They're constantly forcing Liquid to problem solve, and past that, dwindling the numbers of Liquid, which makes it even harder.
I think you're right. I think W7M, they win those small moments, where Liquid, they win in the bigger picture. When the bigger picture is a good plan but poor execution, then you still lose out. So Liquid 2-4, Maya starts at hot, but this is the thing, Maya on defense can absolutely do that same thing to WCM, swing out a breach, get a kill, and also with this dash, 1 single point of HP. This is basically a 3 versus 4 with Clash alive. Dash cannot get anywhere near that operator or he'll get sapped down and get injured.
All quiet across the board. Pretty feisty first 50 seconds, but past that, utter quietness. They're going to be getting the Clash as well. Reverse suitors here, as we're going to have the Monty for the offense for W7M too. So we'll have to see if W7M can solve the puzzle. So we're going to push past this mirror window. The moment somebody's inside of Commander, so just make sure they play this to its proper degree. Don't give too much angle to that shield where it could become problematic. He's going to walk right up into the rotation here. We do have 2 people built up on this side, and as you said, Dash on very low HP, so his decision-making is going to have to be picturesque. If he comes into contact with Clash at all, he just dies. That's just how it is. So, with a minute and a half remaining, W7M, they're taking their time because they want Liquid to peek into this. Somehow, some way, they've gotten this mirror window opened, and this is going to make life a little bit easier for them. This might have even been the defense trying to create some more angles for themselves.
It's really tough, but there it is, the Clash versus Monty. Now, right now, if Clash can just isolate Monty and keep track of his location, that's enough for Liquid. Then you have 2 or 3 other guns in a different location, lock it down. That part of the bottom side, Monty and Dotis, they have to find a hit here.
And now the flashes come out, Ness with a big kill, and all of this is just not looking like a W7M round as of right now. Something has to give, and Nesk, so very patient, knows that something has to come in from the other fold as W7M is not making progress. It's all down to the lone player. The Clash is still here, and this should be the easiest gunfight that we see follow through on this, but you can see the patience from Liquid. They have case control. They don't really have to sweat this too much. It's Dodes that has to make something out of this offensive round. That's the beauty of defense, baby. Sometimes you just got to sit there and practically do nothing. They're going to let their Clash get eaten up a little bit. He's down to 8 HP, but they can spam the wall to try and assist with this. If Dodes wins this, it would truly be a miracle, but he's making it look good as of right now. Down to 32 HP. Couple bullets out of that Vector will most definitely end this. He's going to try and swing back into the Mira, but it's going to be a headshot. The first bullet out of Palu's gun decapitates him, and Liquid will shore up this round count.
Now, I'm curious how big of a factor Clash will play in these remaining rounds, because both teams brought it out to great success. Neither team have really picked up those counter-esque operators on the attacking side as of yet. So if Monty keeps being brought out, all you gotta do is pick up the Clash. But of course, when you play those shields, you are playing one less gun with no Liquid on defense. They like to lash out. That's how they have to play. On attack, it's all about that 5 versus 5 bombs that execute. On defense, it's all about lashing out together at the right moments, like we saw in this particular round, where they don't give WCM any breathing room to actually set up that bomb site attack.
100%. And on this bomb site in particular, that's why you see things out towards Garage, out towards the top of Blue Stairs, because they don't want to give the offense even a singular foothold. As soon as you let that first domino fall, everything can just go awry for the defense. So, I'm going to see Liquid with a pretty banger round, I would say, especially from Nesk, as he just turned and burned so many people there like a sentry turret, just constantly waiting for the next angle that a W7M member was going to peek from. And now W7M, they got to do a little bit of soul searching. They brought the Nomad the last time, but she practically got no use in the way that we wanted to see it get done, especially up against that Clash this time around. They're going to bring the shield, but Doke and Thermite are going to be along for the ride.
Now going to be an active roam game from Liquid. You got those castle barricades, Kai Claws with bomb set denied, verticality as well as shotguns. But the thing is, Ness is injured very early on. Not sure if he can be retrieved.
Oh, wow.
Nope, that's a Monty right there, just storming the building. And that right there is one of the difficulties of, hey, I'm going to roam very far from the bomb site all alone. If you overstay your welcome, you will die very early on. And now WCM, they buy themselves basically 20 or 30 seconds. What I mean by that is, when you get a kill this early on, your roam kick gets all that much easier. You can now take it a little bit slower than usual, but a little bit safer, because you already have built yourself a significant man count advantage. That's all what this roam kick is about. More guns against fewer guns. And right now, that's WCM in that lead.
Yeah, I mean, for God's sake, they practically got it for free. They didn't even use the dope call.
Exactly that. They can hack the cameras, and they're playing Valkyrie even, right? So, it just double destruction here for Liquid. It just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, you're just like, thank you, Nesk. I really appreciate that. As you set up info for us, and we have everything that we really need in order to try and take this downstairs site. They've already forced Liquid back. It's a house call for them as they'll run immediately back down the stairwell. Palu will try and stick around over towards this northwestern side and see what he can do, but W7M, they get to clear things out now. They have the buck. They have all the breachers necessary to get things open. This is looking really good.
Yeah, and the issue is, Liquid's plan here, they had 2 C4s they could have used, only one because Ness died. That's likely for a C4 kill with those Valkyrie cameras, but with the cameras being hacked, rather, that's not going to happen. So they've lost 2 win conditions. They lost the roam, they lost the C4 kill. Now they got to play just on the bomb site itself, up against the Monty, and one more took me phone call. This is falling apart, but look at this.
We're gonna have Bandit get away, and somehow, someway, Dot stays alive there. That was actually terrifying for a moment. They really need to get rid of this electric wall. He might go for 2. There's absolutely no way. Somehow, some way, that gunfight lasts that long, but I mean, hey, still able to make something out of it. W7M is going to have Loban go down as well. It's a 2 versus 3. They still haven't been capable of getting that breach open. And I think that's where Dodas was stuck for some time, but he's more than likely going to have to rotate back. He's going to flash resets once again, and Dash is dastardly with this as he'll take down 2. It's up to Maya against his old team back in the Los days when they made it to the Atlanta Major Finals. But since then, he's donned the Liquid jersey. He's got an ump in his hand, but he's dead to rights to his old roster. The Bulls take another one.
That's a tough one for Liquid right there, because I think they almost baited one another. You saw the Kite players stuck on that pillow position in Kako. Paolo and Smoke came to swing to help him. They both suffered the same fate. They both died because one player was stuck in the wrong corner at the wrong time. Sometimes you have to cut your loss and say, you know what, I cannot help you. There is a risk that we both die, and then it's pretty much round over. They could have played that round 2v3 and sacrificed the player. Instead, to try and save him, it becomes a 1 versus 3 for Maya, who's also stuck in a poor position. Liquid are down now 3-5, and they have called their tactical timeout to settle into this and figure out how can we solve defense, because this should be, quote-unquote, not that difficult.
Yeah, most definitely. This is the easier side. Percentage-wise, this thing's sitting like 57.5. And W7M, even in these clutch moments, they've made it look easy. I mean, what a play there from Dash especially, just constantly pouring those flashes in, staying true to his weapon as well, and making sure that he's got that up and ready for another angle too. I mean, what can't this guy do? Taking down Liquid, hand over fist,
that's how he
forcing that timeout, and yeah, what an angle there. That's so
like
creative.
On a car or something else? I don't know what he's standing on, but he's standing there and he's shooting to the door. Mesk fighting back, but yeah, that gunfight right there took way too long between Munch and Smoke, by the way. But this right here, Paolo swinging out to try and help. Resets on 6 HP. Just let that guy die alone. He has 6 health. He's not going to win a gunfight.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is just to take it one step further as well. I mean, the guy's pouring flashes down. He has 2 options. He either sprints down the stairwell or he drops down the hatch.
Exactly.
So, Paolo, I hate to say this, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
just wait.
Exactly.
There's a patience game that we need to play. This guy is on offense. He has to push you, man.
Yeah, that's the thing right there where I feel like that's where Liquid did actually blundered the round, and it's very difficult when you're in the server. It's so chaotic. There's so many things happening, and you know, where's the attack actually coming from? But still, Liquid usually, that's where they're so sharp, because they have a plan for every single scenario. But for that specific moment, they look completely lost.
Yeah, and genuinely, I think if we even take it one step further, just for that, I think Paolo really thought that he was going to be dropping that hatch when he swung.
Yeah, I mean, he must have thought,
Yeah.
right? That's the something like, he was going to drop, he's going to get the swing, 2v1, whatever. It makes sense, but that's just not what happened. So now he looks like a fool.
Exactly, and that's the unfortunate circumstances, right? You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain, right? It's pretty rough. So we'll have to see if they can try and right their wrongs now, try and deal with the sins that they've already bore inside of this game. Round 9 now. W7M, they have been on a war path to take Liquid's map away from them. Because remember, folks, look up at your top right here. Chalet, that's a W7M pick, and then we go to Consulate, which, I mean, you couldn't have more tape on Liquid on Consulate.
Exactly. They've played more than, about half, if not more than half of all their maps so far at this event on that specific map. 3 so far in this tournament. And I mean, oh, that is beautiful. Right before the C4 or rather the EMP goes off as well.
Well, it couldn't be worse, could it? There's only a single person, well, there's 2 people with breach, but neither one of them are a primary breacher.
Yeah,
it's going to be the can openers, and I mean, I don't really like hopping through those things.
No, and you have to do the vault hole because the mirror window is so far down the wall, so this is just a plan B now, I think, for W7 on the attacking side. Deimos downstairs, we get a kill vertically, but also the ones you can jump in, maybe get a plant down.
This is so very smart. They know the Warden's here. What do we have on his kit? We do have a Nitro cell. We've got a couple of them. What a play there from Lagonis. Nice little find. Some angle work here from Armonti.
What?
He's going to hop up on the barrels. This is just... insane. What a moment there from Dots. He's going to get absolutely nothing for it. And I think this is the first punishing moment that we've seen for W7M, flying a little bit too close to the sun, and Liquid have once again, they found the morality. They've found what they're good at. It's these patient moments where they're capable of forcing W7M into more antsy plays. Resets finds that, and Lobin and the rest of the gang more than likely just going to kind of chill and talk about what round 10 is going to look like, because a 1 versus 5, I don't care how good you are at Rainbow Six Siege, it's nigh impossible.
That right there is my Deimos player at ranked. In the basement, completely alone, not helping the team, 9-on-1v5, but he's gonna get his one. Ah, he's not. I got my kill. No, you didn't. You also died like the rest of us.
And it's one thing I absolutely love about Brazil versus Brazil games. So much chatter from both the benches, man. So much chatter from the coaches. Every single round that is won from either respective team. You gotta let them know just a little bit. You know, we've had a couple of those back in our days. I've seen you popping off a couple of times every once in a while. Got to give people the business, man. That's what it's about. It's in the competitive spirit. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's a little bit more than that. Obviously, we have some roster changes here that can make things a little bit more dramatic, but I mean, that's the big thing there, folks. Having Maverick as your primary hard breacher, I hate to say it, it's really never a good idea.
I wouldn't say never. I would say it's difficult to execute. That's why I said it. Okay, fair enough. I was going to say, I think it absolutely has its place in moment in time, but with the ace being banned, it just creates this awkward situation where if there's a bandit or a Kai, you can't just EMP ace because then they can trick it with the can openers, or against the can openers rather. But that previous round attack, if you look at how W7D attacked it, they were going to go for breach into Monty on side, so a direct attack, I would say, right? Go back a couple rounds when Liquid were attacking, they did the exact same thing, but they had more layers to it, right? It was a Thatcher in the basement, EMPing the Solus, it was the Yink in the lane top floor with Blitz rushing the bomb side. Liquid showed us that there is more to just a simple bomb side rush than what W7M tried to pull off, and it's why the results are so different. Liquid won flawlessly, W7M, they lost flawlessly on that same counter attack on the same bomb side.
Liquid are going to extend the map here. Bomb site is going to be on the top floor, but as we all just saw, Lagonis is going to be all the way downstairs with a nitro cell in his pocket. More than likely some black eye cams sprinkled across the map on the mid and top layers just to assist with a proper placement of said nitro cell. Probably not going to be too much action for him as he's just going to sit downstairs and XO, and that should really be about all he does. You don't want a player that's so far extended out to start showing face too early, because then he's just an ISO pick for the offense, especially if they really want to get down to the nitty-gritty in a moment like that and try and get that easy early kill. They'll get rid of the mirror window with the X-Kairos of Habana. Bulletproof Camera has found one of the cams here inside of Garage, and nice thing about that is it can get disabled by those bulletproofs, but
that's not a good look.
Yeah, not a good look at all. Hands off M&K. I don't exactly know what's happening here. I don't know if he's staring at
a disconnect or
camera or something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to look across the board.
Wait,
here
is it just screen peeking? Is that it?
That was it. Yeah.
You were just chilling. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he crashed out.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, a little worried.
He was so chill.
I was gonna say he's actually not crashing out. For sure there. Top of the stairwell. Nice little jiggle peek there from Resets, just for the info. Big fan of those. I might use those too much, honestly. They sometimes get me killed. But, hey, man, it happens, right? Nice little angle here. What a discovery from Liquid. And this is the thing about Rainbow Six, man. This is why we call this game 5D chess. Look at this right here. This is one of those things where you die to it for the first time, and you're like, how the hell did you know that existed? What is wrong with you? Knowing somebody's behind this Monty, want to try and get the peek out, but Resets won't go too far. He knows Monty has a lot of influence, and he can get easily punished here if he overplays his hand. Mira right around the bend as well inside of Command Center, and this has got to go on now for W7M. 40 seconds remain, and W7M have to start to push themselves forward. They have to try and get something going for themselves. It's going to be a wrap inside of Garage, and have they discovered him? A shot out. They know one's on the catwalk, but so much damage going the way of the offense. Finally, Palu will get something out of this. It's all down to the Garage player of Lagonis. He's gotten nothing inside of this round except for walking around, really, and he's not going to get anything at all. W7M dust him. They find their penultimate round, and they're looking to take Nighthaven Labs.
much better attack there from WCM because they attacked from so many different angles. You saw Liquid, they were not sure exactly about what is this execute that is happening. Okay, Monty plus Gridlock is hitting it from Aqua. Then you got a Gans at the breach, guy Garrett's door, one guy came to the window. What are you trying to accomplish? Well, the thing is, sometimes you just play for kills. And that's what they did. They got enough kills, they had a surplus of bodies in the server, and you just stormed the bomb site or have that 3v1 crossfire in the end.
Yeah, and personally, that's what I love so much. The patience from the player over on the IT breach and all that kind of stuff to allow this play to start popping on Blue, Nick. That's the biggest thing for me. You need Monty and Grid to activate and start pulling eyes towards that area.
Yep.
And you saw the patience play from W7M on the other side. Yeah, they're still picking up angles, but they're not trying to just rush right in and get right in the face of Liquid because that's what they want. They've got shotguns and nitro cells and practically everything but the kitchen sink to try and deal with you in close proximity. You needed W7M to make that play on that far side, and it goes off without flying colors.
And now Liquid have the entire kitchen because they've chosen, this is a very bold move, the kitchen bomb site is a territory. It's one of those, it doesn't get played all that often, and often when it does get played, it does not favor defense. Of course it depends, but I feel like this so quickly can fall apart as a bomb site, and Brazil, one of the fun things about that region domestically is that they always have to play all 4 sides on maps. Clubhouse, they play Bar. Skyscraper, they play Master Bedroom. And not even Lab, one of the first regions that I saw that happily played Kitchen from FaZe specifically and tried to make that work. So while Liquid is not just gambling this because nothing else is working, they have a strat, they have an idea, but it's still risky from a statistics perspective.
Yeah, they say don't reinvent the wheel, but sometimes that can win you a game, right?
Yep.
And that's all that matters. It's like the amount of times that people tried to reinvent Clubhouse, Bar back in the day. It's all because somebody wanted to be the one to crack the code and have that in their back pocket. It could come up in a grand final and win you an entire tournament. It's so very important. Now drones are going to come in. A discovery has been made by our buck of Lobin, and he's going to hard breach here into barrels. There's Solus standing inside, and that's going to force Maya to try and work his way back towards the bomb site. W7M, so far so good. They haven't been punished too much on this clear just yet. And the biggest thing about this bomb site is going to be the verticality. Although they do have Lobin on more of a horizontal assault right now. No breaching charges for the offense. Some DMRs to try and break things up if they really want to. But that doesn't mean that they have to go for things in this way. There's also a lot of direct options when it comes to the kitchen bomb site. And that's what makes it so risky to play. There's so many different ways that you can deal with this.
This is a risky one. They both know each other there, but who's going to win the gunfight?
Oh, that 9mm deals some very good damage to Buck. He's on 2 HP, tries to work it out with the skeleton key, but a nice play from Resets, and I think they've done it. They've activated themselves at the right time, and really, this is the only way you win this downstairs bomb site. Instead of allowing W7M to work up to an execution, they get ahead of the clear. They want the smoke right here, right now, and they may have created another flawless round.
I do think that you're right, though. WCM, they misplayed this one entirely because where Totem is right now, it's clear. That's where you sent the Buck. Do vertical destruction and meeting, get the bomb site pressure, then attack the bomb site. They didn't do that step. Buck was the flank operator from the other side of the map who just lost the 1v1 gunfight to the Frost of Resets. Bit of a blunder, nice shot, but it's a 1v4 now.
Yep.
Good luck.
Yeah. You're gonna need it. Flash still zapping you.
What are you gonna do about this? No air jabs, no flashbangs, no help to be had.
All hope is lost right now for Dota. It's more than likely just a conversation of what the heck's gonna happen, or the rest of the bench just thinking about what they're going to do for round 12 here. Some nice shots out. And this ARX, man, it's still, to this day, even post-nerf, it's still a heck of an AR. One of the most damaging ones in the game. He'll find the down player, but there we go, Nesk. He'll nip it in the bud, and Liquid will be able to take that round and bring us down to the final round of regulation.
So Liquid, they have found 2-round victories so far. Oh, sorry, that was the 3rd round victory on defense. 2 of those 3 rounds came down to Clash being utilized. So this potential final round, if Liquid would lose, and now we go to overtime, curious if Clash comes out again, because that has been their win condition so often. Also counts as the Monty. But for WCM, they gotta, tighten up on the attack side right now. Sometimes, yeah, play for kills, but also sometimes you gotta play for an execute somewhere. We've not really seen that from them as of yet. And if Liquid can adjust that aggressive playstyle by playing more utility, they can then shut down WCM and figure them out. Then it's up to them to now make that appropriate change.
All right, well, we're going to go back to the top level. And this is where things are going to get really interesting, Pengy, because the last time that we saw this, we saw Monty and Gridlock work their way in the top of blue stairs. And that's where we talked about that play where they had to try and pull pressure from Liquid over towards that portion of the map. W7M is a little bit more patient on IT as well as the catwalk side, find some good angles, and you start irreparably destroying Liquid's setup, taking down bodies left and right. It's down to the lone soldier inside a catwalk, and he's really just been completely boxed out. He's got one path and one path only to try and figure out something, and it simply just does not go his way. So, what is Liquid's response going to be? We're here to find out. It's going to start off with the Legion, but as you can see, W7M, they've completely gotten rid of the shield player.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. If you spot the clash in the drone phase, you're like, okay, Monty's not going to have a whole lot of effect here. We have to go for something that's, again, more execute heavy. So the Ying makes sense here. I think double Heartbreak as a backup also makes a total lot of sense. Thatcher to guarantee if it's a mute or a bandit or whatever in play. Also, again, get that first step, open up those walls. This is a much more basic default kind of approach, but now it comes down to the test. Can W7M do an actual proper execute and not fall apart in the early to mid stage of the round because Liquid is going to play aggressively into them?
Yeah, and this could be the round right here that we talk about for the remainder of this series, where Liquid were so close to being able to pull this off, especially with just, honestly, how poor the offenses were constructed. There were so many times where they could have just won out the rounds that they'd set themselves up for, but W7M constantly getting away with antics left and right made it so very difficult for them. And now, looking to right their wrongs in the moment. They've been bearing this cross the entire time, but they could force it to OT. We'll be flipping back and forth between offense and defense for both of these respective teams. W7M slowing things down here, not going as aggressively towards that blue stairwell as we saw last time, working their way in towards connector as well as the garage space. IT breach already handled.
I like this much slower pace right now. It just tells the story of the pressure is high. This is their final shot before overtime. And the thing is, if we go the distance, Liquid will have that momentum. They'll have the mental confidence as well and fortitude to go alongside with it. And they have also successfully figured out WCNM on the defensive side at least, countering their attacks. Opening kill is going to be so important this round.
Oh, and what a shot onto Resets. That's a huge kill as well. Resets is the highest kill count player in the lobby. Clash is now ISO'd inside of Electrical. Knows the mirror's trying to flank. Another beautiful kill. And that's basically the round right there. W7M, they find their moment. And they'll take Night Haven Labs away from the Liquid Horses.
I gotta say, that is a bit of a toss-up. I mean, Liquid picked the map. They're supposed to win. They start so hot. They should have gone 4-0 on the first half, in the first 4 rounds at least. But I don't want to say Liquid, they lost those rounds. It was Dots who won them for W7M.
Thank you. That's the key thing right there. I love that. You know, it happens a lot in Siege. People are like, oh my gosh, Liquid's throwing. No, it's not, man. I promise you,
Dots, baby.
You get to see through walls and it's a lot easier for you. Dots is going just sicko mode right now. He's going crazy, playing so very well, not even really putting the team on his back because everybody respectfully played extremely well for W7M, but man, he was looking good.
The only person who didn't have like crazy numbers was Vopes.
Yes.
Maybe he felt bad for Liquid. You know, oh guys, you're struggling just like when I was there. I feel kind of bad here. I'm gonna play worse. JK, my team is just too damn good. We take that 7-5 victory. But I will say, both teams showed up. W7M, big surprise on Night Haven Lab.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, now we got to look forward to Chalet.
True.
And especially with what we just saw, I'm really scared for Liquid because W7M was pulling off all of this crazy stuff on Night Haven Labs.
Yep.
I mean, Chalet's a whole different thing, but I digress. We're going to toss it down to Ginny on the stage to talk about some things.
All right, let's break this one down. And because this wasn't even W7M's map pick to begin with, it felt like Team Liquid had a great start, but a couple of rounds were kind of thrown.
Yeah, there was some trolling, there was some throwing. We'll get into that, of course. Like, the start from Liquid was pretty good. They were creating these openings for themselves as well. I like to see their opportunity spotting on attack, creating these entries, getting that space with the Monty as well, getting the plants down. But like you said, there were some rounds that they really could have controlled a little bit better, especially on their defense as well.
So when we're looking at Liquid's performance, particularly here, it wasn't necessarily a blowout from the side of W7M. It was pretty close, but what worries me is that this is their map pick. And already on the desk, we mentioned both of these teams are comfortable on every single one of the map picks that they have here today. And it's not a new experience for them going up against W7M because it's Brazil v Brazil.
you can also see why they picked Nighthaven specifically against a team like W7M, because W7M played it before in this tournament against BDS, were only able to win 2 rounds, one of those being on attack, one of those being on defense, so you're picking into the weaknesses that you're seeing from that team on this map. But some of these individual moments from the players on the side of W7M, we're talking at 1v2 from Dots, for example, beautifully isolating the gunfights, really putting the nail in the coffin, as we can say, for these Liquid players. And then on the defense for Liquid as well, there was one round, I think round 8, where it looked like Liquid had all the cards to win that round. The breach wasn't even open, W7M had to divert, and then we're seeing players on the side of Liquid, whereas Time as the 6th defender, go for all these crazy swings that they really don't need to do, and they're essentially throwing the round away.
Something as well that was highlighted coming into this matchup from the W7M roster is the core of lows and how it was individual performances that's really helped them on that international stage. It felt like that was still something that we were seeing, and it was something that we were worried about because we were thinking, okay, well, that used to be the case. It's no longer necessary that one.
You can't always rely on one person to really step up, but I feel like it were multiple players on the side of W7M to do that today. But it wasn't also just showing up in game. I felt as if you were watching the players specifically respond after certain rounds. That's when I wish I know how to speak Portuguese, because it sounded like there was some kind of mental warfare going on, not just from the side of Liquid towards W7M, because the first few rounds were good for Liquid. They seemed like they were getting more angry with it rather, and then W7M are trying to fight back with that, not just in the game, but also with the shouting to the enemy team.
Yeah, and well, that worked out in their favor because W7M do manage to get their opponent's map pick, but we're ready to head over to Fresh, who is sitting with a Telestrator, so take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Now, Team Liquid, they won 2 attacks out of their 6, but actually strategically, they won, I think, 4 out of 6. 2 hero plays coming out of Dots. Now, what we're going to look at is the 2 attacks that they did win as we look to bring them up onto the screen here. And I'm going to start off with the very first attack. Now, this is an attack that I suppose the win condition changes on the fly for Team Liquid. They're playing out a 4v4 scenario. It's currently a Monty as well, but they get it to a 3v2 because Resets hits a mad double kill going in there. Now, when it's a 3 versus 2, what you're kind of looking to do with the Monty is you're looking to get the plant away. And you can see on your screen, Lagonis is doing just that. Now, W7M changed the win condition here. The 3v2, they're not trying to play for the kills onto the plant. They're trying to use the Echo Drone and a player below. Instinctively, Team Liquid push through, and you can see it here. You can see it here. The Dash gets on his Echo Cam and goes, oh no, they're all coming to kill me. They make an instinctive decision in the heat of the moment to push through, kill the Echo, and play out the 3v1. So that's their instinctive decision making. Now, if we go through and we play the second clip, this is their premeditated decision making. This is the round straight afterwards where they choose an approach that they've predetermined. This is a strategy, a pocket strategy that you might call specifically designed for this play. Palu, he's causing chaos on the Ying up here, throwing Candelas up into the top fish stars. Whilst the rest of the team are pushing through, Lagonis is on the blitz, Nesk is getting in there with the plant, and Maya was genius. You might not notice it, I know Pengu picked up in the cast, but Maya down there, he's on the Thatcher, throws the EMP grenades. What that does is it disables the Solace out there on the W7M players. That allows the plant to go down. So this is Liquid's key strength for me, the premeditated and the live decision making in their attacks. If they don't succumb to the hero plays in Nighthaven, they actually win that game. So if you're a Liquid fan, this is what you're looking out for them moving forward onto the next map. Now, that telestration's done, and we're going to throw to the break, ready for map 2.
Faz o tubo, solta o tubo. Faz um tubo.
Toda show.
Toda show.
Nice, guys.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before. I roll my eyes, but I see that you're typing. So go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything.
Our Siege teams are battling away, but you know what's the best part of the Esports World Cup? It brings all these different games together. And if you look behind me, we're here at the STC Gaming Hall, and you can see a little crowd forming here. They are amped for the last chance qualifier for Street Fighter 6. The Final Four will be determined today, and this is kind of cool. They're actually going to be playing on the stage we're on right now, the Kinia stage. But really, you know, all I can think about now is, what would a Siege fighting game look like? Yes? No? Let me know, chat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster booth with myself as well as Pangu. We're here to see if Liquid is going to get frozen in the snowy caps of Chalet up against W7M, who just came off of a heater up against Liquid on their map choice over on Night Haven Labs. And before we get into this ban phase, Pangy, how are you feeling about this?
Nervous. When I saw the matchup this morning, I'm thinking Liquid against the Brazilian team, that's not gonna go well. But it's W7M. If there's any team they could take from Brazil, it would be them, right? Well, not even that doesn't show that. I'm very curious about the Arbiter bans here because it has to speak into what happened on Night Haven.
Wow.
That has nothing to do with Night Haven Lab. We barely saw Valkyrie being played. When it happened, they just played Dokkaebi. They had the camps, etc. every single time. This is, again, classic Liquid, the very specific target bans. And I think that even though it's them, they go, what do we do now? Because they're spending every single second for the pick their attack. And that they are going to ban, they choose Grim, much more default. The big question for me here, will Mira, will Castle, will Asami be left open? Because I could see more weird things happening here before it's said and done.
I just honestly cannot believe this IQ ban. This is crazy. I mean, it's really solid, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, IQ is something that can be utilized pretty well on Chalet. There's a lot of soft flooring and stuff like that to be able to, you know, pick her up and destroy utility. But when you have things that exist on the offense like Ram, you know, just name any soft breacher, really. There's so many other ways you can slice this pie. I'm interested to see how this goes down, but a lot of hate for the 552 Commando, I guess.
I mean, you can now play Echo, you can play Valkyrie, you can even play stuff like Evil Eyes and Maestro just to hide information, basically. And then it's a matter of how good's your drone game on attack. Because the big thing that before Brazil joined the international stage of Tier 1 competition, the one thing that we always knew them for, over in Europe at least, was they were so efficient at droning out Valcams back before IQ was played very often, back when Valkyrie was relatively new. They wouldn't just drone a door in towards bombs and say, there's a guy in this corner. They would drone a room, flick all the corners, all the top, all the nooks and crannies, and go, Valcam there, Valcam here, you can go in this room. So Liquid, I know that they are so efficient at finding Valcams without the IQ. The question is, can W7 do that themselves, or will they fall to the game of information?
Well, I'm going to say that our little W7M drone tracker is freaking out. Yeah, it is. I was going to say there's no way we instantly lost 3 drones there. That would have been absolutely catastrophic to the info game. And no, they're going to make it through with all 5, so that's great news. We'll see how it continues to go. I would just ignore that for now, folks. Don't even utilize that thing. Dodes is going to bring the Zofia here, probably just to try and see if there was going to be some kind of shielder on defense. Zofia is also just a solid op at the end of the day. The lifeline's pretty good to utilize, and the biggest part about that as well is that, I mean, for Zofia, you really have to have somebody kind of in tow with her to be able to get the most bang for your buck, but we'll just have to see how it goes.
I like this initial Arbiter pick here from W7M because the best way to avoid the info game on Valkyrie and Echo is a potential bombs out rush. The Blitz, the Line, the Ying, they have the tools for it, although right now, not the right player positions, but they're still applying phantom pressure, opening windows. We see Twitch on Solar Repel, Ying right now in Library, but a jump out, actually a run out from the garage, impacts on Valkyrie for that run out kill. Huge here for Liquid to shut down W7M early on.
Yeah, a lot of people think that's a sin, but when you're utilizing it in that way, when you've got those impacts to try and break open a garage or something like that and able to push on through, get that big frag. I mean, it's a moment that you can only make with something along those lines. Buck's going to work his way in, or rather blitz, and he's going to try and run his way into the back end of Bar's stock. Pistol up and ready to take this fight as he propels himself forward. Moving on in, Dodes will get 2 kills and a plant down. They've found success here. The Yokai is not capable of much. Down to the 1 versus 2. A quad and not the ace. It's going to be down to a DMR wielding Volps and a 37 HP Nesk. I highly doubt this goes the way that Nesk wants it to. He's going to have to hit a pretty crazy shot. And the Twitch drone is constantly zapping him. He's down to such low HP. Nesk, is he going to hop off? He will, but that's going to be all she wrote. What a round there from W7M. And also, just to add to this whole IQ ban thing, there's one huge operator that makes it through the cracks that completely just blows all of the info game out of the water. Dokkaebi is available. You just take Doke, and life is just unbelievably hard for Liquid on Echo, on literally anything.
It's true. And I gotta say here, again, excellent decision making from WCM. Yeah, they lost a fear early on, but they still committed fully to the plan with one member down, and it just worked out so well because Liquid, they were not prepared for a bomb site attack directly. Nesk, nice attempt. I actually saw he had a shield upstairs. I thought, what if you run upstairs, pick up the shield, run back down, put the shield in, like, to block the window angle, and just go for that counter defuse. I thought that would be genius, but also, there's not a lot of time with the server, right? You gotta just, like, try it, you know?
So you shaved the head to make room, more room for your brain. That's how
it goes. I was like, you know, I saw it. I was like, please go for it, because I'm like, that's what I would have done. But it's like, that's the silliest thing you could possibly do. And then it's like, Twitch goes on repel. It doesn't matter in the end, right?
Yeah.
So there's a counter there.
Yeah, 100%.
But either way, great there for WCM. Liquid caught by a big surprise, but we gotta see again how things they play out over time, because Liquid, after a couple of rounds on defense on Nighthaven Lab, that's when they started striking back and finding their footing, whereas on the attack, that's when Liquid from the get-go, they had things figured out.
All right, well, Paulu's going to do little reconstruction on the fireplace area. You don't see that every day around the hatch, so I'm interested to see if they're just trying to work the angles, just trying to keep the Electro Claw alive somehow in a creative way, but I'm sure that we'll have the result by the end of this, because that is a pretty high priority on the list when it comes to taking that space. We do have Twitch to try and deal with that, and also Maverick, so maybe it's for that. They just don't want Maverick having some safe space to try and do much. A beautiful Nitro there from Resets, and I think that was all the way out the window.
I think it was off to the... No, it wasn't. Okay, I was going to say, I thought it was off to the floorboards, into the window outside, but the window was closed, so there's the hole in the Maverick ankle there.
Oh, he
Mavericked a little bit. He double Mavericked it, basically.
There's
if you get Mavericked at the very top, C4 won't really get outside. If you make a little bit too big of a gap, C4s, Flying Spring Nades, etc., they can, of course, go both ways.
Yeah, that's an insane punish there from Liquid onto Dots, and that's going to take away one of their hard breachers. They have Habana as another primary, and then you obviously have Capitao with the can openers too, which are very assistive in getting hatches. There is a Liquid player upstairs that W7M is going to have to worry about, but they already have a man that's went down, so Dots will be on cam duty for the rest of this.
I mean, it's 2 rounds in a row where Liquid, they do an early punishment towards the attack of W7M. Last round, the Garage round with Valkyrie impacts. This round is C4, basically prepped and ready from the moment the round started. And now, we see a potential flank happening as well. Yellow pings come out because Liquid, they got all that information to work with. Well, in this case, just default camps, I guess.
And most definitely. You heard the X-Kairos go off. There's a Capitao in the space, and this might be it right here. A freebie.
Oh, the trigger discipline.
Oh, come on.
Try and find 2 for the price of 1. There's only 1 there.
You always got to sweat it a little bit when it comes to Siege and that kind of stuff, because even when you're shift walking, you can still be heard just a little bit. And if somebody gets that little inkling that something's going on, we might actually see the reverse Uno here, as Dash works his way in a very similar fashion. Dota's going to be able to take down 1. Finally, W7M get a kill on the board, but Lagonis fires it back. It's a 2 versus 4. Dash is off on his own trying to get this play inside of Kitchen. Does he still know that the AUG-wielding Maya is around the corner? Another one on the far pillar. Maya's going to take some shots. They're going to play in around this planter, but Maya's the better player in the moment as they'll take down Dash, and this round is going to get dashed away from W7M. All hopes and dreams crushed, and Bulbs might be the next victim for Maya. Steps in. Not too much to play for right now. Maya will go down to 18 HP. Might actually end up getting this frag, but how much more can you do with 15 seconds remaining? Probably not much. We'll get the Bearing 9 out here and work his way down the stairwell. A nice little flash moment. And it's actually going to be Warden there. He's got the goggles on, so good luck with that one. Paulu will shut it down with the M590.
Liquid simply outmaneuvering W7M so far in the first 2 rounds. I know the scoreline is 1-1, but it could have been either way 2-0 here. But that side rush too strong on the bar defense. The question is, Liquid's bomb site rotation. They've gone bar into basement, and they tried that 4th bomb site on Nighthaven Lab Kitchen. They were very much successful. Chalet has this similar thing where not a lot of teams play that top bomb site these days, but Liquid might have it. You can cheese around the 2 defense is all you need. The more the better. Great flank as well from Maya, found 2 kills in the round, and of course just like slowed down W7M, combining with that 2-barrel canisters from downstairs, making them unable to break the hatch inside of dining.
Yeah, and it's always a little hard, especially when you're at, everybody's at their home setup, you're playing online or whatever, when you're a 3-armor on roam. But I mean, it's still a great thing for Kaid because you have set and forget utility. You throw those down, you're able to just run upstairs and kind of do whatever you want to do. You don't got to sweat it too much. And a perfect spot to put Maya in, and he puts it on full display why they trust him so much in a scenario like like that. Now it's down to W7M to make some line adjustments here. Try and figure out how they want to try and deal with some of these more aggressive tendencies that Liquid is tending to have on defense. And past that, let's not do a double dash on the top of the breach next time.
Yeah, let's not do that. I saw, when you said aggression, I saw Blackbeard being hard for a second there, and I'm like, Blackbeard counters aggression? Yes, sir! But on land, that shield shatter is incredibly fast, so that's why Blackbeard's pick rate on line is a little bit higher, still tiny, a little bit higher than land event itself. Bullets just register in an instant here. People die incredibly fast with 0 ping.
I wonder if we end up seeing Blackbeard if Liquid ever rolls over to Master. Maybe they were thinking it was that and somebody got some, good info. Because that Master window, man, you put Blackbeard on that thing, even if it shatters instantly. As you have tweeted before, said before, I think everybody said it before, if one bullet is stopped by the shield, it was worth it.
Yep.
You have that one split second where you get your shot off and somebody can't hit you in the head, it's still worth it at the end of the day, especially when you're holding such a important cross to the top floor setup. This is going to go off. Nesk, oh man, just wasn't ready for Loban on the swing. Both of them won it, but Nesk flew a little bit too close to the sun on that one and gets punished.
Also, no wall deny there from Liquid, so those office walls just get torn to pieces immediately, and Liquid's entire strat is holding top floor master bedroom office for as long as possible. With no wall deny, that's not very long at all. That big with the rappel from Sophia dash, tons of value. Cuts that top floor in half. Maya is cut off from the rest of his team and can be isolated.
Well done.
There it goes. He's dead.
Yeah, that's all you need. Another dope call out. Good luck operating any of those Valk cams. Nobody has any info right now. They're trying to answer the phone calls over on the Solarium side because this top floor is of the utmost importance to this bomb site. If you lose top floor, the round is practically over. You have to try so hard to get anything back, and more than likely, it's going to require somebody to either go up blue or go up fireplace stairs and try and get some sort of pressure on these, let alone trying to take some gunfights on site through this verticality. Let's see how this breaks down.
Paolo's upstairs alone now. Oh, there we go. Backup is coming Solarium stairs, and it's just gonna fall apart. Liquid being pushed back to try and retake. They get punished twice over.
It's going to be all down to Lagonis. And I mean, Pengu, what do you do in a situation like this?
You pray, or you might start crying. Either way, you gotta try and fight it out, but it's a 1v5. It's almost impossible.
Up against Day Day, too. Loban's hunting him down with the revolver in hand. He knows where a couple are. He'll continue to pre-fire as that little drone spins around his head. He'll dash off into bar. There's one upstairs as Loban is trying to make a mincemeat out of this man with that scope. Won't be able to find him just yet. And a little bit of a cooldown there, so starting to make a moment out of this. Hasn't hopped over fireplace just yet. Some pings out that they'll find onto site. Is he going to be able to win it out up against this player inside of Kitchen? If he's able to get another kill here, the moment could start to look a little too hot, but no. W7M will shut it down instead. And that's the one thing, man, when the man count is that large, there's a lot of mistakes that you can make without things going awry.
I know that people are going to get a little bit scared now for Liquid, but I actually think that they're going to be fine if they can get onto the attacking side on like a 2-4 or basically scenario 3-3 half. I think defense is just a matter of how long can we survive for. Just get a couple of rounds, buy ourselves a bit of wiggle room on attack to make mistakes, because on the attack, that's where I truly believe Liquid, they will start having things come their way. The only issue I have at this point that I'm making is that this is W7M's map pick. Liquid chose the starting side. Which team would want to pick their weaker side first?
Yeah.
Because if this is their stronger side, which it technically could be, not a great look.
Yeah, and the other thing is you have to throw it back to what happened on Nighthaven Labs. The whole reason that I was a little terrified about what happens on Chalet. W7M, they've been the ones making the plays on defense. Have you seen an aggressive look here from Liquid minus Maya roaming on the top floor and honestly just doing what any roamer would do? Flank down Solarium and kind of do your thing there. We haven't seen these little pocket moments of maybe a little bit of an aggressive play or just something high flying from Liquid just yet. And that's the chaotic energy that W7M brings to their defensive ends. So until we swap sides and we see really what the Bulls have in store for Liquid, I am really worried for them.
You are correct. I mean, Liquid, they've had their small moments with utility, like some C4 kills, not some runouts, but you are correct. Like, they're not lashing out the same way as they did on Nighthaven Lab. But of course, Chalet, there is so much exterior play from big window rappel, from the bathroom balcony, from outside the building, and you can't really do much against that as a defender. You don't want to jump out the window. That's super risky. Smoke grenade, glass, you can see through that, of course. Again, cut off the rotation. Ying and Monty gonna push it in. Again, another bomb site, semi-rush.
Oh, he's actually going to flash Volps here. Nobody getting too aggressive just yet, but he will be able to take down Mine. It's immediately traded. Palu just decapitates that, man. The plant now starting to go down. Dash wins that out. Do they even know that this man's planting is actually going down here inside of Master? This is a really unique spot for W7M, but I love the coverage. This makes it to where Master window has so much oversight, and Dash does everything except throw the kitchen sink at these defenders, and they win it out. And that is a picturesque chalet round. A lot of window play, a lot of crossfires, and the defense cannot make anything out of this moment.
No, WCM, they have flipped the script on Liquid right now, because if you were to show me this matchup with both teams like blurred out, I would say that's a Liquid pocket strat, because it looked pretty much perfect there. The smoke toss on the castle barricade, gone 6-it, cut off the line, big under repel the Ying, Munchie goes Solarium. There were not a lot of gaps there for Liquid to exploit or do anything against it, and it's also why they just struggled so much. 1-3 now, favoring W7M, and Liquid have again, very early on, called a tactical timeout, but those faces, how much confidence are you seeing right now? Because I'm not sure I'm buying that this defensive half is going according to plan.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Liquid is one of the rosters in the world that has the most amount of weight on their shoulders, and they always have. Everybody across the board in the entire world has expected a championship out of Liquid for God knows how long, Pengu. And they haven't been able to capture it. The amount of times that they've gotten so close, but yet they're still so far away is just too darn high. And once again, we're starting to have one of these moments where W7M look more cool, more calm in the moment than Liquid do. And I think that anxiety is starting to build once again.
I can imagine that tactical timeout might have been, guys, we're playing like we have a chip on our shoulders. Just like, you know, we're here, not quote-unquote play for fun, but actually enjoy it, have some fun in the server, and just feel it out. Don't be like, oh, if I make a mistake, it's over. Oh, I get punished for the aggression. Like, you have to go out fighting right now. That's the biggest thing. I don't mind if Liquid loses, because it's heartbreaking for them, of course, but I want to see them go out actually fighting back in these rounds, because right now, they're getting run over.
Exactly. We need to see more of what we saw from Paulo in that first round.
We do.
We saw that run out.
Aggression.
Yeah, exactly. We need to see Liquid trust themselves, trust this gun power, because, man, you got some of the best fraggers in Brazil on your roster, man. Some historic fraggers as well. I mean, there's no reason that you shouldn't be trusting yourself in a moment like this, especially with a team that historically you have a pretty solid record up against. So I'm really interested to see how this goes down now, if they want to try and you know, work in some of these more high-flying antics. But we'll just have to see. Only time will tell, and it might start off here with Nesk. I am already loving what we're starting to see. I think the coach, Hugs, he's just trying to say, there we go. Welcome to the show. Nesk is going to be the very first one to decapitate Volts.
And that is exactly what I want to see. Togepi off the board. Now, WCM, they lose on their big execution operators, lose the counter intel for Valkyrie, Echo, etc. Liquid are in prime position to get this round. From a strategical point of view right now, all they gotta do, and it's not that easy, is play well together. Try and trade out those bodies, play around those power positions, top blue staircase, mezzanine, library, and the bomb set itself. They have already made their quote-unquote desperate play. Now they just gotta play a solid round of Rainbow Six Siege to close it out.
Yeah, you could not get a more important operator off of the offensive board, right?
No.
I mean, getting rid of that Togepi makes it to where this clear is so complex in comparison to what it once was. Usually with Doke, you pop a call, you jump on your drones, you're like, hey, this guy's over here, I hear the phone, and then you guys set up the clear. It's very straightforward. Now they have to do a lot more heavy lifting in order to make this happen, and you can see the angles that Liquid have set up on this top floor. It's not looking solid right now for W7M, but that doesn't mean that they still don't have a few things that they can do for themselves. Nesk, as soon as the coach tells him to jump, he says, how damn high? I'll make it happen. 2 kills for him already in the round, and now W7M looking worse for wear.
Good utilities used there, but they gotta just go now. 3v5, try and burn out this top floor. If you can't clear it, you lose the round.
Most definitely. And Dash with a nice kill. And this is looking so very good for Liquid. This is what we expected out of their defenses initially, because honestly, this is what you gotta do to a team like W7M, man. The only way to get them to respect you is by killing them in a very convincing way. And that's what's happening right now. You have to force W7M to not only respect the setup, but respect your ability to take them down. Loban is a crazy man. Oh my god. Loban spamming Maya's body. It is like, oh, well, hey, welcome back, friend. I just wanted to let you know, yeah, we do feel some type of way about you changing teams. And although Nesk is going to kill me, hey, I have to try and play some mental warfare somehow.
Oh, man. And now Liquid, to get that guaranteed 2 rounds on the swap. They have enough breathing room to, go on the attacking side when they get there without having a perfect play. Can they get that 3-3 half? That's the big question for me, because Chalet very commonly does play out in that way. 3 attacking rounds, 3 defense rounds, but this again, 2 repels, 2 dabs very early on for W7M. Liquid, they are the best team in the server when they're able to control the pace of the match. Against Dark Zero, they were almost always in full control, and for half the rounds, they also are against W7M, but when they aren't, that's when they seem to falter.
Do you think like half of Liquid was like, why is he shooting so many bullets? Because they just couldn't see him doing it?
Like, are you good?
Is he lagging out right now on land? That's crazy. Like, but no.
You never know.
Yeah, just spamming that body up. W7M, though, still in the driver's seat when it comes to round count and have the capability to take a 4-2 half here, setting themselves up for success on the defensive side of the ball. Now, for Liquid, don't slow down this ship, okay? Because the big thing is on a map like Chalet, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of exterior pressure. The only way to get ahead of these antics is to do what you saw Nesk do. That's it. You either allow them to take a little bit of a foothold and you guys are going to have to play out a pretty difficult set on that defensive side, or Pengu, you just got to swing for the fences.
I really like what W7 did here though. Before the drone, or during the drone phase, they were hovering like a direct bomb set attack, execute like Thermite for example. Then they're going to Ram, they're going to Twitch to go on to Hibana. Now showing us more of a, hey, we want to go for a roam clear most likely here, clear out the map, do verticality, and then hit the bomb set later on. They saw the Tuberao and Bendy combination most likely and thought, with just the Thermite and nothing else, we can guarantee to open up the walls, and if that doesn't happen, we can't really attack the bomb site. So really good reading here of the situation for the attack inside. Liquid most likely we forced back, peel back those layers, start top floor, fall back to first floor, and about now we can see the top down view. 4 players out of 5 from Liquid have all fallen back. Just this one solo roamer of Maya inside a bar stock room.
Yeah, and you can already see W7M having a conversation about this. Hey, we got a guy in bar stock. We have an ISO pick here that we can go for, how we're going to set ourselves up. Get the Twitch drone in here. They're looking for any nitro cells or anything because that black eye cam was upstairs. They wanted to see if he had a pre-placed. Maybe another player can try and assist with that. And it's the old bait and switch. The oldest one in the book, you could say. There was actually a nitro cell there, but I think he set it up a little bit after that camera got destroyed. But still, that drone comes in. He shoots the drone. Offensive player shoots the guy. I mean, it's a... tale as old as time. So, dots?
Oh, they see it. Okay.
Creative way of getting rid of that, eh?
I gotta say, though, I don't think that was a worthy death for Liquid. It did not really pan out. C4 is still there, actually. Did not actually clear it out, but not gonna do any bit of damage. But trading a body early on without any real pressure, the C4 gets cleared out as well, so nowhere to get back to a 4 versus 4. Now Liquid are in more or less worst case scenario because Ram's gonna get activated, pop the entire self-destruction. Once that's done, you can shoot those bandit batteries, rotate Hibana outside, breach open that primary wall, then you have capital smoke and fire for the bomb site, and all of a sudden, you can't really fight back because gun skill is not gonna be enough when the attack has so much utility.
Yeah, the only true safe space downstairs once all this verticality is ripped away is the blue hallway. That's it.
And Warden can see through smokes, that's really it.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you got for yourself. And now they do have the tub, so he'll be able to freeze up the wall at least for a bit, but I mean, this is just simply semantics at this moment in time. He does actually have 2 more, so a little bit of a miscalculation on my end. He should be able to hold this up for an extended period of time and kind of complicate things here for W7M. And yeah, as you said, they've got the bandit too to try and bandit trick. So a little bit of an oversight there for me. W7M kind of in the hot seat, but this hard breach is actually going to go off. Resets works his way up to the breach. Do they know that he's gotten into this corner though? A nice shot from Volps. Palu takes down 1. They'll kill another, and Dodez able to get it down to just a 1 versus 3. Oh my goodness. W7M with a huge moment there, and I mean, Liquid, what more do you want in a moment like that? You have all of that utility at your disposal, but I think W7M make the right play. That frontward breach, the snowmobile garage, is not the crux of the story. A huge play comes in from the back end, and W7M eviscerate the setup.
And I think Lagunis' face cam at the end of the round tells the full story. That was again one of those heartbreaking rounds because Liquid, they found the pick blue staircase, they found the pick fireplace stairs, but the backside flying together but Reset's put himself in a bad position. It was a high risk, high reward because he was playing by the breach, tucked in the corner. If he goes on drone, he will guarantee get at least 1 kill. But because he was seen or spotted or heard, he dies for nothing. Liquid, they're trying to win these rounds off quote-unquote cheesy plays, if you will, because plan A isn't working. They had a roam, they had the Valkyms, the C4s, but the roamer died without really fighting back. It was just Dotis jumping in library window, looked towards stock because he was thrown out, and got a free kill. And after that, it only really got worse.
Yeah.
2-4 was what I wanted for Liquid. They got there, but can they do this on attack?
Yeah, and this round right here is going to tell the tale of the tape. So we'll have to see exactly what happens. And I mean, honestly, I'm still just in this very worrisome boat for Liquid, just given the circumstances of what we've seen. I mean, Nick, just think about how fast the decision-making was there for W7M. That Tubarão canister goes down, they freeze up the wall, and they're like, oh, this might be kind of an issue. Let's just keep somebody out here that can kind of operate around these breaches, and wow, Loben. Where was this discovery at?
I was in the soul window on the bottom left here. Either jumped out or swung outside the window itself. That's a pick onto Palu. Ace off the board, so no... I mean, this is like in their Habits in Nibana, I guess, so it's not too bad, but again, Liquid, they want to control the pace, and they're just not being allowed to very often by W7M, and I think it goes back to, again, they play each other so commonly domestically in Brazil. W7M, they know how to counter Liquid, and they're doing a damn good job at it.
And there's still a player inside of the big garage hallway, too. And this is what I'm talking about with W7M. They set up so many of these little strategies where if a player is able to just catch Liquid off guard a little bit, it can end the entire round. Dots is going to set himself up on this castle barricade just to make it to where he can punch it one time and leave. But the key thing is here is that there's 2 people on that master window. The plant's going down. Liquid doing a very similar strategy to what we'd seen out of W7M on their offense. They'll lose 2 bodies, but they'll get a plant down. And now this becomes a little difficult for W7M. How are they going to deal with the window players? That's going to be the biggest thing. An accidental drop down the hatch and 2 players accidentally falling. It's all going awry. Do they know that no one's down here? Oh my. Going to start defusing. They know this player's inside of the hatch, and I don't think that he has a chance to try and stop this from happening. There's no way. Liquid blunders so unbelievably hard, and W7M practically get gifted round 7.
That's gotta be the nerves right there, because like you accidentally fall down the hatch, the post plan is not there. Liquid, they love to play for a bomb set execute and just play it out in those last 45 seconds once the bomb goes down, and they are failing at their very core concept of their playstyle. There's not a line here, right? Liquid currently at the EWC, they're the 2nd org into the points. So, you know, getting further here, more points to the org, better for that club championship. But right now it's falling apart. I mean, they're running outdoors, they're spawn peeking windows, they're picking back. Oh, he gets both as well.
Disgusting.
And then the bigger story here as well is Brazil as a region. These players and these teams, they are constantly building talent and evolving the space, right? You had back in the day stuff like Black Dragons, NIP, Team Liquid, FaZe, then you had W7M, now known as Furia. You have all these teams always fighting to be the top dog domestically and internationally. W7M, no, as an org, they won the whole shebang last year, but this is a different core of lows under the org of W7M, because the previous players went to Furia instead, that they are currently also here at this event. They're just building team after team after team over there. That's scary.
Yeah.
And it's why Brazil has been so dominant the last 2 years or so, Rainbow Six Siege, because they just don't stop getting better.
You know, I'll continue to say it as long as it's true. Brazil is the most passionate region for Rainbow Six
sure
Siege.
got the passion.
And honestly, it's not even close. And that's no slack towards, you know, any other region. We were in Sao Paulo. We got to see it firsthand. These guys love Rainbow Six Siege to its very core. And it's honestly a beautiful thing to see. But you can see W7M, they want this so very bad. You have to be thinking how Maya feels in this current moment, looking at this stat line and knowing that Team Liquid have a very long road to success. And not only that, they have to pull it back on their opponent's map pick and then go to Consulate after this, if they even get there.
I think if they can get to Consulate, they might be okay, but Chalet has... It's going to be a long path forward. 2-5, the recall goes out, they're hunting for roamers. Maya finds one, it's going to force Stash to fall back as well, because got to cut your losses right now. Can't lose too many bodies to W7M. Just play that 4v5 out.
What a find from Maya. And this is what we needed to see out of Liquid. Very good discovery moment here inside of the first minute. They get 3 frags out of it. And this is what we said about W7M. They're going to play this full map, and they want to get in your face. This is exactly what I expected out of them, and so far, it's exactly what we've gotten. But now Liquid, they're doing the proper thing, man. They've got the counter strat spooled up, and they're starting to get some big kills. Frag grenade down, ready for dash on the stairwell, but not going to be able to do too much with that. He's prepared for anybody to try and push that staircase, send a shot, but won't receive one, as it's just going to be down to him and Dots to try and pick this up. 5 players alive for Liquid with a minute remaining. We have seen some things kind of escape them before in situations like this, but hopefully not this time around.
I was going to say, on 9 even left, they lost the 5-2 because Maya went off the leash. Right now, he is following the plan. He's being blocked in fireplace, destroying the soft floor, and as a team, 3-2-1, they're going to hit the side.
And here we go, dash Dots again for 2, down to the 1 versus 2. And it's getting very, very similar to what we saw the last time. The only difference is an SMG 11 instead of a 12, but the 12 will get the man with the 11. Palu with a nice shot out of that SMG, and he'll claim the life inside of blue and the round for Liquid. It's going to take a little bit more for W7M to try and get their penultimate point.
Curries and bombs up rotation. Liquid, they went bar into basement into kitchen. So far, WCNM, they did master bedroom into basement and currently also hovering kitchen. So very surprised not to see bar as being like the primary point here, because almost every single team in the world, they love to go bar as the primary side or basement. And so far, WCNM, they're saying, no, we got a different approach to this. That base and bomb side fell apart on the roam incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and this right here is where things can go awry for a more aggressive team like W7M. When the angles start working against you, when you start seeing some nice flicks from your opponent and they just simply take away those gunfights in the moment, you know, it can be very punishing, very damning, especially for W7M, as they have a lot dedicated to these top floors, and Liquid are able to deal with it accordingly. Now for W7M, it's going to be an immediate line shift as well as an, you know, sight shift as well, as they'll head over towards kitchen. And that does beg the question, what do we do about this top floor?
Yeah, now Liquid are cooking those pocket strats. Amaru, Glass, and Ying. So this is most likely one of those cases where they see a specific situation in front of them and they have the exact right answer for it.
You think what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking the hatch.
Yeah, there it is. High five.
Oh, man.
It could be. So you can do like smokes and Ying deadlines from the drone hole outside the building, fly out the hatch from basement the Amaru, and try and get down that diffuser. The only downside to this attack, if that's what they're going to go for, is if Amaru dies, or the planter in this case, it all falls apart. You have one go, you have one attempt, that's it. You have to be perfect. Liquid, they're 3 to 5. They can't really afford imperfections. They have to all show up and commit to the same plan right now. But so far, it doesn't look like a rush.
You see the smile on my face right now? I'm so ready for this strategy. It's going to be awesome. Hopefully, though, Liquid can deal with the player downstairs, because they did have one. Candela's in. Did Nesk make it all the way there? He did, because you see the Gara hook being used. He goes inside of Trophy instead. Liquid with 2 nice picks, but it's going to get at least 1 traded back. Nesk with a beautiful find. Volps on the other end of Trophy, though. And this right here, this is the big story. Who's going to win this fight? A nice pinch from Liquid. Discovery methods from Volps will not work out. And it's going to be down to the 1 versus 3. Ready for the hop in. He'll make it a 1 versus 2 for himself, but he's on such low HP. Only a single bit in order to help himself out. But this verticality, he's going to be able to tag up 1. Almost gets him through the wall, but a single incorrect wind will knock this man over. Almost able to get it, but the Vector escapes him. No help out of the SMG. And Liquid, they're starting to build that backbone again. They're finding a spine.
They're putting so much faith onto Maya and Nesk in that round, because that was pretty much a 2v5 executed manpower, because Glass is cutting off the Solarium rotation, the Ying is upstairs just flashing master bedroom, flashing down to kitchen through the hatch, Maya pushes fireplace, Nesk goes into Trophy, and those 2 individual players found 4 kills combined to open things up. Then we see the Glass trying to the building, dies immediately. We saw Ying upstairs just throwing stuff around. Ying wasn't even needed until the very end, but Nesk still gets the kill. So much faith on the injuries of Liquid. Nesk sitting on 10 kills right now, Paolo 8, Maya 6, then it kind of drops off, 3 Lagonis, 4 resets. But WCNM, they've called the technical timeout, they want to try and get this upcoming round and at least guarantee overtime.
Now, this comes down to what we're going to see out of both these teams, because this is where the mind game really happens. W7M is going to be talking about the fact that Liquid is setting up for these harsh executions as well as going for these brutal clears, and they're fully prepared for what W7M are doing right now and catching them off guard time and time again. So for W7M, they really want to try and, you know, find a happy middle ground, because Liquid's going to be discussing the fact that they're going to be trying to change up some strategies. This next round, I guarantee you're going to see Liquid start off a little bit slower just to identify what W7M want to do, and then they can roll right back into a pocket strategy. They can go into something that's more, you know, based for what Chalet has to offer. There's a lot of different roads to the path of victory.
I also want to correct myself because I just saw the replay. Resets was a man being sacrificed inside a fireplace. So it was Resets, Maya, and Nisk fighting for that round. Just when I said, because Resets, while score-wise only 4 and 8, he played a pivotal moment in that round and got 1 kill before he got traded. So good stuff from his side. The big thing, if you're defending right now and you've lost 2 rounds in a row as W7M they have, which bomb site do you go to? Why do you go there? And what do you do if you lose this round as well? They've gone Master Bedroom without the mirror this time around. This is gonna be probably a more like W7M/Furia setup right here. They shield in Piano Hallway with those long lines of sight leading in towards Piano. This is an in-your-face, aggressive kind of setup with good gunplay on the defensive side. And this is, again, W7M, they want to try and take back that pace control and say, hey, Liquid, if you want to do something, we're going to fight you from the very beginning of the round till the very end.
Yeah, and what I love about this so much is it's still true to who W7M are, right? They want to stay aggressive, but it's a lot more sound in the defensive setup where you have a lot more reinforcement set up for these angles and that kind of stuff, because if y'all have noticed, W7M really like to open up these long angles across the entire map of Chalet, and it complicates things for the offense because there's so many things you have to worry about. It'll make your head spin. And Liquid doing a very good job of dealing with those over these last 2 rounds, so now it's going to be kind of a script change for W7M. Hopefully they know their lines, as we're going to have Volps moving his way in through bar games. He'll be occupying this space for an extended period of time, which does mean that if Liquid are able to discover anything about his location, this could be the ISO pick that they so solely want.
Might be asking, what does this change for Liquid? Well, they can't just play that 5-on-5 bombs to execute. They gotta do the roam clear first. This is step 1. They don't know the exact whereabouts though, but it's Volps roaming onto the bar. Can he get the kill? It's 2v1.
Yes, indeed. SMG-11 in hand. He'd be able to get out the door somehow, some way. Has a player right next to him. Has to crawl back. He wants to try and force their hand to pick this up. Loben could get severely punished. This is going so very wrong for him, and he'll get killed from Fireplace by Lagonis. Liquid having everybody show up to the party, and that's exactly what they need. That could have most definitely have gone W7M's way. Loben just wasn't patient.
Yeah. And I want to praise Lagonis because he could have just been on drone outside Fireplace double door. He said, my team needs me right now. I'm going to sprint on in and take that risk with Diffuser on me, because if I don't do it, we might start losing bodies. Liquid, they get that roam clear successfully, but they still got utility on the bomb side. Dash on his shield, Piano Hallway. EMP goes out. I think it kind of missed there, a little bit at least. They got to clear this position first, then hit the side.
Nice shots, but Dash will take down Maya, make it a 2 versus 3. This is something that W7M wants. They want to put Liquid in a position where it's low time. They have to execute. They'll have to put this case down, and that's going to take a gun away from them as well. So a pseudo 2v2 when that happens, it's really down to the decision-making of Liquid to try and make the most out of this situation, and it could go really wrong in this moment right here, but no, Dodez, a missed shot, a Piano player flies in, he can't get the player on Ego Balk, and they'll sprint through, and Palu finds the flank. W7M trying to do too much with so little.
Very interesting flank in the 2-on-2 there from W7M, but I gotta say, one of my notes that I've not used yet is that yesterday, when Liquid played Dark Zero, Liquid kept getting flanked by DC, so I said one of the gaps could be flanking Liquid late round to destroy their execute. But this time around, they had a flank drone, it was screaming to Palu, he looks behind him and he finds that final pick. No flank at that moment, but that could have been really poorly otherwise for Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely, and that all goes down to just having bodies down for the offense, being able to have somebody that can just sit on those drones and be like, hey, he's rotating through Fireplace Hallway. and they find the nice pick. They've tied things up, and man, I'll eat my words. Liquid has done a great job of shutting down W7M in these last 3 rounds, and they have made this a competitive chalet. The energy's back inside of Liquid, and they are so very ready to try and take away their opponent's map.
Also, a big thing to note here is that Liquid called a timeout while on defense after round number 4. They didn't make this comeback happen until 4 rounds later in the beginning of round number 8. That means that whatever is happening since then has come from the players in the server. Maybe the veterans see from someone like Nesk, someone like Palu, or maybe Lagonis himself speaking and saying, guys, we got this one. I think it's important to note that when a coach calls timeout and things start going better, coach gets the full support there from my side. But this seems to be a player-oriented problem, which was also solved by the players themselves. And now W7M are playing from the back foot. 3 rounds lost in a row. The reason why it's so important is because when you can't make any bomb site stick, you are blindly going to the next bomb site thinking, what are we going to do differently, because nothing is working.
Yep. It's make or break for Liquid, and right now they're making it happen. Another angle here from the Cappy and Lagonis. He says that angle works both ways, Dash, and that's why you're dead. A nice pick here from Liquid. And oh man, I'm starting to get that energy in my belly too. Liquid want this so very badly. And W7M, they've not only dropped Dash, but Liquid have everything at their disposal. This is the most Liquid lineup you could potentially get, especially with the Flores in there. I mean, how much utility do you want, my man?
Yes.
Gonna have Loben here and might have the find, but no, he can't get it. And now they know this player's inside of Library. The risks will not be the same past this.
W7M playing a very default setup right now. Liquid have seen this 1,000 times before, so it shouldn't be that hard to deal with. This is where Strike comes to play. Flashbangs for the ADSs. Counterfire goes out as well. They know Library corner is clear, so Loben either dropped the hatch or went elsewhere. We know, still inside of Library. Dots downstairs, looking for a C4 kill, perhaps fishing around. But Liquid, they're clearing top floor while joining first floor. They have eyes everywhere right now. They see a Forceman as well. And I shoot that as you jump in that window. The big question now is, Liquid, how are you going to execute? You got 2 smokes from the Capital, 1 call from Dokkaebi, and 1 scan from Lion. Combine those 3 together, and you might just have enough to break the bomb site, but now you just naded your own drone.
And not only that, they didn't find Loben just yet. This drone has got to turn right. That's why he's not shooting it. He would shoot it, but he knows that no one knows that he is in this corner as of right now. A nice find from Volp will set the pace, and that's it. W7M have done it. 3 from Volp. He finally dies. Palu has so much to do on this top floor, and he's got to reload this SMG-12. He'll be able to try and pick that up, but Loben makes it happen. W7M find map and match point up against Liquid. You couldn't write a better story right now.
I love that. I was saying how they're playing such a default setup, but then they do that one small play where they find a pocket somewhere that goes undroned, that goes unchecked, and while the player hiding didn't get more than 1 singular kill, it was Volps finding that 3-piece, it still plays that bigger story of WCM. They are ready and willing to fight Liquid the moment they entered Library. So they gave them the way in, then immediately shut them out.
That was just actually incredible. I am just in love with the decision-making that we see out of Loben there. Not only does he get the 1 push in here, but he also gets the secondary follow-up on this play from Palu. Just so many bodies in this area and able to take that fight in a very consistent manner. Disgusting stuff out of Lobe there. And not only that, but Volps up against his old roster.
They're finally doing it. Liquid started defense, they banned IQ, they played Echo Valkyrie more than half the defensive rounds. And W7M, they haven't played off Intel all that much, I think 1 or 2 rounds of Valkyrie in total. Now they're doubling up here on the Intel game. And this is going to work greatly to the benefit because they've been playing very aggressive, they've been trying to find those small gaps to punish Liquid, and with the Yoga drones maybe going outside the building or good aggressive Valcams, they can now make those same choices, but with guaranteed solid information to work with. Opening pick, oh so important for Chalet. It comes down to manpower and enough utility. If you take down any attacker right now, Deimos, Ashe, Buck, Dokkaebi, or Hibana, it is a really high value target. So trading 1 for 1, very, very likely. Jump out a window, kill somebody, you die yourself, usually worth it.
Yep. And the person you really want to see activated here, it's gonna be Volps. The camera switched at the perfect time. I had to give a little giggle. That's insane. Sometimes timing works in the favor of the caster as well, folks. And yeah, you're gonna want to see Volps get something done here. It's all onto him. You want your Warden alive for late game. You want your Mira up with the Nitro cell. The really only other one that you can risk is gonna be Castle. So you really want Volps and Dash to get the most out of this round.
Also worth noting, Golbs has impact grenades on the Valkyrie, so again, to enable himself for a run out, more so than a C4 for a late round situation, most likely. Just like Pablo did as well. The patience now from Liquid. They're waiting for drones, waiting for setup. Deimos downstairs is waiting for the go sign. Seems like bar is clear and so is Stuck. Liquid, they can go slow in the beginning, sure, but they need to speed up at some point. That's right now with that W phone call.
And the dope comes out. This is going to take away a lot of the hearing capability of the defenders, but he can't get the shot. And what a swing from W7M. Is this it right here? Has Liquid overcooked it? They go for something very simple, their usual clear as you would expect. But W7M, this is a team that's so prepared for something like that, and they have time and time again made mincemeat out of Liquid. I hope you guys are hungry for horse, because W7M is eating them alive. W7M do it in 2-0 fashion. Congratulations to Volps as he takes it away from his old team, entering the grand finals of the Esports World Cup.
The more things they change, the more they stay the same. Liquid and getting close to a grand final, but ultimately falling short, and then against a domestic team from Brazil in W7M that they said they could comfortably beat in those player interviews.
Yeah, just truly insane. I mean, running with the Bulls, man. That's what I love about W7M is the rosters that they have had under their umbrella play exactly how you think a Bull in the Wild would, right? I mean, they are just dastardly, dude. They are everywhere, taking these gunfights with confidence, and even when they get shut down, they stay true to their nature.
You can see how much it means to them. I mean, they are celebrating because this was, first of all, yes, a big spot in the grand finals, but also personally making it this far, taking down Team Liquid, playing on an international stage. I mean, this is a career/life-changing moment for some of these players.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of the bigger prize pools that we have in Rainbow
Second
Six.
biggest, baby.
You know, it's a really, really big deal, guys. And not only that, but you can imagine the energy that both of these teams have, the love, everything. I mean, I can guarantee you, right when both of these respective squads get on the bus, there's going to be a lot of emotions for both of these teams. And for W7M, I mean, wow, guys. Not only is this roster, but as an organization, congratulations. You guys are killing it.
Yeah, they're making good decisions right there. I mean, you're thinking, who should we pick up? Let's take these guys from lowest. They seem like okay sometimes, right? No, they are fantastic, not just all right.
Yeah, no, it's truly incredible stuff. And I mean, you know, Dash as well as Loban, we got to talk to him a little bit, and they were very excited for this Liquid game if it was going to happen. And, you know, destiny meets fate, man, and they come out on the other side alive and kicking. A little bit more than that, too. I mean, I think they're very happy with the results right now, but the job's not done yet. We still have another game later today, too, folks, to find out who they're going to play against, and it's going to be BDS and Furia. Oh, man, don't get me salivating right now. We're going to throw it on down to Ian to see what's going on the stage.
Team Liquid drop out here and now. W7M book the first spot in our Esports World Cup Rainbow Six Grand Final. I am standing by with one of my favorite players and personalities in all of Siege, Loban. You guys are on an absolute tear at the minute. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and this time up against Team Liquid. You guys made it look easy up there.
Thank God. Yeah, like, it was a tough game. Even being a 2-0 was two tough maps to close out. So I think it was pretty much, we are being best form since this lineup was made. And hopefully we can do even better tomorrow.
Do you feel like everything is clicking at the moment? You've got some real momentum on your side, and there's a real sense of confidence in the air with you guys.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to what happened in Atlanta. Like, we were just building our confidence. And when we lost to BDS, it was like exactly the perfect moment to lose. So it's like a click on our head, and we know what was the mistake we were doing. And after that loss, I don't know, the confidence has been so high and so good that we are just doing what we think and whatever.
Yeah, it's obvious. You guys are playing phenomenally, and now this is the heartbreaking moment for Team Liquid as they hand over their key to you now. Here it comes on your right, Loban. Some fantastic sportsmanship there from Lagonis as he handed it over. Of course, he'll be devastated. Are you looking forward to crushing your rival's key here?
Of course. I want to crush everybody's key.
What about, just lastly, of course, there is a potential here for a grand final where you take on Furia. the former W7M roster, the new blood, could take on the OGs here. Is that something you'd like?
Of course, and I have to take my revenge in the Atlanta final. So, hurts, win it, bro.
All right, that's what I like to hear. The key will be crushed very soon, but for now, let's pick this one apart in the studio.
So much here to pick apart, really, after this performance that we've seen from W7M. Coming into this, we were saying, okay, Liquid's doing pretty good. They're looking in shape. But you know what, Jack? You got what you wanted, I guess?
Did I want it? I just wanted a good game, Ginny, and I think that's exactly what we got. I think W7M, I don't know why. I'm not going to say it didn't matter to Liquid, but I feel like it mattered so much more to that W7M roster. I feel like it wasn't just Volps that wanted to be on that revenge arc. Every single member of that team wanted to do it for him against his old team, and they did. They were confident, especially after map 1. Once they'd won on Liquid's pick, going into their own map, it was just confident play after confident play after confident play. Liquid was still playing some good Siege, but W7M was shutting it down every single time.
It's something that we discussed after map 1, whereas if you pick an opponent's map where you've seen some weaknesses from them, then they can also improve on that map. And that's what we saw for Liquid picking into Nighthaven, where we see W7M lose this map against BDS prior to that. But yeah, as you said, you can see on the players' faces afterwards as well, on these reaction cameras, how much this means for them. We're seeing players stand up individually, not just, for example, Loben, who we always talk about on this roster, but the communication and the teamwork seems to constantly be there. Prior to this game, we said, okay, these guys have only played 9 best-of-3s together prior to the Esports World Cup, but the refraggability is definitely there. They're playing together. The synergy is absolutely amazing.
We talk a lot about pressure, particularly when it comes to Liquid, but just put yourself in a second in the W7M roster's shoes. You got picked up after the W7M organization had a period of dominance, winning 2 majors and a 6 invitational. They're not just boots to fill, they're huge boots to fill, and then you don't make Manchester. So I'm not saying the pressure was on them to have a huge performance here, but you could see when they won, it was a big release of that pressure. It was like, hey, we need to pay this org back because they've taken us after that old roster. And they were obviously, clearly, you can see in the reactions here, so happy to win it, so happy to get into another grand final.
Absolutely over the moon. And the grand final, they've punched their ticket. They're going to be waiting and seeing which one from BDS or FaZe will be joining them in that competition. But also really want to highlight the dominance I feel like that we've seen from W7M, because yes, you know that first map we were like, okay, felt like Liquid had a couple of rounds that they could have potentially slowed down the pace on a bit more, maybe controlled a little bit better. But W7M, coming into this map, which was their map pick, I had a feeling that, okay, Liquid is going to adapt. They are a team that have the resources, they are a team that have the experience, and they're going to be able to do so, but that wasn't the case at all.
No, it felt like there was, again, a few rounds that Liquid really should have won, where they had all the cards and it was looking really good for them, and then W7M just, for example, flanks them or sets up a good crossfire to make sure they can eliminate these players. And of course, like they said as well, you know, they want to go up against a team like Furia. They feel like they need that revenge going into that tomorrow as well, especially a team that they face more often, something they're really looking forward to, I think.
Yeah, the revenge, but it could also just be BDS that they're going to be going up against. I think that is a matchup that we are ourselves also looking forward to, but I really want to hammer it home when it comes to W7M, and I feel like the improvement that we've seen from them over the last couple of months, starting off with Brazil stage, not making it to Manchester, but now you're here at an international stage, and you've already beaten Liquid. What more can you want?
Well, they want Furia. Yeah. That's what they want. They want to beat Liquid, then they want to beat Furia to become the first EWC champions. And it's a very, very motivated team. You can see that in Loben's interview. He's literally calling out Herds, saying, Herds, get it done, because I want to beat you. I don't feel like we'll have really won this unless I beat you as well.
They have their own agenda, but we have our own MVP as well for this series, from the fact that we've seen a lot of individual performances coming out from W7M on that first map, but also the second one, and Dash is the one to claim it this time around. Phenomenal performance from every single one of the players, but it was really Dash here that was able to take away that MVP title.
Yeah, I think especially mid-round, late round as well, having these really important plays. There was one round that I recall on Chalet as well, where the plant was going down, Liquid had the control from below even, and they were there to clear out these players from low, to alleviate some of that pressure, making sure they go for the retake.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the kills that aren't, you know, you look at this highlight reel here, it's not necessarily the flashiest of kills, but it's those hard work kills, the big kills that you need to keep in control of rounds and finish those rounds off. And yeah, an excellent performance, like excellent individual performance that kind of capped off, an all-round team performance as well.
Yeah, W7M here are the ones that are going to be coming out on top, and I think as much as we're highlighting Dash as an MVP, if they as well hammering it home that they have worked together as a team. This was a team effort, and at the end of the day, everyone has really stepped up and is really trying to make this work. So Dash, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on a very dominant win against Team Liquid. I want to talk about the emotions before the game even started. Of course, this is a grudge match. We had a lot of interview segments where both teams were talking a little bit of trash about each other. What was your emotion coming into this?
I was very excited before the game, a little bit anxious, because every game there's a little anxious that comes from me. But during the game, we start to play our best, and the anxious goes out. So a little bit anxious and excited to play.
In the interview that we saw before the game that you'd done, you said about Liquid calling Volps the imposter. How much did you and Volps want to get it done today? Because did it mean that just that little bit more to you?
I think Volps was hungry for the victory today, and he said us. He was like a little bit nervous too, because it was very important for him. And we said, bro, we are here for you, and just come and play. If we win, we won, and if you lose, there's nothing to regret. So he was a bit nervous. We were there for him, and it was a good game.
That's great. I mean, I think in the interviews prior to the game, it showed that you were really confident going into this. You were willing to take down Liquid again. When we look at the predictions, it wasn't really leaning towards you guys' favor. You were, I think, at 22% people were expecting you to win. How does it feel being the underdog in that game and then actually getting the game done in such a dominant fashion?
This happens every time in Brazil. Always we are the underdogs, so we are used to it. And we just sit down and play. Like, we were very prepared. We know that. So I don't think we are underdogs right now. I think we are maybe top 4 of the world, maybe top 1 right now. So I think that other teams don't need to make us the underdog of the tournament.
Who do you want? We saw Lobin in the interview on the stage. He called out Herds and said that you wanted Furia. Do you want Furia, or would you rather beat BDS?
I'd love to beat Furia.
Yeah.
They are a very good team, and that we inspire ourselves on them. So beating them would be special.
Is there a different preparation that's going to come into going up against Furia? Of course, they're going to be playing against BDS next. You're going to stick around and watch the game. What is the next 12 hours looking like for you?
There is not a special preparation, because in all the tournament we just played and that is being nice. So I think the same for as the other games, and beating them will be easy as much as BDS.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that insight into ahead of the game for tomorrow, but also for today. We do appreciate it. But you guys did send Team Liquid home, so we have Jackie, who is ready for an exit interview with Team Liquid to see Milosh, actually, who is going to be looking in with Team Liquid and seeing what they had to say.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to EWC. And here in the back, we're having a quick interview, an exit one, as they call it, with Palu from Team Liquid. First of all, Palu, thank you so much for joining me here. I know spirits are high after the game. Commiserations, you gave us a great showing. But yesterday, I was chatting with Lagonis on stage, and he said, you know, this game versus W7M, this is one between brothers. You know, we've all played against one another after many years. It's a different sort of experience. Do you feel that yourself when you were in the server?
Yeah, like, I think we have a lot of energy playing against them, and the game, like, you see the emotions going. So yeah, it's nice to play, because we've played with Anna a couple of months maybe, and Maya is just like left Lowe's also. So yeah, we have a lot of emotions. We are like trashing a lot. So yeah, it's always fun.
I mean, still a 7-5, 7-5 game. It's close as hell. You flip a coin and it's completely different. I know that weighs heavily on players' hearts, but given what you as Team Liquid have achieved, and especially since you mentioned Maya, you know, semifinals in Manchester, semifinals here at EWC, does that at least give you some hope that, hey, we're doing something really good, we will achieve that final?
Yeah, like for real, I think we were playing way better in strategies and stuff like that, but like shooting, sometimes we were losing. So yeah, I think especially in Night Haven, we lost so many rounds that we were in advantage. yeah, we need to work some things to fix it, and yeah, go heads up for the next ones.
Is the future bright? Because, you know, you got stage 2 coming up, potentially Montreal. Like, there's a lot on the line here.
Yes, of course. Right now, we have a really big mountain between us, and it's a loss. Of course, it hurts, but we know we can replicate any results we made, and it's knowledge for the future, you know.
Do you feel that that's what it's all about? Coming to EWC, of course, there's a big shot. The big play is to win it all, but if anything, you come out with a lot of experience and lessons to prepare you for the actual pro circuit.
Yes, of course. As I said, I think every match you can learn stuff, you can improve, and that's what we are going to do. And yeah, as I said, heads up. Of course, it hurts a lot. We really want to win it, and yeah, sometime we're gonna make it.
I'm sure you will. Paulo, thank you very much for joining me. Again, commiserations to you and to Team Liquid. I know that we'll be seeing you performing even better at the next one. And that was it for us here at the Exit Interview. Back to the studio.
A lot of takeaways from the side of Team Liquid. Very humble about it, very honest, and, well, that's their key. Getting crushed straight away.
It shouldn't be anyone other than Vulbs crushing this key from his former team.
Poetic.
I mean, that's the sweet, sweet revenge, I guess, that comes with said grudge match. Unfortunately, also crushing Liquid's chances of joining other teams around them in the Club Championship to also get that victory on the board in one of those games.
Like we said, there was so much on the line. There was emotions, there was players playing against their former teams, there was the competition in isolation, in just winning the competition and what that means to the teams. But like you say, also for Liquid, there was pressure regarding the club championship and them getting it done for their organization. So add all of that together for Vulbs, that is going to feel like such a sweet moment to crush the key of your enemy on an individual basis.
And that is a huge spanner in the work for Team Liquid. On the grand scheme of things, they are still sitting at that top 2 spot. They still get some points here. They still have an Apex roster competing, so a couple of dreams that could be coming true. But when it comes to Siege, that's it. That's the end of the road for them. They are done and dusted, and they're going to be going home, whereas W7M is looking at the finals.
Yeah. Also, Ginny, I think I want to say something before we go into the break, because, you know, you're our host and you're always good at putting us on the spot.
Oh, no.
But,
I plead the fifth.
We're going to put you on the spot right now because we have prepared something, and for that, I'd like to welcome Ian to our stage as well. I believe
Can
you
I
should
mute
be
my-
with
can I
us.
run away?
You are not going to mute yourself.
No.
You see what's going to happen.
I don't want to go too quickly. Because
I'm leaving.
I've got to be careful. Ah, it's going out.
You stand here, right here.
Okay,
You know your position.
Sorry.
Please.
I told you I was cooking up something special at the start of the show.
No.
Hold on.
Sana helwa ya jamila.
But no one can participate in that.
No, we can't. Go.
Do it in
Happy
our-
birthday to you. Happy birthday
They're
to
off.
you. Is air conditioning? Did Chini.
Happy birthday to you.
Aw.
What a bit of gusto. No?
No.
Will you blow it out?
Gefeliciteerd.
Gefeliciteerd.
Gefeliciteerd. What else do we
Make
say?
a wish.
Gefeliciteerd. Nou, dankjewel.
Go for it. Make
Okay,
a wish.
Make a wish.
Oh, should I wish that you keep your hairline? I'm joking.
That's going to
Can
be
you
a
do
hard
that for
one.
me, please?
Thank you.
Congratulations, you made it another year. I can't believe you're 14 now. That's awesome.
Yay, finally. I got to grow up.
I was thinking more like 20, but I don't know how.
How does it feel to be 26? Out here, living your dream in Riyadh.
That
feels old.
Imagine what it's like to be Ian, then. Or me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we're old.
No, it feels great. I actually... Okay, this is going to sound really sad, but this is the first time that I blew out candles on a birthday cake.
Really?
So thanks.
Can we get another
they're
set?
a little
This
melted.
is breaking my heart. Get another
They're
one.
a little melted, but thank you guys. I don't know if we're going to eat this. I still have another birthday cake in the green room
I know.
too. But
Good.
yo, dibs. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
So there you go. Also from Fresh, because he's such a wonderful man.
Ah.
He also got a designer bag for you.
Ooh, only one?
Did I?
Yes, you did.
I did.
Only one?
Oh, sorry.
That's it.
That's a problem you're gonna have with him.
Anyway.
Can I just ask? That's enough on Genie. Let's move on to the actual gameplay for a second, because I just want to talk real briefly about.
Are you gonna
Oh,
smash it in my
absolutely
face?
not. Anyway, we're going to be throwing it to a break before this gets out of hand. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back with the second and most important game of today, BDS up against Furia.
For me personally, the region that gives me most trouble is like NA, because they play like so, like mostly saying Dark Zero. I'm thinking of Dark Zero, saying NA, but thinking Dark Zero, because they play so methodical and like so slow, and I think that's a hard style for us to play against. I think the Manchester Major, it was a good tournament for us. Like we went 3-0 on the first stage, and then we lost to Team Liquid the first game of the playoffs. But we played well, and it's a Brazilian derby, so it's always a difficult match for us to play. And I think what we learned from the tournament is that we had to prepare better. Like we can't put our backs in like in the results of the past. Like we have to get better and to improve always. So I think that's what we learned from that tournament. I don't think there's been any significant changes. It's the same roster as it was on W7M. I think the main thing is that we are having a better support from Furia than we had in W7M. We just want to win so bad with this organization, because they are giving everything that we need. So we just want to give it back. I think the main difference between the two orgs is the structure. Like Furia has a insane structure in Brazil, like in São Paulo. They have a gaming office like in a building there, like it's a whole floor, like for everyone, and everything we need, they support us. So I think the main difference is the structure they have. In the grand final against FaZe Clan, 2024 Invitational, I think the moment that I felt like we were going to make the comeback was when it was 6-3 for them. Like it was 6-1, and then we made 2 rounds, and then for that moment on, like I knew we were going to make the comeback. Like I was certain of that. Like and I don't know how to explain it. I was just so confident. I was just so locked in the game, and everything just turned out good for us. The coaching staff is not talked about enough, I think, because they are like everything for us. Like I joined this team. They were already here, Igor and Abreu. They both invited me for the team, and like they do everything. Like they support us every day, like everything we need. They do stress, like they improve what we need to improve. So yeah, they mean everything for us.
Since me and users joined BDS, it's been really good because we didn't have a really good time by the organization, M&M. There was like some big issues happening. Obviously, we were like teammates, it was still good, everything, but the organization was, everything was going bad. So since we joined BDS, everything is going great, no problem. teammates are really good, the organization is really good, everything is covered up, so it's been going really well. The pressure, it's not really like a big pressure on us because obviously like before us as well, they've been always making to the big tournaments, winning and stuff like this, so it's every tournament, like when you play more and more, you just forget about the pressure and just play your own game. Like, if you get the pressure, you're not going to win anyway, so. Obviously, we became second on the Manchester. We did some like big mistakes on the final, which people didn't expect, but same as us, we didn't expect either. But obviously, it's been like 2 months. We've been working on to fix our mistakes and win the tournament, so hopefully we fix our mistakes and we're going to win it. People actually think they didn't speak English really well because obviously they were like a French team for a long time, not like an English-speaking team. But they're all speaking English really well. Like people think they don't speak much because not so many interviews they do and stuff, but their English is actually pretty good. So when it comes to like clutch situations, not even on the BDS, like the whole game and the players, it has to be Brede. I don't think anyone comes close.
I think our team's been doing good. We played 5 maps, I think, won 4, and of the 4 we won were like quite convincing, I'd say. And I'd say Brede's been playing like probably like the most standout considering like his role. He's like playing support, and he's been playing like amazing every game. We're Fury next, so I'm thinking it's like similar to FaZe, but I think they're a bit better than FaZe, so we might have a tougher time than we did today, but I'm excited for the game. I think the rest of the guys are as well. Yeah, I'm expecting everyone to be supporting us who's not from Brazil, because obviously we're the only team that's not Brazilian that's left in top 4, so I think we have that on our side. I think we can I'll say we, I wasn't there for the first 2, but I think BDS is ready to 3-peat. What do we have that Fury doesn't? Just Striker, that's it.
I don't think BDS has anything that we don't. We won against them in the Manchester Major. Of course, they are like, what they say, a super team, but I think we are too. We are 3-time world champion, so we got everything to win against them. After today, I would say Herds, because he dropped 22 in the last map, so of course Herds. Hopefully he's going to carry us in the semifinals, and yeah, that's him. BDS, like I said, they are a super team. I think it's fair to say that. Everyone says that, and I agree. They have 5 skilled players, 5 very good players, and I think we are going to do like our best as always. And I think if we are 100% in the game, we have what it takes to win against them. I don't know if they have a weak point because I haven't studied them, to be honest. I just came from the other game. So I'm going to study them. I think they got a few weaker maps that we can abuse. And yeah. Hey BDS, we're going to win against you guys like in the Manchester Major. You know that you can defeat us.
BDS against Fury, yeah, the last best of 3 of the day, and also the winner will go into the finals up against W7M. 2 Titans here, fresh, clashing for that final spot available.
Yeah, we've got another grand final in a semi-final right now. I think if you look back to the Manchester Major, the prerequisites to that, everybody was saying we want to see BDS Furia as a grand final. Kind of the same for this tournament as well. Everyone was thinking these are the 2 main juggernauts. I know FaZe was alongside them, but I think in everyone's hearts and minds, these were the 2 that are the real favourites.
Also, hello Tristan.
Hello, Ginny.
Thanks for joining.
It's nice to be back, isn't
yeah,
it?
I was like,
just let Fresh just
we're so used to having you here.
Before my introduction, I used to speak Fresh, it's okay. It was so nice to you on the desk yesterday as well.
No, you wasn't. That's why I've got to have my own little star of the show moment.
But no, you're right. And Ginny, it's nice to be back. And it was nice as well to hear both teams speaking so positively about each other. When you're in a match of you know, this standard and this level, it's really easy to, you know, try and go for each other a little bit, right? Maybe rile each other up, as we've seen FaZe try to do to BDS yesterday, unsuccessfully. Yeah. But these teams, I mean, we can speak about as much as we want, but they're showing the respect to each other. They both know they're the 2 best teams in the world, realistically. Here we are.
Yeah, and one of them is going to go home. Two of the best teams in the world, but only one will remain as they're going to be heading up against W7M. And that puts a little bit of pressure as well, of course, because it is that semi-final. There is no lower bracket. You are going to be going up against W7M. And W7M, I feel like, has had such a phenomenal performance. I'm looking forward to seeing what Furia and BDS can bring to the table, because I feel like from what we've seen yesterday, fresh from BDS, that adaptation that they had against FaZe Clan and just the way that they came out swinging, I was very impressed.
Yeah, we were sat there thinking, especially when they lost that first map, oh no, we're going to have all Brazilian dominance at this event. And then they come out, two massive maps, two confident maps. I think it just shows BDS, they're considered the EU super team, I think you could say. They picked up some really good players, made that change into English as well. But they've gone from stride to stride to stride. I know, there's people that will say, you say it as well, Tristan, I'll really judge them on how they do over the long time. In a year's time, they're not, I'm not going to judge them right now. But even right now, they're still a juggernaut of this scene.
EU's last hope, like, quite literally EU's last hope, or any other region than Brazil's last hope that we're looking at. But if you want to cast your vote on which team you think is going to be coming out on top between Furia and BDS, head over to sccplay.gg and cast your vote. Let us know which one you think will claim the last spot in the finals. Now, this is a matchup that we can hammer home time and time and time again, and I think there isn't really a lot that we can say to big it up, so to say, even more, because SI champions, BDS winning multiple international titles, including Saudi last year as well. So I feel like both of these teams have something to prove, and it's going to have to get settled on the server.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should delve into sort of some specifics really fresh between me and you. The two experts here. We'll let Ginny have her say a little bit.
I'll leave.
I mean, for me, like one of the big talking points was I really wanted to speak about Herds and the way that he has performed at this event. We've seen it yesterday with BDS, where Shaiko maybe didn't have the best time, and still they looked amazing, right? Users popped off or whatever. You have the exact same thing with Furia, but the difference is in Manchester, I feel like we didn't get the best Herds. We didn't see the Herds that I like watching. For me, I think a lot of people believe that KZ is one of the very best players, if not the best player, right? You see it everywhere, socials, wherever it is. Sort of self-proclaimed expert here, fresh. But for me, the job that Herds does is so incredibly difficult and so hard to find as well from a coaching perspective, in that he has no fear. He will open up rounds. He will stick his head in places where nobody else would even dream of putting their drone, never mind their head, right? And he opens rounds up. And that's, for me, could be the storyline today. We've not seen the best of Shaiko. Herds, however, 22 kills yesterday against SSG. Fresh, how do you see that?
We've kind of unironically been saying it across this tournament. He's got that Herds energy. Pointing to other people who made those plays. It's not even hero plays, it's just Herds plays, if you know what I mean. Got that confidence, and it must be so hard time and time again, because at times it doesn't work out, right? You've just got to keep going and keep having that confidence, keep having that aggression. He is kind of the leader of this team. Like I say, I consider KZ maybe one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. I think he's maybe makes the smarter plays, but I think Herds opens up the game so many times for this Furia team.
Yeah,
I think as well, relying here on only one player could potentially be a scary situation to be in, because of what you already touched upon, Tristan, when it came to BDS yesterday, having multiple players stepping up to the plate. So if we were to take the pressure off of Herds, if we were to say, okay, maybe Herds, BDS is going to find a way, they're going to try and put a spanner into work, he's going to try and come through with these plays, they're not necessarily going to work. What other players on this roster, besides all of them, do you think really is the one stepping up?
I mean, with these two teams, you could pick anybody, right? You could pick literally anybody. I think, let's say Herds and Shaiko maybe aren't just absolutely going at it with each other today, right? It's probably, you're looking at KZ and Users, right? That sort of similar secondary entry type role. They don't take the space, but what they do is they use the space incredibly well. They're probably the two best players in the world right now at using space that the entry provides for them, fresh.
Yeah, they really are. I think Users has got that kind of stardust. And actually, both of them, they just both read the game so intellectually well in the moment as well. They're looking at, like you say, they get that space. How can they capitalize on it? How can they have the most impact and the most output for their team for the least amount of, I suppose, cost, right? And they're very smart players. That's the big thing. Even if you carry on looking further down the field, you look at the back lines, say all of the front lines are gone, you're looking at the back line, you're looking at Felipox against Bride, two people who at any moment in time could just absolutely frag out and win their team. In those clutch scenarios, it's like pound for pound across the park here, you've got two teams that have just got such high quality. in every single role against each other.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is banger on banger on banger. It's going to be great. But Uses as well was the MVP yesterday for BDS. And BDS is a roster that historically, when we see them compete here in this region, they thrive. I don't know what it is about the weather here, or the water, or the sun. I can't pinpoint it. But whenever BDS is in this region, they just pop off.
Yeah, I mean, it's what else can you say, right? I mean, have they lost a match yet at all across any of the 3 tournaments that they've played in Saudi? I don't think so, right? And that speaks for itself. You have the roster there. I mean, I challenge anybody to pick a weak point in that roster. Felipox couldn't do it, and really, I mean, he's more of an expert than we are, right? So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, even Solotov said it in the interview as well. He said, people think, oh yeah, these guys are just adjusting to English. No, they speak really good English. He said that. It's like, it's just not a thing. It's just not a factor. I think the only thing, if I was really deep diving, deep searching for a weakness in BDS, it isn't even a weakness, it's just lack of time together. I think what that might mean is, slightly shallower depth of map pool, slightly shallower depth of strategy, but still, you still got pound for pound the best players in the world. So it gets very much, I don't even want to say covered over, but it can be masqueraded by the fact that every player has such individual quality that it's not even a weakness, it's more of a long-term development point.
And I feel like from what we've seen between BDS and Furia last time around to now, there has been that time. There has been that chance to develop. There has been the time to get together and figure out what exactly didn't work. And you now have a redemption from the side of BDS where they can prove themselves that the roster and the long-term development that they are gunning and aiming for is working out.
Yeah, and I mean, finishing second in the Manchester Major for them, especially to Beast Coast, must have felt really disappointing because going into that event, I mean, you made a really lucky tweet talking about Beast Coast saying that they were going to do it.
Look,
no real insight.
Really?
It was luck. It was luck.
No.
It was like he went in a random team generator and just picked one.
No. I just believe in Gunnar. That's all it is. It's a blind belief in one player.
That's true. The NA goat.
A little bit of luck.
Yeah, and it's... BDS will now get the opportunity to go against the best teams in the world, probably the ones who they've been preparing for a long time as well, right? This isn't going to be a case of these teams are only just seeing each other's strategy now, or their map bans now, or their prep phases, or anything like that now. I guarantee you these two teams VOD review every match of each other all of the time, no matter what event.
They're like the gold standard. And, you know, it's same for your team. You know, it must be the same for every team across Europe, Brazil, North America. They will look at these two teams on every map like, hey, we need to rework our bank, our chalet, whatever the map is. What do Fury do? What do BDS do? That's how gold standard these two teams are.
And when we're looking at the gold standard in terms of a little bit of trash talk online on x.com, a website that I don't like to go on, but this particularly from Shaiko is... well, I'm going to let you guys read the tweet. One more Brazilian team to destroy today. See you tonight wearing the Brazil t-shirt. And you know what was really funny? I think this is one that you both are going to enjoy. Doki commenting under it, have you not heard of an iron? And then he says, well, since you haven't been making internationals in a while, my jersey's in my suitcase.
You've got to comment on that because Doki won't like me if I do. So
I mean, I already did. I already quote tweeted it. I say we should not have let Shaiko learn English because none of us are saying. We're being real careful what we say about Sunny Shaiko right now. I mean, yeah, he's feeling it, right? He feels confident. This is a side of Shaiko as well, and so we've probably not seen over the years, or maybe he was posting it, but just in French, and you know, we don't really know.
Hey, it's lovely. I mean, we're gonna thrive in it, and hopefully they thrive in it as well because we're ready to go through the map picks and bans. And I can't read that far because I'm not wearing my glasses, but you know what, Fresh, you are our trusty map expert.
Well, the one thing you don't know about me, Ginny, is I'm blind as a bat as well. I'm just looking at the pictures. So BDS picking Oregon could be the last ever Oregon that we see in competitive play. It's a map they've been holding back, but a map they absolutely adore. So they've been waiting to bring it out inside of this tournament. Conversely, Fury are picking into Bank. Now, that's a kind of a bold one because I suppose this happened yesterday when FaZe picked into Bank and got burned on it. But Fury will have learned. They will have seen stuff from BDS and been fully ready for it. It might also be a little bit of mind games like, hey, they're going to be comfortable there. They will do the same thing and we can beat whatever that is.
Yeah, and this is such a point for me to make, is that BDS have really not had to play many maps here at this event. They've played Bank and Nighthaven now, twice each time, and they're about to play them again. You're speaking about a narrow map pool. I mean, it's working for them.
It's the redemption arc for both of these teams and a chance to be in the finals. BDS against Furia. Who will take the remaining slot?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup. We got gold coming up, but that's only until we hit the stage tomorrow. We still have one more semifinal, as it has been decided. W7M sit and wait. And they await. What sort of finalists will they face? Well, you know who you're facing right now? Hi, your host, Milos and Ian from the radio.
I am having the time of my life out here. Like you just said, W7M locked in. Who will join them? We have got a grand final quality semi-final coming your way very, very soon.
Absolutely. It's really out of the fryer pan and into the oven, because here at EWC, we are not stopping at any point in time. But Ian, I think we should get it started.
Let's bring them out. Team BDS! All the way from EU, but they are so at home in Saudi Arabia. They've enjoyed nothing but success on this side of the world, and they have no plans to stop their incredible form here and now. They want their spot for another shot at silverware glory.
And you might be asking who can stop them? Well, next up, Team Furia! Our Brazilian squads, they are the world champions for a reason. The best roster, the best players, the best coaches and staff in the background, and this squad has carried gold. 2 majors under their belts. The Invitational victors of 2024, and they're lacking one thing, a grand final here at the Esports World Cup.
Did you see Heads' ice? He is decked out in ice, but he wants that. That's the ice he really wants.
Absolutely, and the ice for both of these teams are their keys right now. So please, gentlemen, place them and take your seats.
We should go watch this in the stands, I think, Milos.
We absolutely will. Let's get it on!
Well, it goes without saying, this is the most hyped matchup of the tournament thus far. Defending world champions Furia going up against the #1 power ranking team BDS coming into this tournament. For both teams, they are undefeated throughout series, only dropping 1 map apiece in their respective quarterfinals. Into the semi-final to see now who can move forward to the grand final tomorrow and take on W7M.
Yeah, very eager to jump into this one, Jake. A match that could have been pitched as a grand final. Bit of a shame that we won't see 5 maps between the two, but fully expecting 3 to be played out. And of all the maps to be seen this evening, of course, Oregon off the bat. And this may well be a final send-off for Oregon, getting exchanged out for Lair in stage 2. And so eager to see what's brought to the server here. It is the pick of BDS. Onus on them to get off to a good start here.
I'm not prepared to give Oregon its flowers just yet. We've got the grand final tomorrow, best of 5, so it means it opens the map pool right up. But you are correct, and it was mentioned as well on the stage. It could very well be the last time we see Oregon for some time. It will be the opening map pool of this series, picked by BDS. And intriguingly, when you kind of look into it, Fury, of course, being the only team at the tournament still remaining that played it, only as much as yesterday, against SSG, in which they did lose it 4-7 to SSG. So I guess for BDS, I do wonder, is it a case of maybe obviously comfortable and familiar map, coupled with the fact that their opponent did lose it yesterday?
Yeah, quite possibly. Of course, both of these teams, sort of as highlighted on the Desk by Fresh, gold standard in terms of gameplay, but also preparation and strategy that would be brought into the server tonight. And I mean, on all 3 maps, it's not really going to be a relevant discussion point in terms of finding strategy, but even more so on Oregon, with it likely going to be either the last or second last time it gets played at the event. So fully expecting to see some new stuff this evening, and we'll see what sticks and what doesn't.
Yeah, it's an intriguing thought process with Furia, of course. I felt like when you go all the way back to Manchester, a bit of that shine and polish of their SI run back when they were under W7M maybe had just been scratched off a little bit, but so far putting in a very decent performance here at EWC, have an opportunity to actually now make the grand final, and what a grand final that would be against essentially their old organization. For BDS, of course, they are no strangers to this position, to this scenario, and an event like this in this region. Of course, they've been here before, they've done it before, and I think for BDS as well, you know, for me coming into this event, I looked at them as number one. On my power rankings and my tier list, I had them as number one. They had a great group stage, really no faults at all. Yesterday, a little bit shaky, right? Like, they weren't perfect. They weren't super clean BDS that maybe we expected. That result against FaZe, go back to Labs 5-7, it actually at one point was like 5-1 in favor of FaZe. They brought it back but couldn't get the win. In saying that, what a bounce back. 7-0 on Bank, and then 7-2 on Skyscraper. That's the BDS that we knew, and if they play like that today, it's going to be really difficult for Furia.
Yeah, I think either way, this is going to be an absolute banging matchup. You've hyped it up as probably being the best game so far here at EWC. I would have to agree. That's my expectation as well as we jump into Oregon.
And we certainly do. To the ban phase we go, and having a look at some of the bans in terms of where these teams have been banning over the last couple of days. Valkyrie, for example, has been pretty much almost like an instant ban for most of these teams that we've got. Monty as well doesn't seem to make it through. Most banned operator at the tournament thus far. The IQ, an intriguing one though, guys. So I'm very curious to see what BDS have kind of cooked up there. Furia, do they take the Montagne off the board? No, it's the Grim who does get taken off. Third most banned attacking operator, so not too left field.
Yeah, not too left of field, but still somewhat of a flex ban, especially in combination with the IQ. I was then anticipating the hand to be forced of a shield operator, more than likely the Montang to follow, but not the case, and I'm sure both teams will be employing shields in this matchup.
Same bans from yesterday for Furia on this particular map, so not wanting to change up the strategy that they brought in against SSG with those bans of Grim and Fenrir, the Azami, to follow suit, most banned defensive operator at the tournament. So we head to Oregon. BDS on the defense first. Furia will be attacking. This will be BDS's map pick. They would want to get off to a good start, especially coupled with the fact they are on defense here for Oregon. Could this well be the last time we see this ever lovable map for, well, a good while?
Yeah, and I suppose just rounding out the ban discussion, as highlighted, Valkyrie has been quite a common staple defensive ban throughout this event. Will sneak through. You combine that with the IQ ban, and attacking with that information on the board being very difficult to locate and clear is certainly something we'll be keeping an eye on throughout this match.
Yeah, both teams, of course, dropped a map yesterday in their quarter-finals. For Furia, it got even dicier, an 8-7 win on the third map of Chalet against SSG, so a little bit fortunate to even be here. In some ways, the way in which these two teams won their respective games yesterday a little bit different. For BDS, really just stormed home, the best version we've seen of them for quite some time. For Furia, it almost felt like just scraping over the line against the North Americans, so we will see which team can start better today. BDS on the defense first up. No surprise we go to basement to begin here for Oregon. Boy, I'm going to miss this map. I love Oregon. I love the way that it plays, the way it flows, but admittedly, it hasn't changed much in a while.
It's called Oregon for a reason.
It is called Oregon for a reason. I do understand.
I just hope Cafe gets removed next. I'll say that every time.
Put the target on Cafe next, please.
Yeah. Well, the Monty brought out from Nade round one, expecting that to be highly prevalent here on Oregon. Anytime it sneaks through that ban phase post-rework. Great operator and gaining space, but also now with the ability to melee operators down quite easily and hunt them down really now. Also fragging capable even more so than before. And a couple of different rounds where that Monty will be effective.
Yeah, Valkyrie doesn't get banned out, so immediately utilized, and it's going to be, I think, a very prominent defensive operator in this series. And the reason why I bring it up as well is Users actually going into the semi-finals. He was rated the #1 player at the tournament, has been playing like it, so someone to kind of keep an eye on. Bride as well, actually, yesterday I thought was really, really good, and back in the group stage too, one of the high-rated players. For Furia, it's been JV92, it's been KZ, they've been the top players. It's been a rough tournament though for Philippox, in the red, negative differential. So we'll see, maybe this can be a kind of tournament where he can get going. Bit of first floor control for Furia, but I think that's just all given up for free because BDS are essentially playing 5 basement. Over towards back stairs, freezes stairs as well for Solotov.
Yeah, I like that from Furia, utilizing the Maverick. Flushes out Shaiko on that stairs position. He's unable to contest that, play for drone utility. Liquefax still in big tower though. rotate Attic. I presume his position is known. That's an educated guess on my part. Hopefully, for the sake of Furia, they are aware that there is a roamer offsite.
Developing information on the repel for KZ. 60 seconds left, guys. It is a basement site. Got to get a wriggle on. Trying to still just really clear out top of Big Tower. This is really slow, and it has been spotted. It's Liquefact onto JB92. The roam has been successful for BDS. The solo roam from Liquefact finds a kill and suddenly throws a spanner into the works for Furia's attack.
Don't often see mistakes like that from Furia. And BDS punish it. Liquefact may find it difficult to rotate back towards site, so it's up to the rest of Furia to force his hand. Looking to try and pinch and apply pressure around the objective. Easier said than done. They have execute utility though, and the Montang's still on the board.
For the timing, Solotov watching the freezer push, and it was a push coming in from KZ, and eventually does lose his life to Solotov. Kills going the way for BDS. Only the shield up now. It's Nade who will drop in towards E-Box, and waiting behind him was Brede. Clean start from BDS. I mean, I thought that was just a tremendous solo roam that is rewarded courtesy of Liquefact. The rest essentially playing their role. Stay on site. You don't have to do too much. Let the solo roamer, who I don't actually think got discovered. They thought he was still at top of Big Tower.
Yeah, perhaps playing off dated information were Furia through that mid to late round portion, looking to clear Big Tower. Unfortunately, they lose that initial pick, not knowing that he had rotated over towards Attic. Say that on the replay now, and then nobody in a position to cut him off as he tries to get back towards site. And in fact, Liquefact not really incentivized to rotate back towards the objective because those anchor positions were held down so well.
JB's like basically looking up, waiting for him to maybe drop down as he got droned out and pushed out, but he was already in towards Attic. 1-0 start for BDS. Disappointing start for Furia. Yeah, rather slow in their approach, couldn't deal with the roam, and eventually the hit onto site was, yeah, completely unsuccessful. We head over towards Kids Dorms. Interesting hold over towards Pit, mirror window, and looking in towards Trophy. So they can play in towards Attic. Means that for BDS could be a little bit more of a lockdown in towards site. Although roaming at the moment, Liquefact on the Solus, in towards Dining. Wonder if he might play the roam game again here and try and get a bit of first floor control.
Yeah, early line off the rip here from Nade. Perhaps trying to find a pocket of space somewhere for an entry around the map. As mentioned, games will open, and so Herds needing to be mindful of that. Equally though, the defense of BDS not wanting to fall into that line of sight and give away anything for free. Solotov is holding the entry over towards Trophy with a deployable shield. Big Tower presence again from BDS on
Beautiful
defense.
multi-layered defense right now from BDS with Big Tower, and you've got Liquefact actually in towards basement. So for Furia, it's also very difficult to hit that direct site because Games Wall's opened up. So typically, if Games Wall is reinforced the way that it usually would be, you can kind of sneak in there and then eventually try and open it up, but yeah, it makes it very difficult to kind of push through quickly.
Yeah, and they're trying to gain information, but the mute is stalling that out as well. So Fury now need to find the tools to gather that information so they can make a decision. But KZ will fall into a frost map. Can recover himself, of course.
Not ideal though, in towards Armory, now very low on health. Flash, it does land on to Solotov. Might look to peek back on the Frost again though. Herds having to watch from multiple angles, expecting the attack here from BDS to come through, Games to come through. Trophy into bedroom though, Herds gets aggressive, and honestly, Furia needed that. Someone to just push through. Put the onus on themselves, and why not the Ash, who can then eventually deal with that mirror window as well in Pit. Really good little pressure right now for Furia building in this round. Users gets a big kill, but so does Philippox as well towards White Stairs, and suddenly this round is rather scrappy.
Yeah, not a whole lot of pressure over towards White Stairs and put Brede on an island. That mirror window critical for BDS, but cleared, and so they will now be forced back. Man disadvantage, 60 seconds for Furia. They find themselves now in a much better position. We'll see though if they're able to convert. Users up close, anchor roll, 10 HP. Liquefact at a tradable position, and Shaiko back towards double window. That window not opened up. And so Shaiko will find himself in a really powerful position to anchor in the back of side as Liquefact pushes forward.
Gets him. Huge timing from Liquefact. Had he been even just a moment slower, that flash would have connected. He wouldn't have been able to swing onto Nade. 3 versus 3. Users and KZ both low in health, still some time. Certainly time to stall out. Oh, good shot again from Liquefact, controlling that position. And Shaiko as well to double down with him, and suddenly the round falls apart for Furia. Liquefact again. Talk about an opening start for him and for BDS in the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, BDS found themselves in a position where somebody had to try and make a play with users low on HP. Liquefact, sure, probably could have traded it out, but trades at that point in time were never going to be enough. So he pushes forward, able to dodge the first flash, at least momentarily, to get that pick. Able to then steamroll that into more with Shaiko, as aforementioned. Back towards double window with that not opened up, and a lack of pressure really around the objective from Furia. They're able to combine and get to work nicely. I thought that this position here, over towards top white, Philippox unlocked that. That could have been to the demise of BDS. Ultimately, though, the push forward from Liquefact, that pick there, massive. And in the 3 versus 3, he held down Trophy really nicely. And Furia, in terms of their timing for any trade opportunities, well off the mark. Certainly not looking particularly sharp on attack to kick this match off.
Yeah, incredibly defended again for BDS. It's not just a case of 5 on site, the way that they had one over towards Big Tower, basement down below. You got the roam game, you got the vert game. Furia going rather direct. The hold in towards Trophy was really strong as well. In saying that, Herd's actually got a really good pick in towards Bedroom. Then you open up pick by dealing with the mirror window. And as you said and pointed out, Philippox towards White Stairs. So Furia were kind of getting through that checklist, and that puzzle was slowly being solved. But they ran out of pieces to solve it, and it's 2-0 for BDS. We head over to the tertiary site, Kitchen, a meeting for BDS. Furia only managing 1 attacking round yesterday against SSG on Oregon. They had quite a few opportunities as well, so something to kind of keep in mind. I am expecting this to be defender-sided, but for Furia, these are the kind of rounds you do need to win.
I mean, Oregon heading into this tournament was always going to be an interesting discussion point. There may be some teams that have sort of left it on the back burner and didn't create anything new for this particular tournament. Maybe there's a world in which BDS have cooked some stuff up, putting all their stock into this event with the prize money on the line. That certainly would make sense. And so if Furia are playing something dated, BDS may well have a good read on that. And as you are highlighting, attacking prowess at this event hasn't been amazing. Limited sample size though, and still an opportunity for them here. Round 3 on the tertiary site to start gaining momentum. The Monty will reappear. Nade may well look to rotate over towards small tower here and execute a push in towards Kitchen.
I'll give them a call.
Double globals as well available to Furia with the Lion and the Dockerbee to try and gain info.
Opening kill for Herds. Takes out Shaiko. Now much better on the roam clear here through Classroom now for JV92 as well. The Solotov get aggressive, holds the position. Through split in towards Garage, takes the fight but doesn't land the shots. Logic Bomb, second one to ring out, and KZ just decides to sneak through and in. Takes out Breeday, one in towards site itself, and he's aware of that. The flashbang utility dump, successful from Furia, finding these kills quite quickly. Solotov on a bit of an island and sends out the Nitrocell, and it lands perfectly and brings the round back into contention now for BDS. Suddenly, the Montang with a lot to do to push forward. Could pull out the pistol, but Herds and JB92, they get the kills that are required. And the round that is required for Furia.
Yeah, that's the kind of snappy attacks that Furia really thrive in. We cast our minds back to rounds 1 and 2 where they got stalled out, largely due to good offsite play from BDS. That time around, though, able to find relatively free entries. About as free as you're going to get in this kind of series. And Furia will, more often than not, convert those advantages. An early overpeak there from Shaiko, and KZ aware of the lurk main. As we roll through these replays, every single one of these fights, good, confident shots from Furia. Bit of a fight back from BDS. Ultimately, not quite enough, and it was users on an island in the 1 versus 3. And now, Jake, we can officially say we may have at least a map on our hands if Furia can remain competitive on the tertiary sides.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big round. They needed to get that one. We always kind of look at Oregon as that 2-4 split. Get the 2 tertiary sites. If you can steal anything on the primaries, I mean, that looks great on the record. I imagine BDS looking at their lineup again, they're going to play into a bit of a roam game maybe this time around. The Aloe, the Capcan, Legion, so lots of trap utility. Last time out, of course, on this very side, it was Liquefact over towards top Big Tower, and then eventually in towards Attic. Enough to essentially ruin the round for Furia. Right now, this little kitchen holdover with the EDDs placed by Liquefact might be bit of his stomping ground. We'll see if he does hold out in this vicinity. But it is Shaiko with an opening kill. Spawn peek onto JV92. Takes out the Maverick.
Yeah, I think it may have been from Garage.
You've only got 2 secondary hard breaches now on Nade.
Who has been able to quickly get into Big Tower here, so...
Can't die here, otherwise nothing will get opened up.
I don't think Shaiko has any idea.
Yeah, Shaiko's got no idea. There should be a kill potential. Oh, the EDDs though give away the position for Nade. Head triangle, but Shaiko's just a bit better. Nade loses his life, and with the drop down into E-Box back to site, advantage BDS. Logic Bomb not going to find a lot here from KZ, and I don't think the Jackal will do a whole lot from here either. Back to site is really the motto for BDS, but Solotov, he's actually still second floor. He's being hunted down. Still a lot of time in this particular round. Furiat certainly can go hunting to find him, but as they do go hunting, he gets the kill, eventually traded, and it all ends up still the same. 1 player advantage for BDS.
Yeah, Furia looking to up the pacing again here in round number 4. But really off the back of BDS forcing their hand. Again, another good roam off-site. Big entry from Shaiko, doubles down in meeting. We saw the effectiveness of those traps in this round as well, especially the cap can. Philippox and Herds, 2 phenomenal players. Herds especially has the fragging power to maybe bring this round back. But they need to gather information to facilitate that. Drones up. Oh, there's 2 Inox scans.
Well, that helps out Philippox. Information towards blue. The drop down, though, the close push from Shaiko does get lit up, but he stays alive, and unfortunately for Herds, loses his partner in crime as Philippox cannot win that battle on the push through from blue bunker. 60 seconds left, 1 versus 3, with Shaiko very low on health. Herds with a lot to do here. He does have the diffuser. But really for BDS now, it's a matter of just hold position, hold your spot, don't have to move, don't have to swing, don't give away any kind of information, force him to clear out, force him to push into you and into sight.
Well, he clears the BPC, pushes forward red ping, but uses too good on swing up close on the chassis. And another primary site goes the way of BDS.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking very solid on this primary site. We're not really seeing too much of an opening for Furia. BDS both winning out when they're anchoring on site, but also when they're roaming off site. They're able to take the contact fights, and even more so when you consider Shaiko going for the spawn peak onto JV92 at the very beginning. Huge kind of play to do in a semi-final with a lot on the line when you go for those peaks early on. But yeah, there it is, straight through main entrance, easy headshot kill, then a second as well in towards meeting. He was able to do quite a lot of damage in this round, and really Furia could just never really get any kind of momentum back in there. It just felt like they were always playing catch-up.
Yeah, the roam game from BDS here on Oregon has looked really sound so far. Furia are finding it a challenge to produce, favorable opening duels and entries, and then snowball off that. That's the environment in which they thrive, where they get the opener and they quickly snowball rounds by constricting their opponent and not allowing opposing defenders to then reposition into good positions themselves. They're just not being afforded those opportunities.
And it doesn't help right now for Furia. Their best 2 performing players of the tournament so far, 1-4, 1-3, KZ and JV92. I mean, JV92 didn't really get much of a chance in that last round, but you need your top fraggers fragging out, especially when you're in the attack here of Oregon. Big site coming up, kids, doms, we always know this is really one of those big sites where certainly far more avenues for the attack. Last time out though, a very good setup from BDS, and Furia really couldn't do much to break it down. Herds straight away on the balcony. Little sight line. This is so aggressive in towards Games. Can he find anything up close? He does, but it's not what he was looking for. A shotgun to the face, and Bride gets the opening kill. So aggressive from Herds, and maybe just feeling like he has to force this. He has to do something to get Furia up into an advantage early in these rounds, but by doing so, walks straight into the trap. Shotgun up close. Really nicely done for Bride.
Yeah, the good mind there. Really well placed by Shaiko. If that wasn't there, Herds likely would have been able to push forward, get an opener. Really uplift his team here on another primary site attack. Unfortunately though, a 4 versus 5. Let's see how the rest of the team can now step up to the mark. This open hold games continues to provide pressure for BDS onto their opposition. Furia finding it difficult to deal with that. Oh, Nitro out, shot. Liquefact takes the high ground now on the boost and plays for his life.
Yeah, JV92 trying to just help out, but he cannot do anything to help the angle there of which Shaiko had against KZ. Another 2-player advantage right now for BDS, and Liquefact back in towards site. Oh, this is looking horrible right now for Furia. BDS, whenever they want to do anything in this particular map, they are able to do it without really much hesitation. 5 versus 2. JV92 with a slow push in through Attic, but it feels like he's having to look in so many different angles and areas. BDS just know when to counter punch, when to push forward, when to hold. And Furia right now do not look like the team dictating tempo. It's all BDS and looking very likely to go up 4-1.
The primary sites have been really well locked down here by BDS. Philippox 1v4. And Shaiko shuts down JV92.
And Shaiko's hot right now.
Gets the last as well. He's looking good.
The BDS as a whole looking good. Very strong defense so far here on Oregon. 1 round to go in the half.
That's the problem though, right? It's all well and good to be dominant on primary sites. In Siege, it doesn't really matter how dominant you are in rounds, especially on primary objectives. You now need to convert the secondary, the tertiary. Because a 4-2 for Furia, I'll take that. I'm sure they'll be a little bit disappointed and frustrated, obviously, that the primary sites didn't, go according to plan. But a 2-4 salvage on any map in this kind of meta at an event that overall has been very defender-sided, that's okay.
Well, I've seen the side choice actually for our upcoming round, and it's not kitchen and meeting, it's kitchen and dining. But yeah, another very dominant round for BDS. They get their 4th round. You kind of made the point there, if you're Furia and this goes to 4-2, you're happy. I mean, I don't know if you're happy, but I think you're probably content. I think for BDS, though, getting 4 rounds as well is the same measure. I don't think they'd be too disappointed if this does end up 4-2. Does mean for Furia, of course, they're going to have to be pretty much just as perfect on defense when they switch halves. BDS, though, if they can get a 5th round here, kitchen and dining, well, it's going to be very difficult then for Furia to bring it all the way back.
So take a repick then, Glaz into the board. I thought maybe we'd see the Ying, typically quite prominent here in Oregon. There was even a phase where Ying was essentially an instaban here on this particular map. Instead flexed out for the IQ this time around, but not to be. Ying eventually doesn't make it through, but they do have Sense in play. So a set play potentially on offer here from Furia, something that they've been able to cook up. I couldn't even theorize what it's going to be. You're probably listening to the biggest ROU hater on the talent team.
And a number 2 right here as well.
But I will say, in combination, especially with the Glaz, Philippox will be quite mobile, yet be able to see through those walls. And if there's any team, honestly, that could cook something up here that is well calculated, it could be Furia.
They're on opposite sides of the map. Philippox, the glass is over towards small tower side. JV92 still construction side.
True.
Oh, headshot though. Okay, you don't need the ROU. You don't need the send. Users will sit down, will not be a part of this round any longer. A little lurk down below as well for JD92. Well, there is the sense, and he's just going to back his way out. You do not need to enter in through blue. You can go back out. You've got a bit of pressure over towards small tower. Play as a team if you Furia right now. For BDS, they're going to have to honestly renegotiate this round a little bit after losing users. It's a matter of, do you continue to roam, or do you bring players back close to site, or at least the nade? Talk about aggression here as well in through dorms. Furia certainly getting a lot more map control this 6th and final round.
Yeah, the Thatcher is in play, so they could go for meeting control, open up in towards kitchen. That's certainly viable. Look at fact, though, repositioning over towards classroom. They may throw a spanner into the works. Doesn't quite get that kill. Really eager to find something here to bring it back into a 4 versus 4. Logic bomb rings out. It's Herd's holding down the line, low on HP. Look at fact, though, able to escape through elbow.
Yeah, Herd's very lucky to stay alive. 6 HP. Used the logic bomb as well to maybe just add a bit of defensive layering. Elsewhere, Shaiko finding a kill into JV92. That one just over towards kitchen. Still with the Glaz, but no more sends. We saw Philippox already on the Glaz find a kill without the sends. Final logic bomb brings out courtesy of Herds. Another bit of contact in through the showers in towards security and KZ. A little bit of a fallback shot. Finds the kill onto Brede. Liquefact trying to get the trade, unable to do so. 6 HP now for 2 players of Furia. And Solitov takes a player out as well. It's all going the way of BDS now. It's going to be very difficult for Furia. Nade needs to do a lot. So far, 0-4. Still on that donut. A chance to get off it, and he does. Lands the shots onto Liquefact. 25 seconds left. No diffuser, though, with these players. KZ running over to go and collect it now, small tower side. He has been able to acquire the diffuser. Nade will do a little bit more through meeting into kitchen. He's going to have to take the fight with Shaiko. The timing, though, Solitov just beats out KZ. Again, Kit now on the floor. Nade needs to find 2 kills in 5 seconds, and he hasn't got enough time to do so. There's one, and all Solitov needs to do is hide, and hide he will. Round win for BDS. 5 rounds on the board in that opening half.
Big final round of the half there from BDS, able to check off a tertiary site. And on Oregon, probably the most unpopular objective to select. Over towards kitchen dining. Can be a difficult one to nail down, but they threw some interesting ideas into the mix. Felipox with a great opening pick, but then Shaiko doing a really good job holding the backside of the map. Solotov as well was able to escape small tower and critically get a pick on his fallback as well. Nade then was left alongside KZ. They were split on opposite sides of the map because the diffuser had been dropped earlier on. Made it then difficult for them to connect for trades. Allowed then that remaining defender inside of Showers to play time.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like at least one of the rounds in which Furia had some success in the earlier portions. Felipox getting that opening kill on the glass, of course, opens things up. 5v4, you're able to get a little bit more map control. I thought they clearly had a bit of an understanding that it wasn't just going to be a small tower push. They wanted to get players on that backside over towards big tower, for example, and maybe try and go for a pinch eventually. But any of those pushes, big tower side, just all fell apart. In through garage, in towards split, all fell apart. The only success they really kind of found was on that small tower side. And eventually second floor in through kids' dorms, but that was really it for Furia. So BDS have acquired 5 rounds from that opening half. 2 more rounds required to take the opening map of this best of 3 series. Of course, Bank on the other side. This is the map pick for BDS. Furia also did lose this to SSG yesterday. I suspect if Furia make the grand final, they will be banning Oregon.
Well, it is also a BO5, so maybe they can let it slide. One last send-off.
Well, to be fair, now they're on the defense, right? So this is where you can get a really good momentum build-up. If you can get those primary sites, suddenly it's back to 5-3. And then the tertiary site, kitchen and meeting, you win that 5-4, and all the pressure's back onto BDS. Oh, little drop-down shot all the way through security to freeze on Felipox. We get the opening kill of the round.
Fade away. Dropping down the hatch, nice shot back up through the vert.
That's what you want as well. Once you get that opening kill, everyone can go back to basement. That was perfectly played and timed for Furia. BDS with some work to do now without Liquefac. No buck, so no soft breach really in this round.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Such is the nature of Siege. Typically, basement objectives are the most powerful for the defensive team, and they probably compound the best when you have a man advantage early on into the piece as well. It really shuts down the ability for the attack to go for trades. Crossfires are easier for the defense to establish. So this is going to be tough for BDS. Certainly not impossible, but a challenge. They will need to play essentially perfectly from here. Hope that they can maybe find something for free.
Good shot.
But it's Shaiko to fall.
I don't mind that though from Shaiko, because you're in a position now where you're going to have to force it a little bit, try and push forward, clear out an angle, take a position like freeze up. You're down a player, but by doing so you lose your life, and further compounding in the round now for Furia, a 5v3 advantage. Well, that's an impact grenade that did not land onto the Rotero. Shield lost. Nade will have to re-navigate his position. 60 seconds. Logic bomb going out from users, and it's going to be the push. Well, he basically line up for Herds. An easy double kill for him. Solotov does find 2 himself in towards Freezer. Felipox is here as well. Very close left side. He's got KZ in the hallway. But JV92, the third player, the third factor, outnumbered in that situation. 1v3. It was always going to be difficult. Furia, they will take the primary site of basement 5-2.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get a replay of that opening pick, because that looked pretty gnarly. Certainly an opportunistic moment taken there by the defense of Furia. Here is said shot. Oh, that was clean. Liquefac did not see that one coming. Establishing the vert himself up above with that skeleton key, trying to prevent, ironically, the drop down through the hatch, but loses what is actually for him a favorable fight. Good conversion then from that point onwards from the defense. Good trade set up. And Furia looking rather confident now.
Yeah, it's one site though. It's one round win. It's
something.
It's laundry supply. It's different. Now we go to Kids Dorms. This is where you're going to be tested a little bit more. Curious to see what they bring. So they go to Bandit actually. Shockwire batteries in play. I would imagine to electrify games. That's the hesitated guess. Obviously, you can also leave one over towards the other side of Attic and towards Big Tower.
Yeah, I would presume it'll be an Attic juggle. Maybe to an extent they can be used on site in combination with the mirror as well, depending on what config they go for. In terms of the attack, important to note that Nook is being brought. Again, as I was sort of highlighting before, didn't actually eventually get stuck, but Ying also, again, incredibly powerful and this particular objective for gaining space to the likes of double window, for instance, or a pit drop. And then Monty goes without saying, can also be great for creating space. Back to this Nook though. Not particularly favored currently in the comp meta.
Interesting little proposition here, but only a secondary Heartbreak is actually brought into the round along with the ace. So that juggle towards Attic could be a successful one. JV92 is pre-placed in there. You can see second floor, Attic. Love that little feature.
They needs to be a little bit careful here that he doesn't get snuck upon by Liquefac. Again, likely being brought in counterplay to the Valk.
Yeah, but they're roaming. I mean, they're on the move. That's what you want to see from Furia. It's very easy on Kidstorm sometimes to just bunker in towards side, especially if you're playing something like a Bandit Juggle in towards Attic. You can really block off a big avenue for the attack.
Oh, he's going to get a kill.
Liquefac should get a free one here on to Nade, and Nade will fall. Yeah, Nade just wandering around aimlessly in the dark and eventually runs into Liquefac. Advantage BDS. Deathmark has also been utilized here by the Deimos of Shaiko. Just put some pressure, perceived pressure, onto Herds. Nothing really all that direct. What a shot though from Shaiko. The push through into bedroom. Incredibly favorable now for BDS with a two-player advantage on one of the primary sites here of Oregon. Love the amount of information that Brede can give over to the rest of the team. He essentially has spotted all three of the remaining members of Furia, confirming their locations, their positions, and Shaiko with a headshot onto KZ. Philippox clearly trying to do something, but it's too little too late through Z. Nitrocell, even if it does land, it won't matter. It's a 5v1. BDS ripping apart this defense of Furia.
Well, he marches forward to his loss. A flawless round from BDS. I really like what they brought there. The composition, real nice. The Liquefac lurk down below. He was ultra patient. It took until a minute 45 remaining for them to get that opening pick, but essentially risk-free. Converted it from there. Brede on the Monty, as he was sort of alluding to, relaying really good information, and the pick clear there from the attack. Essentially perfect.
Well, you kind of look at the emphasis for both teams. So if you're Fury, the emphasis in that round was essentially the juggle towards Attic. We want to block off big tower push. Hopefully then for the late game, we can kind of play in towards Pit, for example, off the mirror, right? Then you also have a bit of a presence towards the game side. And you then have one player roaming down below. So what do PDS do? Straight through bedroom. They put the pressure immediately into Attic from the only avenue you possibly can. They deal with that, and then you are able to have, facing in towards Pit, in towards site, the Montagne gets so much vision. They dealt with the Roma, essentially just completely outplayed Furia in that round. That was a very dominant round, maybe the most dominant round we've seen, as it was also flawless so far in this particular map. 6-2 for BDS, and on the verge of taking the opening map pick of this series.
Yeah, BDS's Oregon has been super clean so far. Here is that replay package. Again, the Nook lurk down below. Shaiko with a couple sharp shots as well. The Deimos pressure to compound in towards Pit alongside the info relayed from the Monty was really, really nice. Nothing too fancy there from Shaiko, but just landing those favorable fights. Doing his job well. Great cut off top white. Flawless round. And I don't think they really have too much to be concerned about at this point.
No, put nothing wrong there, did they? That was absolutely flawless from BDS. Now, Furia is certainly going to be some question marks here, but it is also an Oregon map in which they're going to be now 0-2.
Well, they doubled down, and they're going to bring the clash for round 9, hiding inside of that kid's bedroom position, hoping that it doesn't get discovered.
No Bandit.
Nope. A Rooney in play as well. We've seen quite a large amount of variety here in terms of comps so far, which is good to see.
Yeah, largely the same though for BDS. I don't imagine they'll play this exactly the same. Hertz with an armory peak, but unsuccessful. Certainly dominant for BDS so far here on Oregon, making very quick work of Furia to begin this semi-final. A long, long way back now for Furia. 4 defensive rounds in a row required. Guman stepped on, forces Liquefac back outside main entrance. Takes that one out. Brede will drone through behind. Shaiko, I think, eventually wanting to get himself over towards White Stairs. But yeah, big change up now, at least in positioning for Furia. Instead of holding one deep Attic, just reinforce it off. They also have one side of Games Wall opened up, and that's where Nade is sitting on the Clash, although he has also fallen back. So he can take the shield battle if he likes with Liquefac on the Montagne. So it's kind of like, I think maybe wondering wherever the Montaigne goes, we'll send the clash.
Yeah, very much expecting BDS to go for a double window top white push, maybe repel kids. That's where they're playing currently. Not a whole lot of pressure over towards Big Tower. That's still locked down by JV92. Not much action over towards Bedroom either, except the lurk from Brede outside main entrance.
It's just looking like white stairs, big window up above, bit of pressure maybe from down below. Solitov also just kind of lurking in through split. So that's where you want the buck. Open up the floorboards, get some pressure in 90 seconds, bit of time. But I don't emphasize there's going to be too much effort in towards Big Tower. I say that though, and Liquefact actually rotates over here.
Yeah, interestingly enough. Oh, but that's big. The Warden down, uses. You can see the Candela's cooking on the Ying now.
Yeah, straight in, smoked off the moment, so not a lot of vision. I wonder if the Bolt will come through. JV does find 2 kills though. Absolutely required for Furia. Brede able to get one, but eventually traded. Liquefact's not even really in the map, by the way. While all of that was happening, the Montaigne wasn't even inside of the building. Huge triple kill from JV92 and keeps this map alive for Furia. As Liquefact getting electrified and eventually shotgunned. And Furia find a 3rd round.
So that was big from down below, BDS clearing out the Warden, and immediately they seized that opportunity to try and activate the Ying. I think the fallout from that, though, was, as you were sort of mentioning, the Monty not in the best of positions. They didn't get a whole lot of value from that, not a lot of pressure. The Clash ultimately was able to deal with it anyway. And so it fell apart there for BDS. A couple of nice shots as well from JV92. And Furia just extend this map a little longer.
Is that the first round? We're seeing Furia really kind of maybe outsmart BDS a little bit. They certainly looked like, okay, to be fair.
I wouldn't even say it was outsmart. I think just out-mechanic, right? Let's look at the Ray package. So this was big, right? Warden falls, we see the Ying activate, but then JV92 just with some really nice shots, gets one, holds top white, that's a second. I don't think this is big brain necessarily, right? It's just hitting clean shots, maximizing opportunities, and BDS putting a couple of foot wrong. I mean, JV92, again, another big shot here. That was a fight that he should have lost.
I think the emphasis I'm also putting on is probably the clash play and trying to maybe hinder the Montaigne as much, because if you think back 1 round prior, how much the Montaigne was able to do because they couldn't deal with it. Sure, he's not running around killing people, but he was able to get so much vision, so much space, able to progress the attack forward for BDS in that round. Liquefact was essentially just not even playing. He wasn't even inside of the server. 6-3, 3 more rounds required for Furia. See what they can do. They do get the ability to go back down to basement now. So launch resupply to see whether or not they can get this to a 6-4 scoreline. Capcan in play. Was fun with those EDDs. Also actually being selected by Liquefact, wanting to stay on the shields, but putting the Montaigne away for now. Fabian 11 kills, by the way, and there was that watch thread yesterday, and ever since that thread got put up on Reddit, he has played really, really well. Don't go too early, kids.
Okay, so these Talon shields being used outside blue currently. Makes it a little bit more challenging for KZ to contest, not running impacts. So just something that he'll now need to be mindful of for the remainder of the round if he wants to lock down bunker. As we can see here from the perspective of Brede, obviously he can't see it, but we can. A couple of red outlines on the first floor, meeting and main stairs. That's for Leapox and Herds respectively. Currently being droned out by BDS. They'll likely want to contest these positions if they are to try and open up that meeting hatch. They do have the Impact Emps and the Secondary Hard Breach to deal with the Electro Claw. For Leapox though, their biggest barrier to entry at the moment is in full sight of the attack though. Oh, I like this.
Yeah, I've been spotted, yellow, pink, saw the... Oh, what was that from Felipox? Shotco just got sent to the Shadow Realm. Spotted his feet, pinged him out, knew where he was, and yeah, a quick little shot from Felipox. Well, as good as that shot was, Furia have also fallen apart very quickly, and now BDS have got the advantage for the remainder of this round. Sight opened up, bit of pressure. JV92 and Herds, last standing duo, into basement as users droning out. Liquefact already in a very aggressive position through blue bunker. Oh, JV92 gets the kill and brings it back to even margins. Drone down back stairs, but spotted and shot out. And Brede, just at that moment, was making his way towards blue as well, looking to play in behind Liquefact now by himself.
Oh, Brede can open up bunker here by flushing out Herds.
Logic bomb.
They haven't really been able to necessarily play directly of that though. 30 seconds now and they'll double stack.
What? Logic Bomb, yellow ping, yet JV92 wins the fight against users, and Bride with the rotate towards backstairs, and for the second time in a row, rotates to his teammate, only for them to be dead by the time he gets there. Okay, very interesting round there as Furia finds a second in a row, 6-4 on the scoreline.
How did Philippe Fox win that fight?
We're about to see it.
Like, what the hell was that?
I want to see it.
Oh, wow. It's not every day of the week you see anyone, like, just outgun Shaiko, period, but not from that kind of position. You're prone, forced out by a grenade. They know exactly when you're going to pop up. That was crazy. Either way, though, BDS will now call their tactical time out. They're one and only in this series. Just to talk things over, how are they going to convert this map? Still 2 more opportunities in regulation.
3 of the last 4 rounds for Fear. I mean, evidently it's defender side. Oregon has always kind of played it in that manner. We look at those 2 floor split margins, but the issue is the fact that we just saw a basement win. And prior to that, Kid Storm. So if I'm correct, this should be a complete tertiary of Kitchen and Meeting coming up, and then potentially Kid Storms for that final round of the half. So some really good time to talk things over, actually, for both teams, courtesy of the BDS tactical timeout. We are indeed going to Kitchen and Meeting. Here is this replay. So Philippe Fox, oh my God, guys.
I mean, I don't have to say anything. Everyone just saw that. Wow, that was clean. But there was still that period of play post that. It actually felt like BDS were wrangling momentum in the round.
Yep.
Unable to convert that, though, off the back of JV92 locking down that pillar position. We saw the executive decision to then double stack the rear stage position as well. I think in hindsight, that was maybe not quite it. Equally, though, Fury with the blue bunker hold made it kind of difficult, regardless of where BDS were going to try and hit. 6-4 the scoreline. Tertiary now in play, meaning Kitchen. And the best opportunity for BDS to convert the map. You lose this, OT beckons.
Yeah, it certainly would. I mean, I think Kid Storm's certainly a site in which Furia will feel far more comfortable than, say, this tertiary site. Although, of course, that was the particular site in which BDS did win. One of them. Bring them on tank once again. Oh, with the cap put out. Deimos has continued to be employed by BDS. And a bit of a change up as well for Furia. We see the Malusi. Those Banshees will come out, 4 of them. It's Herd's cooking, though, towards bedroom. No one there, by the way, on that side of the map for BDS. For reference, big stack towards the construction side. In through blue bunker, maybe thinking about the push, but evidently not, as we watch Liquefact rotate back over towards Big Tower. It's a very early Logic Bomb as well. Shotgun to the shield. In fact, has got Liquefact very low. That is some successful shooting from JV92.
Yeah, 53 HP, so Liquefact now needing to be perhaps a little bit more conservative for the remainder of the round. Early signs pointing towards a stack in towards this Big Tower position and a default plant position on the stage. There may still be an opportunity for a lurk elsewhere over towards small tower or through front door. But Furia have responded to this quite nicely. The hatch up above in attic also soft. They can open that up if required. Nade hears me and opens it up. And so that means that BDS will probably have to try and consider clearing up above if they are to try and get the plant down. It is soft. And so Shaiko may actually look to death mark that position and does so successfully. It forces that space to be cleared. And Solotov can confirm that with an asphyxiating bolt.
Yeah, Herd's also just trying to play some contact through pit, but he has been just pushed out of position. Just over a minute remaining. Heavy contingency still on this first floor for Furia, but you've got Herds up in attic. Interesting JV92 over towards basement. Freezer. Fleetbox actually over towards Z. Herds does find that opening kill. A big one on to Solotov, and the push in towards Meeting has successfully begun for BDS. Nade very much stuck on a bit of an island. Herds that does lose his life in attic, and KZ's to fall as well. BDS are going to have the numerical advantage now for the remainder of this round. It's 4-3 in their favor with 40 seconds left. Liquefact with the kit. Pushing forward so aggressively, thinking about pulling the pistol, but he doesn't even need to with the help from Bride, and now can stick the plant. with crossfires established for BDS. Huge kill from Shaiko. 2 left up. Denied the play. Eventually from Philippox, who just walked in. Who was watching for BDS? Their eyes were closed momentarily, and Philippox will close them, but no, not for long. BDS win the round. What a scrappy end to that one for this map of Oregon, but it does eventually go the way of BDS. What a strange finish.
Yeah, they're able to weather them down. The tertiary site proving too difficult to defend. BDS taking their map pick of Oregon. Is it the last time we see Oregon in Rainbow Six for a while? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But BDS able to tick that box nicely.
Yeah, a very interesting end to that round, because Philippox, I wasn't expecting him to be able to just waltz in to sight, deny the plant, then he gets a kill. At that point, I'm thinking he's doing a James Bond special ops mission. But BDS, to their credit, still had really good positions in which they were able to get the answers, get the trades, and eventually get the map win.
Yeah, they had a really good game plan. I really enjoyed the BDS defense, and I think Furia, unfortunately, found it a little bit difficult to break down.
And they certainly did. Let's go and see what the studio has to say.
What a last round. We thought there for a second that the special mission that Philippox was on was actually going to be coming out to fruition, but that was not the case. BDS take this one very convincingly, very quickly, and it's Oregon. So I guess they really want to write their name down in history as the last team that defeat Furia on Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, they could be the last team that ever wins a match on Oregon, right? So that's the kind of thing that we don't know right now. I mean, BDS for us, Fresh, we sort of spoke about it, hinted towards it. Any of these 3 maps that you think on paper favor BDS, it would have been Oregon, right? It was their map choice. They started on a good side as well, which is, I suppose, surprising to us as well in a way.
Yep. Yeah, it was surprising that Furia, obviously when BDS picked that map, Furia had the choice of starting defense or attack. Obviously chose to start out on the attack, and we kind of hypothesized that it might be a show of confidence, just prefer starting on the attack, try and set the tempo, but it didn't go well for them at all. They were 1-5 on their attacks and always chasing their tail. Now, it is Oregon. There is a reason it's leaving. It is very defender-sided. It has 2 of the best defensive sites in the game. So we did see that mini kind of comeback mounted, but it kind of just wasn't to be. I thought, realistically, they didn't do enough on their attacks. And it started from that very, very first round, I do want to say, when the whole of Furia team were trying to chase out Leaky Fact from that top floor tier 3 roam, and they couldn't find him. They were chasing a ghost, and that really set the scene for how BDS were going to play their defenses. They were going to be mischievous, they were going to be devious, and they were going to be aggressive together as well. And Furia really, to be honest, had no answers for it.
Was the attack pick potentially more towards the thought of thinking it overtime and where that would put them?
I think Furia historically they're one of the teams who do sort of quite like starting on attack, don't they, Fresh? And it's, for me, it's I don't know why, Ginny. I couldn't tell you, but I know that top teams like starting on attack. You know what? Let's get this out the way. This is a hard side. If we can pinch a couple rounds there, they're going to be demoralized going into their defense.
Gives you so much more confidence. If you say you hit that 3-3 mark on Oregon defense, if it wasn't 1-5 and it was 3-3, gives you loads of confidence going into that second half, knowing that you are in full control. Like I say, I would call it like a calculated gamble. Obviously, it's not paid off inside of this game, but it's paid off plenty of times for them before.
Yeah, and we're looking at BDS. They're the ones that get to take away their own map pick, and that is not necessarily what we've seen from them yesterday. So that also brings questions on what we're going to see on Furia. Almost call them W7M. What we're going to see on Furia's map pick from the side of BDS, because it feels like they have adapted and they have made changes and it's come through fruition, and Furia's struggling a little.
Yeah, and I think we saw BDS, unless I'm mistaken, yesterday, Bank was their 7-0 victory over FaZe, right? And they also started on the defense. So if they were to start defense again, just like they have map 1, I don't know, it looks difficult. It looks tricky for them on paper, but Furia are an amazing Bank team. It's the one thing I commented on during the match. For me, I think Furia at their absolute best, and they play at their absolute best when they're on big maps. Lots of space. Herds, go take this space. KZ, I'm going to follow you in. Let's use this space together. Let's pinch things. Let's work together. And I think Oregon, we just didn't see it. As we alluded to, Fresh, BDS just controlled the pace of it. They really did. But I think historically, Furia are so good at controlling the pace on the bigger maps.
I guess we're going to have to wait and see, because that is the next map that we're going to be heading into. And talking about controlling the space, any other adaptations that we're expecting? Because obviously we're aware that they're good at controlling the space, so BDS should be aware of that as well. They've lost to them before. They know how they'd approach this. I'm expecting something new from BDS.
Yeah, well, something new, something old. I'm going to say one word: Shaiko.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's something new. Maybe a revitalized Shaiko within the current system of BDS. Thought he was excellent inside of
Sunny
that.
Shaiko?
Sunny Shaiko, that's what we're going to start calling him. I think you peddled that, Tristan. I don't know if that was one that you created or not, but yeah. If you look at these kills from Shaiko, I think particularly on the defense, lots of it isn't going and be the guy that's the front line. It's a lot of trying to help his teammates, play around his teammates. Of course, there's some of that, but even look at these kills here. He's not necessarily the first one in the building. He's had to adapt his game because there are still plenty of other aggressive players on the side of BDS, but he seems to be actually prospering within that.
Yeah, and a 7-4 scoreline comes out from the side of BDS. And if I were to say this, like, pretty dominant, I don't think it would be debatable.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of Furia's round wins were what Laundry defends, right, Fresh?
Yeah.
As we know currently, right now, it's probably a big reason why Oregon's been removed from the pool. It's the most defender-sided bomb site across all of Rainbow Six, all of our competitive map pools, maybe even our non-competitive map pools. It's the strongest bomb site. BDS controlled the pace of this. You've seen it there with Shaiko. He didn't even need to be all the way at the front because they, like, Fury just couldn't open rounds up in a way. We've seen it in one time where Herds really tried on that kid's attack where he thought, you know what, I'm going straight through the master bed, straight through the closet, and Bredo was waiting for him with a shotgun.
And I think that was a real acceptance from BDS's point of view that this is how Herds plays. It's not, let's go and target Herds, let's not go and take him out of the game. It's just like, be guns up, be aware, be ready that he might just come floating through a rotate that you're not expecting. In that instance, Bredo absolutely was ready for that, and I think BDS were fully ready for how Furia play.
Yeah, Hertz was a player that we highlighted from the side of Furia, and we said that this is one of the players to look forward to in terms of how he's going to be able to open up some of these rounds. BDS was looking forward to it as well, and they were ready for that too, but we are also ready to head over to a break because we have our second map of this semi-final ready between BDS and Furia, so don't go anywhere because you genuinely do not want to miss this.
Well, the defending world champions on the brink of elimination after dropping the opening map to BDS on Oregon. Bank coming up very shortly for what is, well, a big opportunity for BDS. A potential grand final on the other side if you do take this respective map.
Yes, sir. BDS with a 7-0 victory over FaZe on Bank yesterday. So they come in with hot form this evening. But obviously, it is the pick of Furia, and so full expectation that they have probably watched that match very intently and know exactly what to bring to counter it here tonight.
It's always one way to kind of look at it, right? Where it's like, well, BDS won 7-0 yesterday, so what should we do, guys? Let's pick it, because we watched them and we can kind of counter-strat, but it's always a risky play to do that, because for BDS, well, they can go into this knowing full well that, yeah, okay, they probably watched us play it yesterday, we'll change a few things up, and if that is the case, then I kind of like BDS as well. As we were speaking a little bit in the green room about how we think the series is going to play out from here. The consensus seems like a 2-0. Like the way that BDS are playing, the second half of yesterday, coupled now with the beginning here as well today, they are looking like the team that's going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, difficult to stop, certainly, but if there's any team that can stand in their way, it is probably Furia. They have shown phenomenal resilience at a lot of international events now at this point, and they always tend to have the ability to, I suppose, carry close results just over the line, get those victories in these big matches, and so I wouldn't be putting a line through them quite yet, but I do think that the first probably 3 to 4 rounds are going to be very telling. They are starting on attack. I think it was you mentioning Bank has actually been, surprisingly here at EWC, the most defender-sided map, so they need one hell of a start.
You stole my Xenox fun fact of the day that I was about to bring up. Yeah, 68.3%. You want to know what is the second most defender-sided? It's Oregon,
okay,
68.2%. So I was refreshing the page. I was like, oh, I hope that stat's still correct after the defensive Oregon that we just saw. Indeed, by 0.1%, it is the most defender sided, which is an intriguing stat because I feel like Bank isn't historically one of the most defender-sided. Sometimes it can certainly favor defense, but not the most, right? I mean, you got maps like Labs, Oregon, Clubhouse. I feel like they're all a little bit more ingrained to favor defense than Bank.
Yeah, certainly so. In fact, there was a real period of time there where Bank, especially on some specific sites, you think about top floor especially, got unlocked quite nicely by the attack, and it was actually quite favorable. And the defense over time has started to clue into some of those particular plays, and attacks generally in Bank have started to stagnate a little bit and become a little bit more linear. So we'll see if that's the case in this matchup. I, again, am expecting Furia to throw some interesting things inside of the server tonight, and given that BDS had that phenomenal result last night against FaZe 7-0 flawless, they're going to have to.
Yeah, and they're going to have to also change the narrative in terms of those statistics, rather, you know, talking about defense and offenses. Furia will be attacking first up, which I actually think maybe is a good thing here on Bank. Attacking into it first. Can you get some reps on the board? Can you try to steal a couple of rounds? Not too far away from getting into this particular map. Of course, for those that missed it, BDS taking the opening map of Oregon, which was their map pick. It's an intriguing one here now for Furia, having picked into it. They better be bloody ready, because if they're not, they're going to be going home, and there is going to be no grand final dance against their old organization, W7M. BDS do win this, and they do make the grand final. They have to be going in as dead set favorites.
Yeah, probably. I think it would be pretty tricky to make a case that W7M would be the favorite team in that matchup. In fact, even against Furia, I don't think they would be either, right? They'll probably go in as the underdog, in my opinion, yeah.
I feel like that would be a closer matchup in my opinion.
Yeah, probably.
Like Furia,
Inter-regional as well.
Like a bit of a 50-50, whereas BDS, they look, to me, when they play their best siege, it's the best siege that we've seen at the tournament.
Yep. Which is a big statement to make, right? Because overall, I think the quality at this event in terms of gameplay inside of the server has been really strong. No one's really been dragging their heels too much, especially in this playoff bracket. So that's a testament to the skill of BDS and the amount of experience that they have.
What are you looking for from Furia, though, in this opening half? Kind of trying to just keep it a little bit focused in on the attack into Bank, having what we saw from them on Oregon as something to maybe offer a bit of an insight into. Do you expect to see them maybe pick up the pacing a little bit, go for more direct entry hits, clear out roamers? What are you expecting to see from Furia? What do you want to see from Furia? Because they're going to have to start well. They're going to need these attacking rounds.
I mean, it probably goes back again to the Herds Keys combo, right? Herds on the primary entry, then Keys as that secondary, and utilizing the space that then gets created ahead of him by Herds. In terms of pacing, it's difficult to say on Bank. A lot of the objectives just don't really offer, route one opportunities where you can get in and mess with the opponent too early on into the piece. Certainly there can be opportunities, but they're limited, and you really have to be confident in order to capitalize upon them. If there's anyone that's going to do it, it's the man on screen, Herds. Again, on Oregon, he had good moments, probably not having a huge, massive impact, not enough to turn the tide, but he has the potential to do so.
Yeah, someone who did have some of those big moments was probably Shaiko, who ended up beyond double-digit kills, incredibly positive throughout the majority of Oregon. It wasn't just the Shaiko show, though. In fact, BDS as a team, I thought, played really, really well. They just controlled the spacing of the map. Pure roam game was electric. At many times, Furia just couldn't really shut down the roamers. And when it did come time to just kind of sit sight, play the anchor defense, they were far and away better at that as well. Furia just looked shaky across the board. And that is probably the issue for me going into Bank, especially on defense first up now. If you're BDS, Bank is the kind of map that can certainly facilitate that roam game, but also the multi-layered defense. You think about even sites like Basement, for example, where you might huddle the majority of your players' basement, but then you can rotate up main stairs and get back in on that first floor, go for a bit of a flank, and that's what I'm expecting from BDS. So Furia is going to have to be ready for that.
Yeah, flanks and roams are the name of the game on Bank. You also think about the peel-off defense opportunities, right? What we mean by that is if you're defending basement, you can have players stationed top floor. They eventually filter down to first floor. They can eventually then safely route down to the basement, not having to take big risks in order to facilitate that, but it can waste so much time and then allow these defensive teams, BDS, to kick things off, to lean into the Goyo, the smoke, waste time, make default plant tough, and then really put a whole lot of pressure back onto those entries from Furia to either pick these players off on the roam, on the cutoff, so they have the advantage late round for easier trades, or to play flawlessly on the drop late round, which is really, really tough. And I agree, right? On Oregon, there were multiple times where we saw like big tower roams or basement works or whatever the case was. And Furia often looked a little bit stalled out. They were sometimes playing off dated info, and that's only going to be exacerbated even more so on a map as big as Bank. So they need to play better on the roam clear here, and hopefully that's something they've discussed during the break.
Goes without saying, if you've been watching here, BDS clearly having some PC issues before we can get started here on Bank. And it seems to be just BDS. I'm actually kind of watching Furia, and they're all just kind of sitting there. We saw Herds actually cleaning his mouse pad, getting ready to go. They're flicking through their sheets.
I have word there may have been a spillage on stage. So had to get that tidied up, but it doesn't look like we're too far away from
fist bumps going out, which does mean, and I can see all the players inside the lobby, that we are heading to Bank for this match. BDS one map away from yet another grand final appearance for Furia. Must win. They must get this done to send us to labs if they are to stay alive here for EWC.
Well, final fist bumps then roll out as we jump into the operator ban phase. Map 2 Bank between BDS and Furia. Big onus here on Furia to fight back on their selection, but it won't be easy heading into the most defender-sided map at the event thus far. Osa off the board. We saw a little bit of Osa back on Oregon. We'll take no further part here on map number 2. Eliminate some of the opportunities that we might see, especially top floor, bot floor, play the back lines. They will now be stripped away here. We'll see what the follow-up is. Likely a shield. Oh. No, the Deimos.
Love that.
And you can see in the player cams the banter between Furia and Shaiko.
Shaiko banned out.
Yeah, I love that.
Using that on Oregon. And you can see it in the player cam. So that is a straight target ban from Furia. The Kaye to follow. I do like the Osa ban as well. You kind of mentioned it very quickly, but things like CEO Repel game, through top square, you can get those shields down, really helps out. Especially then in towards server room, you can get those long sight angles, and then even sometimes pushing like janitor hallway, for example. So you can do quite a lot. Very versatile in a map like Bank. Mirror, self-explanatory. Fear or respect, says Shaiko.
I love it.
I think a bit of both.
Yeah. I wouldn't blame them for being a little bit frightened after what he was able to accomplish even on Oregon in the limited rounds that we did see.
It's a good map for Deimos as well.
Well, exactly right. I mean, probably the best example is we see Deimos used to clear like a janitor mirror hold, for instance. I know mirror is banned out, but it's still a power position that you can play from down below for that vert. Obviously not an option now, and Shaiko will need to show his versatility and probably mess around with some of the other entry operators like an Ash, for instance.
Certainly no one trick.
No. There's still plenty of other operators he'll be able to play.
Herds, by the way, did say respect. Followed by about 5 KKKKKK, which is a laugh, of course, in Brazilian. So, we head into Bank. BDS taking on Furia, second map of this best of 3. All fun and games between these two teams, and certainly the respect, as Herds was saying, I think being shown more so with that ban than fear. I think it's saying, hey, you got us on Oregon, we're not going to allow you to get us on Bank. BDS to defend first, and again, kind of going back to the pre-show discussion that most defend-decided map at the tournament thus far, but we do know Bank certainly can be versatile. Attack can win out, but sites like Locus and CTV is going to be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, records are meant to be broken, so we'll see if you're able to buck that trend here on Bank. And it will be a fall-off roam with both Liquefact and Shaiko off-site. Herd's quick entry, top square, looking to cut Liquefact off. Spots the heels of the Valk as she runs away. Liquefact, though, critically able to survive. You must stay alive on this roam. The #1 goal, waste time, and then get back towards the objective. Especially if he still had that Nitro, but obviously just having the manpower on the objective important. Herds.
Oh, what?
Wow.
That is such an aggressive swing from Herds. Usus was ready for it.
I mean, it's textbook Herds, but a good read from Usus.
We saw that a little bit back on Oregon with those push-throughs, bedroom kid storms from Herds. Sometimes successful, sometimes not. Yeah, good for Usus, though, to stand tall, win that fight. Has taken a bit of a beating, but you take out the Grim. Casey has slipped in towards Garage, playing behind the ambulance at the moment, and, well, this is a bit of a tricky one now for Furia. To Towers, you got Square, you got Garage. Everyone basically all around the map. No one necessarily playing off of another teammate. So all kind of solo push from Furia. Liquefact in elevator. Aware of the fact that his position is known, he will drop. Casey does find a kill on to Solitov. Drone out. Has spotted 3. He has spotted 3 players.
Yeah, understandably not wanting to re-peek into that. Waiting for the rest of the team to help apply pressure, keep a barrier, facilitating the swing from Shaiko. Well, Keys survives that duel, push down main, Shaiko caught. So good teamwork there from Furia, but the trade opportunity presents itself. Liquefact pushes back up main. JV92 elsewhere, good for 1. Brito to find Philippox, and it's a scrappy 2 versus 3 with Shaiko on the ground.
JV's though inside, he's into CCTV, but he doesn't have the kit. It's in a bad spot. 2 versus 2 with Casey very low. Of course, so is Liquefact and Usus. 40 seconds, time a factor. Soon
he has
enough.
kit.
Kit as well with BDS. Usus holding in towards Vault. Oh, the swing, unsuccessful. A second kill now found in the round for JV92. It's a 1v2, but Kit with Liquefact. That's a big win condition still here for BDS. Can't make it through Peepers, it's blocked off. Oh, the drone, position known. Prone's through, 20 seconds. He can certainly play the time, and I think he's wary of the fact that the push is coming through Staff and open area. Hides his position.
He's right there!
What is he doing? What is he looking at? I thought he was just hiding and then he's going to spring out and shoot him. He just doesn't do anything. How do you not hear him running at you?
What? I'm so confused.
I think JV92 actually, for a split second, was about to run past him as well. I want to see his POV there. He's probably wondering, what is this guy doing?
I mean, his position was fine, but he just has to pop up at the right moment.
Exactly.
It's a free kill, and then he has the 1v1 favorable
I thought he played it perfectly. I thought he completely ran into the roam and the rotate, and then he just sits there staring down the hatch.
That was bamboozling. That's probably the most befuddling moment that I have personally seen at this event so far. It was very scrappy through the mid-round.
Let's watch this from JV92. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello.
What is he doing?
Honestly, the player cam. I think he may have been saying some nice words after that one, questioning what was going on.
So for what it's worth, I think in that instance, he's just probably saying, I'm going to give up the kit. I'm going to expect them to run down main and then run in towards side. I'm going to hopefully catch them through the hatch.
Oh, game plan was fine. It's just execution. I don't know if there was a comm that cluttered it and he didn't hear it, or I don't know, siege sound happened. I don't know, but
yeah, that's a strange one. Big round though for Furia, an opening attacking round. We've already highlighted how defensive it's been this tournament, but to get an opening attack on Locker's CCTV as well, of all sites here on Bank, that is a crucial start for Furia after losing the opening map on Oregon. Great way to begin their Bank. And for BDS, left probably scratching their heads for what was definitely a scrappy round.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to set the tone for the rest of this map, where the mid-round is very fiercely contested, or whether or not we'll see a bit more structure and late-round executes come into the fray. Monty in play round 2. see how this is employed. You can find value from the Montang either towards top square or through lobby. Lurk currently below, and so Bride needs to be careful. Herds, I think the game plan from him very clear early on that he wants to navigate into the map early, find opportunities, catch BDS off guard with their pants down. If he can do that and find free entries, it applies so much more pressure onto the rest of the defense.
Yeah, so they bring the Bandit here to really hold off, making sure that Kanto wall doesn't get opened up. More hallway control. Shaiko can then play in between stock and that shield hallway far more vigorously without having to worry about getting shot in the back or eventually getting cleared out. Leapox looking to just open up square. I would imagine for Furia, they're going to completely ignore Spiral side, Kanto side, along with the elevator push through the hallway. This could be rather direct through square. Hertz with the opening kill onto Bride. They got huge square control. Oh, but through the side. Liquefact finds the kill on Nade, and the Montang, the shield facing the wrong way. Really good positioning from Liquefact. Deals with the Montang, who I think would have been a really big win condition in this round to eventually push into site and allow the plant to go down. But JV92 does find Shaiko, and maybe the Deimos ban has proven to be strong.
Oh.
What is that angle found? Solotov lands the headshot onto Herds. And like the opening round, this one has followed suit, similar in fashion. Although to the right side is JV92 standing still. Users gets aggressive on the move through stock. 3-2 in favor of BDS.
Yeah, so much back and forth in just the first 2 rounds here between BDS and Furia. Still anyone's round, really. If KZ can find entry, needs to clear stock, though. Users holding down the line. Leapox elsewhere, good for one.
Oh my god.
KZ.
He's pinched, though.
He's desperate.
Can't let him get the cross. Leapox falls down. And he's allowed KZ almost to get the cross. Users has actually crossed to the right side. I don't even think he was aware of it. They trade each other, but BDS had one left standing, and therefore they get the round.
Oh, there's mid-round, so
it's very chaotic.
Pretty crazy so far. Yeah, a lot of chaos ball around the map. Teams having to really calculate how aggressive they want to play in these key positions. What kind of ground are they willing to forfeit, whether that be on the attack or defense. We continue to see that entry lurk threat from Herds as well. Play a bit of havoc. On screen now, Herds getting Bride.
So this is the moment here. Liquefact getting that kill on Nade. You're the Montang, it's CEO. If you can push in through top square, eventually then hold an angle, deal with any potential nitro cells, someone can come in behind you, get that plant down, and then play off the repel.
And Nade's immediate reaction to that is, why the hell is he pushing through the breach? Yep. But it's those kinds of little moments throughout the mid-round that are making or breaking rounds.
Yeah, and in that moment as well, Users had made the cross back. Could have been a 1v1, had that little fight towards stock been won a little bit cleaner for Furia, but they couldn't. 1-1 on the scoreboard.
5 seconds to insertion.
Certainly a different tone, I feel like, here on Bank than what we saw from Oregon. Oregon felt a little bit more systematic and the pacing was more controlled. The fights were a bit more controlled as well, the way everyone was positioning. But here so far on Bank, it's really playing into the chaos ball. Just half an open area for this third round. Through blue for Nade.
Claymore up.
So the double claymore for the blue stairs flank, indicating that it's likely going to be a power position held here by Furia, and it's Nade currently. It's a round often taken by the defense. Through the late round, provides a good flank opportunity through bot square, but for the attack early on at least, can apply pressure as well. Herds is loving the vert from down below so far. This time CCTV can hold the drop down through Jan. Solotov in a fight. Leapox deep with the fuser.
This is aggressive. This is fast-paced. They weren't ready for it. Straight in towards site. Plant can go down from Leapox. I don't think anyone's going to be close enough to be able to deny. Only one nitro cell available, and that's Solotov. Not even remotely close. The kill, though, lands. It's only one up. It's only Herds, and he's at blue stairs. Surely they can try and stick the plant. This one, someone close. Red ping. They lined up. He gets the double kill. Down to Users and Solotov. Nitro cell misses the mark. Herds. Not a lot of ammunition remaining. Needs to fall back down, reload, and then try once again. Onto the plant is Users, but he can't clear the close angle. Nicely done from Solotov. Huge round win for BDS. The fast-paced push, unsuccessful for Furia.
was definitely hot here at EWC, that's for sure, but that round, sweat-inducing for BDS. If there's any player inside of the server that has the capability of pulling that one back, it is Herds. Posted in that top blue position. I like the explosive nature of the push there from Furia. They got good ground, but the retake from BDS, very, very clean, and then composed here. Solotov, despite being on 30 HP, held a really good line after that lineup from Herds, and just prevented him from pulling off a spectacular clutch.
Yeah, a very intriguing round, actually, because I think, you know, typically when you look at stuff in open area, you go for the more conventional, you know, like open up triple wall, for example, and can you, or quad, and can you then play off of that through square, through archives, then in towards admin, bit of beepers pressure. So you kind of then also can go to stock, play through the hatch. How many times have we seen like a hatch drop through stock? That was just like, no, we're just going to go straight in, waltz in with the Montang. If we can get a kill, great, then we go plant behind in towards default. And they do that. And the fact that when they got that plant down, I feel like 8 times out of 10, you go on and win the round. So the response from BDS, swift and successful.
So Echo in play then for round number 4. Recently received the shotgun. Pardon me, recently received the ACOG. Although Brede is playing the shotgun. So I do wonder where he will elect to post. IQ in play, and so Herds can spot out that utility and shock drones can shoot the Yokais out as required. Another lurk entry Herds. Play close by. Liquefact. Awkward one there for Herds, but he at least survives. Solotov elsewhere though, good for 1.
Loving the pressure right now from BDS, right? Not just falling back to site. Fleetfox does find 2 kills. Oh, and a third as well. Liquefact thinking maybe a chance to get the trade, but unsuccessful. And just like that, Furia have got themselves a 2-player advantage, looking to find their second round win on Locker's CCTV on Bank.
And we often talk about the peel-off defensive roam. It should be relatively easy, or it's at least typical for the defense to route back towards site without dying, without having to take fights. So that X-Factor moment there from Felipox.
Got to swing this if you use this. You've got the intel, the yellow ping, and he lost it anyway. KZ finds the double kill through Garage, despite the Yokai, despite the yellow ping intel. He gets the double, and it's a double round win on basement for the attack of Furia.
And just following on from that point, that moment from Felipox, massive, huge 3K. Even just finding 1, definitely 2 is massive in preventing the fallback. To find 3 is pretty much unprecedented and just absolutely decimated that defense.
Strange old Bank so far. Furia able to find Lockers and CCTV twice from 2 attempts.
Oh my god, that was crazy.
But on the tertiary sites, they've failed so far. 3 there from Felipox certainly was enough to really make it difficult for BDS. And look, honestly, at that point, the double swing to Garage is the right play off the Yokai information. KZ, though, just ready. So 2-2, 2 attacking rounds for Furia, and making basement very difficult for BDS to go to. So much so that, yeah, they're going to just go straight back up towards CEO. Last time out, of course, the Montang was the win condition for Furia. That got shut down by Liquefact. They will not bring it this time around. Might go for the more conventional routing. Maestro in play for BDS as well.
I do wonder if BDS next round go back to basement and just full bunker down.
I don't know. I think they just go staff and open.
Yeah, I mean, they got exploited pretty quickly, though. I know, obviously, successful retake, but... Well, we'll worry about that in 3 minutes' time. Let's see how this one plays out. Can BDS establish a lead or Furia?
I mean, to be fair, if they do go back to Lockers and CCTV, it's probably a case of understanding that peel-off needs to be so much quicker, or just not being so aggressive. We see teams typically just kind of hold in towards open and stuff, and eventually then drop the hatches, and same with Elevator, for example. I mean, they haven't really been doing that on that particular site. By the way, Bride's on 27 HP. Didn't quite catch how that has actually developed, but not ideal for the BDS defender. 1 and 4 as well. Struggling to get into this game. One of the higher rated players coming in today.
Scanning. Stay sharp. Drone activated. Bomb spotted.
So good counterplay here from Herds. Spots 2 Valkyrie cameras top square from down below from the safety of this square position. Impacts from Nade. Good counter onto the keeper barriers of Liquefact on the Azami. Maestro also in play. Something to note, not particularly popular at the moment, but another tool in gaining information, potential plant denial tool as well, site construction with the pistol. But what has Herds been able to cook up? He spotted some good information. Spots a player on cam. That's not a position that can be cleared though from below. But I wonder how much of this information has the cogs turning in the minds of Fury at the moment on attack.
It is Shaiko that finds the opening kill though onto JB92. One of the hard breaches now dealt with. Aspabe thrown over towards that janitor hallway position. Box on the rappel outside CEO has been able to quiet the kit. So now they're going to make their way in. The fact that the kit's still on the rappel though, I'm not liking what I'm seeing right now from Furia. KZ and Terrace in towards top square. Needs to win that fight, but Shaiko clean with a headshot. Makes that swift and successful. Herds now through stock. Should be able to get this trade if he's quick enough. There was a flash thrown out in the hallway. That should be an easy kill. Indeed it is. Shaiko, no idea where that was coming from. Nade in towards site, by the way, as Herds clearing out this hallway. Nade actually finds the kill in sight. A chance again for Herds, but he can't win that second one when he won. Through a long desk, Solotov winning that one, and Bride knowing full well that Nade had already made his way in towards site, able to get the quick swing and kill. BDS get the round win. And again, anything outside of basement has been, pretty comfortable for BDS. Furia rather slow in their approach that round.
Yeah, they got a lot of information down below, did Furia, off the back of the IQ scanner. They weren't really able to capitalize upon it a ton. Repel game wasn't particularly fruitful either for them. Shaiko in stock held that line down really nicely. Big 2K from him. Eventually cleared. And Herds and Nade did a decent job of trying to chip away at that advantage that BDS had, unfortunately, though. With overwhelming odds, unable to overcome them.
Such a small minigame is that battle in towards stock. It opens things up, especially as the attacker can get entry, can play vert, depending on the site. I feel like it's been won by BDS almost every single round, either Shaiko or users, who has been aggressive, and that's actually something that they've done well so far in stock, is it's not just a case of play behind the janitor hallway shield or just play behind the keeper barrier. They're swinging, they're pushing, they're being aggressive, they're getting these kills. That's making it more difficult for Furia. They can't quite get stock control really all that easily.
Is this Archives?
5 seconds left.
Yeah, okay, wow. Okay. So Archives then for round number 6, by far and away the least favored site for defense here, Bank. Hold that thought for a moment. Solotov going for a spawn pick, but that won't amount too much. So BDS giving up on basement, sensing that it's too dangerous for them. A site where, as a defensive unit now here on Archives, where you need to be very dynamic. There's a lot of different opportunities that Fury could look to exploit.
Yeah, certainly is. Multi-layered as well. Certainly through electrical in towards square, something to consider. Front desk and main hallway and Spiral, you still want to defend as well on that side. Predate has got a shield man in his way. Coming up, the logic bomb has been also used. Probably waiting for the reinforcements to follow him behind, but instead just sits the corner, trying to just find a leg to shoot at. Angle has been found, and that's a Montagne turning around. The knife kill, though, from KZ on to Predate is successful, 3-4, but it is in favor of BDS. Drone out for Philippox over towards Blue Stairs. The other two still out in the exterior. This is a really good round now for BDS.
Yeah, I think Furia laid all their chips on the table there for a horizontal take, facilitated by the Monty. And any potential now for Vert also diminished with Nade off the board on the block. Oh. Shots don't land from Herds there. Pinging Solotov out with the Vigil scan active. Philippox falls elsewhere, and a 4-2 beckons.
Yeah, Shaiko's just been so incredibly active on the defense, and a third kill found in quick succession in this round. It's all just too easy. The Boss Cheetah finished it off from Solotov. It's a 4-2 in favor of BDS. Shaiko with a bit of a statement to close out that half. And a really good side choice in the end, and played really well from BDS. You've got to be active, you've got to control the map. You've got to deny those entries as well. A bit of an intriguing battle, of course, open towards Stuff Open with that Bride battling up against the shield play of KZ. In the end, actually, KZ did get the kill. He got the melee kill, but then got traded very much straight away after that one. So, yeah, very intriguing round, but really well played from BDS.
Yeah, good support network on the extension there to open area.
Yeah, look at Shaiko. He's moving around so much. to get these kills.
I mean, like I said, you've got to be super dynamic on that side because there's just so many different avenues that Fury can take, and then the kind of team that are always going to find those pockets of space. But yeah, Shaiko moving around, remaining unpredictable. Good conclusion to the first half there from BDS. Fury now, their time to shine on what is the most favored side in the map pool at this event.
I mean, that's the thinking is 2 attacks might be enough for Furia, but it's all dependent on their own defenses. And the intriguing part about it is the way in which they got their attacks was quite unconventional, winning out basement side, winning out the primary side, both times, both instances of that. Furia are now going to be hoping that said primary site can be their go-to on the defense, and that's exactly where they go for this opening round. 2-4, BDS technically now 3 rounds away from a grand final appearance here at the EWC. What can they do? Through main entrance for Kafak. Once again, Shaiko top fragging for the second round, or second map in a row.
And successful fall off for JV92. He can juggle credits on the Fenrir now from the safety of basement. Still a presence above from Herds though, open area. He continues to probe around.
I'm surprised he hasn't got more presence though. You're playing into the castle, you got the barricades, you can really lock down open area by himself at the moment. He does actually find the opening kill just as we switched away from him. It's the observing curse. Solotov does lose his life. That's the IQ as well. Handy opening kill for Fury.
For Fury?
Fury, sorry. Good on Fury.
How do BDS now break this down with Solotov off the board and Herds firing? Util clear over towards blue. Perhaps BDS will try to ignore this hold up above, but it's easier said than done. Good clear through the quad wall though.
But that's where, you know, there's 90 seconds left. Understand the mission. We were talking about it before in terms of that peel defense. You've got 90 seconds left. Maybe it's time to just drop hatch and go back to site. Instead goes actually wandering into staff, and then you just get picked up from a player in square. Opens things up, BDS get the kill. They can play the hatches now. And no response too for Furia because you've got the other 4 players in basement. So Herds really needed to get back to basement in that situation.
So a minute on the clock then as we take stock of the utility available, especially to the defense. 3 smoke gas babes for Keezy. And he can flush out default.
Let me in.
Green bees for space. Hatch drop likely on the agenda here for BDS. Diffuser in the hands of Breed 8. Could even be a backdrop.
Only 2 drones remaining, so in terms of information, not quite fully there. Flash into elevator, a little bit annoying. The bees are buzzing though from the Quan Hive launcher of Liquefact. Main stairs for JV92. In a good position. Comes the player, and it's a win for Shaiko. 2 kills in this round, now up to 9-5. Advantage for BDS on the push now in towards basement, in towards Fall. Uses cleaner, gets Philippox. They're just winning all their 1v1s everywhere around the map. BDS taking out basement, which has not been won by a defensive side at all in this game of Bank.
Yeah, which is wild. Again, compounded by the fact that heading into this match, it's been a very defender-sided map. Either way, though, good showing there from BDS. And it prompts the tactical from Furia. Not liking what they saw there on the first defensive hold down below.
Well, and also, you've got to beg the question here. Do we just go away from basement and kind of emulate what we saw from BDS? They lost Outlockers, and then they went upstairs. Are we going to see that now as well from Furia? 5-2 scoreline, 2 rounds to go for BDS. A grand final tomorrow on the other side. If they could just get through these next few rounds. Some glum faces on the side of Furia, a long way back into this. They are on defense, but a shaky start to begin. As they talk things over, it's now 3 rounds in a row for BDS.
Yeah, not any huge mistakes. Certainly not as noticeable compared to what we saw in Oregon, right? But I think BDS just having a slight edge at the moment.
Though, right? Not that instance, but here. Yeah. Why are you still in staff with 90 seconds left? You're actually not even at the drop position inside of open at the hatch. So it's a really missed position from Herds, cost his life. That's 1 less player. And you think about all these fights happening in basement. If you have Herds, you've got an extra player that can play into that trade game battle. In the end, they just lost a bunch of ones on site. Ultimately, if you have Herds, maybe that helps you overcome the battle. 5-2. Second floor, top floor we go. CEO executive, Furia. Now 3 rounds adrift from BDS, who I feel like have got a really good stranglehold on this series.
Well, let's see then how round 8 will play out. Capitao, Ying, Twitch, repicked alongside the Habana. And so some opportunistic operators now on the board, especially for that execute. The Grim Ying combo can be really potent in flushing out positions, locking defenders in place. Habana, especially for a Kanto wall open and a lobby repel, can cut off that half of the map leading into stock hallway. And with Twitch on the board, those shock drones can deal with utility as required and, of course, just garner additional info. So let's see how this one then plays out. Kind of game is BDS going to employ? Will it be repel heavy, potentially? Castle, though, makes that difficult as lines of sight will be limited. Eyes on Felipox, he's in stock hall. Flores, his biggest threat. Those Roteros being used to clear util top square. And that shield potentially vulnerable. Solotov trying to get to work with the shock drone, not offering much. Keeper barriers insight as well to nullify, again, that repel game in combination with the castle. So that there's a lot of different layers here to this defensive hold from Furia that BDS need to try and break down.
It is also rather defaulty though at times as well. I mean, I do kind of like JV92 on the first floor of the elevators rather than top floor. Adds a bit more of an element to the vertical nature of this particular site. Heavy repel game though from BDS. Has been, of course, this has been a rather stalled out and slowed down 8th round compared to the pacing of the last couple. Long Desk has droned out KZ. Shaiko with the drone as well towards square. Smoke in. Do we see the repel? Not yet. Although we do see the Candelas now from Brede. Does have the diffuser as well in the back pocket. Liquefact down below. Repel coming in now. Shaiko with the opening kill. No surprise. He now goes to double digits. Red ping information. Although full white now for Solitov. Friendly fire with the Candela. He continues to push forward. Smoke is up. Bees are buzzing. Pings are going out. Another flash as well. In fact, a bit of a flash dump coming through on the other side of the bomb chassis. Solitov has surely got to win this battle with the red ping intel from the Quan Heim launcher. JV92 Nate holding on despite being pinged out 3 versus 3. Still a lot of time remaining in this round, punching the wall, but then losing his life. That was the bulletproof camera. Nate gets the kill onto Liquefact. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Pistol out, 20 HP for JV92. Solitov can't get the down, can't get the kill. And they do finally get a bit of space in this round to breathe, but I don't think Brede can really get this kit down just yet. No, he goes for it. Decides to stick it in hope that Solitov has got the angles crossed and desired on the Guardian. Watch! To your left side, I thought there was a player pushing in behind. Brede gets the kill despite getting the plant down. Nade loses his life, and JV92 with so much to do as the solo in the post plant here. BDS so close to getting series point, and they acquire it. What a strange old round once again.
Yeah, that was really rough for BDS in that round. They had the bees buzzing with the Hive launcher. They had the Candelas out from the Ying, but Brede was stranded outside on the repel with the diffuser for such a long period of time as the rest of his team battled for control. So many different isolated fights happening at the same time. Some really good reactivity from both teams.
I mean, there's that angle there of Brede. He does actually get the kill, and off of that, he's able to repel in. Even at that point there, he's still outside in the exterior on the repel.
Yeah.
So he came in so late into the piece. Furia just couldn't quite manage, though, in the end. The late round execution, really nicely done for BDS. With that, though, they've now got map and series point and a chance to go to the grand final tomorrow. Now just 1 round away. Furia need 4. Man, these rounds, though, have just not been clinical. They've not been clean, honestly, from either team. But credit to BDS, they've just been able to be better in these chaotic gunfights. Like, the scrappiness that is being, you know, essentially employed by both teams, BDS have just been better at it.
5 seconds to go.
Furia can't control the pacing. They can't control the map. They're not getting opening kills. We saw that from Shaiko through square. He gets the opening kill, and it all just starts to unravel from that. Furia just not in control. They haven't really been this entire series and don't look like the team that we've seen previously. BDS, on the other hand, though, well, they certainly are living up to the expectations that were upon them coming into this tournament. And another grand final appearance on the cards.
Yeah, 4 serious points for BDS, and it may well be a quick evening here for Rainbow Six at EWC off the back of the 2-0 victory earlier tonight. W7M booking their ticket into the grand final over Liquid. BDS thriving in the chaos at the moment. Back to basement to go, double roam, KZ, JV92. Both looking to immediately fall off once they sense pressure. Open area control gathered by Liquefac. So it is now just Elevator from JV92, but he falls off. And KZ in blue stairs next to face Shaiko. Almost gets caught, it does! Oh, Shaiko commits himself to that battle, wins it out, and it's a 5-4 advantage now for BDS.
It's been the difference though, BDS are wanting to get these fights. They're happy to take the contact and seek it out. We're not seeing that really from Furia. One player's kind of pushing back down blue stairs, the other's trying to push in and get the angle on that Shaiko, and he gets rewarded for it. 12 and 6 now. Again, double-digit kills for the second map in a row. Clear standout for MVP of this series in this semi-final. Advantage BDS. In this 9th round, Furia honestly have not really fired much of a punch in this matchup. And I do wonder, going into stage 2, where to for them. Now the logic bomb rings out around the map. Second and final one utilized by Solotov. Herds with the angle from CCTV up through the hatch. 60 seconds remaining. Down a player on the defense. Who's going to stand tall for Furia to try and get them back into this round?
Yeah, Shaiko still with 2 Roteros, now 1 to clear keeper barriers if required.
Oh my god, there's nothing going their way. Yep. What a swing from users. Top-rated player coming into today. And while Shaiko has been the MVP, BDS as a team have just about been the MVP of this tournament. They will go in as favorites in the grand final, you would have to imagine. Rotero through the hatch. Courtesy of Shaiko, that was his final one. 25 seconds. Philippox praying that he drops through, maybe gives him a free kill. Gasbabe, only 1 left available for Nade. But BDS have got the numbers. They can swarm site. They can go for kills. It's an outline bug with the blue-red combination. Bride, Commando Crawl through the Gasbabe towards the bomb chassis. He's made it. 5 seconds. Nitrosol has to hit, and it does. He's down. Now you got to hide. Do not allow them to get all of the kills for Nade and JV92. Just survive, and they get the kills. Furia holding on by the skin of their teeth. This one's not done yet.
Big Nitro there from Furia, and the smoke canister wreaking havoc in towards the default position and making it a challenge to recover that diffuser in the dying seconds of the round. Furia going back to the basics there on that objective, and despite a few troubles over towards blue stairs and server, they made up for it.
That's probably the most basic round we've seen in this map of Bank, where it just comes down to a server-side push in towards CCTV, and it's denied by gas babes, by nitrocells, and that's about it. The earlier portion of the round, sure, there's a couple of fights, but nevertheless, it really did kind of just come down to a rather default push for BDS, and I think that was maybe their short falling. You know, it's a 5-on-3 advantage, guys. You've got like 30 seconds left. You can swarm site. You can actually take the trade fights. Instead, they actually double down for a default push, a little, especially with the smoke still on the board. And a nitrocell.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Yeah, I mean, we did see them try and go for the rear hit and the red drop, and they were both really well denied by Furia. JV92 was playing a really deep position over towards Vault and was able to find success from that. So a good read from Furia. They're rewarded, but it's still a very tall mountain to climb. 3 more rounds stand between them and overtime.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
BDS electing to go over, pardon me, Furia electing to go over to open area for his forthcoming round. Let's see what BDS elect to go for. No dedicated vert, so no sledge, no bug.
So they got the Ram, right? You would imagine Solotov will probably go over towards Stock, throw those Boogie Auto Breaches in there. You got the Montang who can eventually push in towards Staff. Zero is going to be interesting to see how that gets employed on Operator. We don't typically see all that often. 6-3, really 1 round at a time mentality now for Furia. Has to be employed. Can't be too worried about particular sites and where these round wins are going to come from. You've just got to do it. Buckle yourself in and get ready for the defensive right here on Bank. 3 rounds, certainly not impossible. Certainly doable. In fact, Brita actually making his way towards Spiral, at least on this side. We'll get the live drone and might look to just try and bully someone in towards Elevator. That will be for Leapbox. Does have a Nitrocell available. holds his ground because he's got nade as well for cover towards front desk. So any kind of pinch, if Bride pushes up, goes towards elevator, he could very well lose his life. That'll get called out. Nade will swing, probably get the kill, shot in the back. Although then it's kind of like Cheston is also in position. In fact, Liquefact even better positioned. Nitrocell lands on the face of Bride.
Just chest bumps it away.
Yeah, that is actually quite a Chad move with the shield. They do lose nade, so that front desk position now has been exposed. Really nicely executed by BDS.
BDS is just absorbing so much pressure, and you're right, he can't walk into the cross, but it means that there's then points of weakness elsewhere, and BDS doing a good job to exploit that on the open up. With nade in the grave, Fury on the back foot. It's a challenge now for them to bring this round back. Liquefact as well now in an advanced position in through towers. Bride drops to support that. And so it's quickly transitioned now to horizontal pressure for BDS onto this defense. It's a freebie for Liquefact. Good trade though.
Yeah, 1 for 1, but that's just going to favor. Oh, good hold from Users. Talk about patience there from Users to get that kill. KZ wins the battle though towards the hallway into top main. Low on health though. Gasbade now out from JB92. KZ in a gunfight loses out suddenly now to 1v3 for JB92. Up against the Montang. Does get the initial kill onto the Solitov though, but that is an aggressive Bride. Bearing down on him with that shield. BDS bear down onto the grand final tomorrow. Up against W7M. They send Furia packing.
Team BDS far too good this evening. Closing it out in a 2-0 fashion. A match that I'm sure many, including myself, expected to go the distance. Certainly not the case. The Shaiko show throughout the night, but I think ultimately taking a step back and looking at the result in its entirety, Team BDS with a great team effort.
12 kills, 5 assists for Shaiko. Yeah, team effort, but he really did lead from the front and quite literally in a lot of cases, getting those opening kills, getting those entry kills, being able to open up the map. He was a big catalyst for his team. Don't get it twisted. For Furia, a little bit disappointing. They do not get the romantic matchup against their former organization in W7M for the grand final, but for BDS, all hoped on them to deny the Brazilians who looked like they were going to control this entire Final Four bracket, guys. At one point, had BDS not won their quarterfinal, not only did they win the quarterfinal, they've now won their semifinal and heading into the grand final against W7M tomorrow.
And not just one, really. I mean, it was a dominant win in the end. The scoreline reflects that. I think the round-to-round inside of the server, strategically as well, they had a lot of control across both maps. Even when the pace slowed down, they looked great. When it sped up, when there was more chaos map 2, they also were able to thrive.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point because they won in both fashions. They won when it was slow, they won when it was fast, they won the 1v1s a lot of the times as well. Oregon, they were incredibly dominant, especially when it came to the structure and systematic nature of that particular map, hence why they picked it. And then on Bank, it was just all gloves off, let's just go boxing on Bank and just have some 1v1s and get a little bit chaotic, but they were better in that regard as well, especially when you're winning the entries, you're getting the opening kills, all of those things as well. So it sets up a very tantalizing grand final tomorrow, BDS taking on W7. And we're going to go to the stage though with Milosh.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the stage. BDS, our victors. I cannot believe it, or can I? 3 years in a row, BDS is in the final of an event in Riyadh. Liquefact, you've been at one last year. This year, you solidified it, and against the world champions, no less. How does that feel?
Feeling really good. Furia is always our team to play it. We lost them most of the time. I think we won them last year, that's it. So winning against them again, feeling very satisfying.
How do you beat the world champion? Because so far, even on map 1, Ian and I were sitting in the backstage saying, when you play against a team like Furia, and Furia specifically, the game is not done until it's completely done.
To be honest, we prepare all the team the same. I think beating Furia is because we are working a lot every day, and that's it. The hype, everyone wants to play a final again and win again. So yeah.
It's a big achievement in its own right. And this year, you get to have a key to crush coming over from Furia. Please step forward. A key that you get to crush, and tomorrow you get to play W7M. How does that feel? Because this is a team that, you know, over the past year, they just started getting formed.
To be honest, W7M is not the first time they play a final, so that means it's a really good team. We beat them 7-2 on labs, best of one. Best of one means nothing, to be honest. Tomorrow it's best of 5, so we'll prepare the match like other team, and we'll try to get the back-to-back-to-back.
The back-to-back-to-back. BDS are looking for 3 in a row here, gold in Riyadh. Again, congratulations, and Likifak. Good luck in the grand final. Let's send it back to the studio.
BDS, for the 3rd time, find themselves in a finals here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But with that as well, the 3rd time seems to be the charm fresh. They played Furia before and lost, and lost, and again and won.
Yeah, what bound does this W7M? What bound does this BDS team have? Sorry, I was talking about W7M before we came back on. They just keep going from level to level to level. It would have been very easy to, suffer that heartache at Manchester and then, not bounce back, maybe take things for granted, but they're hungry. They want to win. And they've got some of the best players in the world. They've got great strategy. And what really surprised me and what really kind of intrigued me today was how good was their team play going to be going up against Furia. It was excellent. I think that was the big differentiating factor.
Yeah, and it's not even like these are close games, if we're being honest. It really isn't. I think both of those matches could have even been quicker than they actually were, which is insane to say.
Right.
I mean, you're seeing some of the clips here. You're seeing some of the best players hitting some of the best shots that you'll ever see, And it's you hate using the word dynasty, right? But it's getting to a major final.
That's early.
Winning an event in Saudi 3 years in a row, and whatever they're going to do next, we could be seeing the formation of one.
But it's literally the only time that they do it on the international stage. There's like something magical in the air, so maybe don't use that word just yet, because like Fresh is losing it.
That's crazy. You was the one telling me let's judge them in a year's time.
I'm going to be honest, guys. The only way we're going to see BDS lose is if we do a dynasty curse, right? That's the only way.
Oh, right. Oh, you're preparing for UL.
Exactly.
I see what's going on. Right, okay.
There's a little bit of a bias coming in, but I think as well from the side of BDS, and that's something you touched upon already, Tristan, is just how dominant these wins were. And it brings the question, has BDS genuinely leveled up so insanely quickly, or is Furia kind of on the back foot? Is there something more going on that we need to be taking a closer look at?
I mean, because from my own perspective here, it'd be so easy to say, oh yeah, Furia didn't look that great, they're not playing at their best, we've not seen the best since SI, but honestly, from their previous matches in this tournament, I actually thought they looked really good. I thought that they had that spark back with Herds, especially, who I pointed out. 22 kills yesterday. I think today, sadly for them, and it's going to be difficult for them to accept, they just came up against a better team, Fresh.
Yeah, it's very easy when two teams of quite an equal stature meet to say, hey, the losing team has had a bad day. Sure, Furia, weren't at their very best. However, there was a real maturity about the BDS performance. There was real maturity in how they were managing rounds, managing situations. They never really seemed to let anything get away from them. There was never a time where you're saying Furia are in full control of this game. It always felt like BDS.
Yeah, and BDS coach Suflex also joining us for the interview. Thank you. Congratulations on your win against Furia, because we had a lot of questions coming into this. We thought it was going to be all the way 3 maps, overtime, long games. What changed between now and the last time you played them?
Now I think we have more the better player on the team. I mean, they are young now, so yeah, how you say, the power fire.
Firepower.
Yeah. The firepower now is better. That's why I think, and we are really more confident in the game now.
It shows. The confidence definitely shows.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, first of all, from me, congratulations.
Thank
Second
you.
of all, this makes me feel a lot better about our scrims against you guys recently. I'm sure you've had a lot of fun with that. How does it feel knowing that you have that firepower? How does that affect your preparation going into events? Because now, realistically, even if we get picked off first, we get picked off second or whatever, we can come back into this.
The preparation is the same. We prepare the team. We prepare every team in the same. I would say we prepare the team.
Same fashion?
Yeah, same fashion for all the team. There is no special preparation or something like this.
How did you guys bounce back after Manchester? Because obviously after Manchester, successful tournament, but also disappointing to lose the final. How did you prepare for this tournament? Was there anything special?
No.
Or was it just about spending more time with the new players? And
No, nothing special. Just the same way, to be honest. The same way. Nothing special.
I feel like BDS with the time, we said it, right? Starting off, like you guys needed time to get together, to gel together, to get used to each other. And I feel like that's what you guys have gotten. You're now ready to head into the finals against W7M, and that's a team that you guys are no strangers to. After what we've seen today, I'm sure you guys are really confident.
As Sheiko said this morning, there is another Brazilian team to destroy. So we'll see tomorrow now.
Who makes those tweets? Is it him? Do you help him with the tweets?
No,
just him?
Yeah, just
okay.
him.
Good to know.
Thank you.
Who would you give the MVP for this game?
Me?
Yes.
Sheiko.
Sheikh, okay.
Yeah,
I think everybody probably
Yes,
agrees
of
on that
course,
one. He's
Sheiko.
had a
Yeah.
phenomenal performance. He comes to Saudi and he just does really well.
He
right?
was on fire.
Yeah, he's on fire. It's the heat, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for the interview. We
Thank you,
appreciate it.
thank you.
And good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Shaiko is the player that we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, no, he was absolutely sensational today. We highlighted him between map 1 and 2. We pulled a package together and we said, hey, you know, you're seeing them here. Lots of, I'm not going to call them support kills, but supportive kills of his teammates' actions. Really trying to play in sync with his teammates and synergetically. The same kind of thing happened as we headed into map 2. It's not these, you know, we once knew Shaiko as well, by the way, as an Ayana kind of thinker main, right? He was always on that one fragging operator, the same positions in the same areas of the map, not really flexible outside of that zone. And that, to be honest, that's what he excels at and what he's good at. You wouldn't want to take him away. But they have taken him away from that. They've bedded him into this overall system, and he's flourishing with it.
For me, I just love the idea that we saw sort of quite a slow Shaiko yesterday, not as many kills, he's let his teammates get the glory. He's come into the big game and he's thought, no, you know what? I am Sunny Shaiko. I am going to peak everything. I am going to go crazy. I think, honestly, Fresh, part of the reason him being a bit closer to his teammates is thinking, well, I'm taking the kills instead of them because they seem to be getting them all yesterday. So for me, I mean, he's a superstar, but he has been for so many years now. I'm trying to think of this, you know, amazing point we can make about Shaiko that's never been made, but he's been wax lyrical about for years now.
It's crazy how they've leveled out, as Suflex said, they've leveled the firepower or the firepower in his team. They've leveled that up, and Shaiko is still performing and still having those numbers.
That just completely caught me off guard. I was like, okay, maybe I'm going a little crazy, but you know, it was BDS that was going crazy on the server today. And W7M has also had a great performance against Team Liquid. To me, though, it's like when you're looking at Liquid and we were looking at how dominant it was against Furia, and we're looking at the fact that Liquid has in the past struggled with Furia, you know, by process of elimination, is BDS still the favorites heading into the finals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are. I think whoever had won out of this game was the favourite heading into the final. I don't think there's two ways about that. W7M, I think probably across the whole bracket, where maybe apart from Bleed, were kind of the underdogs, whoever they were against. They managed to come over Liquid today, but they will be the underdogs going again tomorrow.
But we heard it from W7M as well earlier today that they're used to being the underdogs. They are always the underdogs. They're the underdogs in Brazil. They were the underdogs in Manchester. They're the underdogs here now. So they, to an extent here, Tristan, it takes away that pressure of having to perform. You've proven yourself. You are the only Brazilian team out of 3. Brazil had 3 teams in the semifinals. One of them is now in the finals. The only European team left is BDS. So you have proven yourself to your region as well.
Yeah, I mean, equally, I said it yesterday, if BDS were to win today and get into the final and go on to win the final, they would have taken down the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st best Brazilian teams, the 3 best teams from the best region in the game, right?
Yeah.
That's an incredible tournament win, and they just so happen to be able to put 3 keys in the trophy as well, just putting it out there for any BDS members watching right now, just to give you some ideas. But honestly, I mean, you heard W7M say it as well earlier. Yep. They have been the underdogs before, but they don't feel as though they're the underdogs going into this, Jenny. They genuinely feel as though they're a top 4 or top 1 team in the world, they said themselves. I think the only pressure that's going to be on this is kind of the pressure of Brazil onto them, because they're here. They probably didn't fully expect to make it to the final. A little bit like Beast Coast, maybe, in a way.
Yeah.
And I think we're just going to see fun siege. I think the pressure will be off.
I was just going to come full circle on that. Like we're saying, hey, they are the underdogs. What happened last time BDS played underdogs in the grand final? They lost it. They lost the Manchester Major. So it will still be, you know, a game that BDS take very, very seriously, right? They're not going to take, as much as we're saying, hey, BDS are favourites. They are favourites. They probably have the better team on paper. But they did lose to an underdog recently, so they know what it's like to get burned from that.
But they've never lost to anyone in Saudi Arabia. So that is something to keep in mind when it comes to BDS. 3 years and counting, potentially. But we are ready to head over to Philippox, who is standing by with Ian, as they have unfortunately not made it to the finals, but still talk about their time here in Riyadh.
I am here with the heartbroken but still smiling Philippox. That was a really tough battle out there against BDS, but they were just too good.
Yeah, they were a far better team for us today. We couldn't win against them, and they deserved the win.
Look, there's nothing to be ashamed of finishing in a semi-final at an Esports World Cup. But I think with Furia, yourselves and the fans hold you to such high expectations that when you don't make it to a grand final, when you don't win, because you are just built winners for so long now, it feels like such a disappointment. Is that something that you feel within the team?
Yeah, we feel that because as the fans hold us to a higher standard, we also do hold us as a higher standard. And we think that we could do more. We are disappointed with the result. And what we can do right now is work more and be better for the next tournament.
Yeah, because you had that, obviously, the epic run of silverware that culminated with that magical moment at the Six Invitational in Sao Paulo, where you brought it back at the very last moment. Ever since then, we haven't really seen you reach those heights. What do you think has changed? You don't think you guys are taking your foot off the gas a little bit?
I don't think so. We are working a lot. I can guarantee you that. There's a lot of factors that I can say. The meta changed a lot from the last year. We are trying to adapt to that. But sometimes it doesn't. We can't win everything. Like sometimes the other team is better than us, and we can do what we can do right now is just work more.
There's plenty more trophies in the future for Furia, right?
Yeah, hopefully so.
Just finally, if you want to say anything to your fans back at home in Portuguese, feel free to do so.
Obrigado a todo mundo que está torcendo da Fúria. A gente tentou muito esse campeonato, treinou demais, infelizmente não foi bastante. Agora a gente vai resetar, voltar para casa aí, treinar mais e, se Deus quiser, trazer esse título aí para a Fúria. Queria agradecer a todo mundo aí que está torcendo, a galera que está no office aí vendo, com certeza. Mandar um abraço para todo mundo aí e mandar um abraço também para minha família que está sempre acompanhando. E é isso, tamo junto.
Obrigado, Philippox. Until next time. Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Ian and Philippox. And with that, the key will be handed over to BDS. Shaiko being the one that's going to be putting it in the hydraulic press, and Uncle Milosh facilitating the destruction that we're going to be seeing and witnessing. This is another key that, as you said it, Tristan, they can add it to a trophy if they'd like to.
Yeah, and honestly, you would expect them to, right?
Absolutely.
We said beforehand that everybody would probably be putting Furia in there, even more so if you've beat them.
Yeah, this was the biggest scalp by far that any team could get. I mean, maybe other than BDS, that any team, if you beat a Furia or you beat a BDS, they were the first team that you would be putting into your trophy should you win the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, BDS is looking pretty strong, but their key is still intact, much opposite to the one that we're looking at right now. And for Furia as well, I think taking into consideration how the last two international events went for them, a lot to take away from this.
Yeah, I think that interview that Ian just did with Philippox, I think quite a mature response from him, you know. It was almost like he was trying to send a message to himself, maybe, that it's actually okay to lose. Absolutely. You know, when you've won so much, you do need to go through the periods where you're not quite at it. Let's bear in mind, one of the top 4 teams in the world right now. You know, we're talking very fine margins, but you know, it's still relatively successful. But it is okay to lose, and I think that's the level of maturity that Furia will need heading into what's, you know, the second half of the competitive year.
Yeah, because they still have a major ahead of them. They still have all of Brazil stage 2. There is still potentially SI. So then there's a lot of markers to look forward to for Furia. And I think as well, Tristan, when you're a team that is so used to winning and winning and winning, potentially dealing with loss is a learning experience of its own as well.
Yeah, for me, I think it's so easy to jump on sort of like, you know, a bandwagon in a way of disrespecting a team or disrespecting a region just off of one event. But at the end of the day, when you come up against a team who are playing at their best and they're one of the best teams in the world and they're on their day and Shaiko's in Saudi, what chance have you really got, right? It is what it is. And I'd just like to say as well, like, I love Philippox's honesty. Whenever we have any interview with him, we speak about this so much. Yeah. Such an amazing representative of Brazil as a region as well. And we really appreciate his honesty in that way.
Very mature, very honest, very cool, calm, and collected response from Philippox. And I'm looking forward to see what Furia can do. But we're looking at the day. The day we had 2 best of 3s. They were both semifinals, and they were incredible, action-packed, to be completely honest. So with the Kyria play of the day, I know we've all selected a couple bits and bobs here ourselves. Starting off with the first matchup between Liquid and W7M. And honestly, this was also, I don't know, another 2-0 that I didn't expect.
Yeah, I think that was a huge play. It was one of the early rounds, and then moving into the second one here. This is Shaiko. We talked about him playing supportive roles. This was Shaiko on the Deimos, just utterly opening up the site for his team there. Absolutely ridiculous, especially on that pistol, you know. Get rid of it in the second game.
Yeah, just speaking on that last clip for one more second, you can see why they banned Deimos on this map here, but a little bit of a different clip here. We got Furia, despite them losing this map, just the team play here to pull the 3v5 back, whether it be gun skill, a bit of utility, the C4 coming out to deny a plant. They're not even 100% sure plant's denied there, but they all push up together and they win out that round. 3v5. This is one of the best teams in the world, sadly, that's just been bettered today.
Yeah, they've battered, whatever, whichever way you want to put it. I think just to top that off, across the day, apart from a couple of individual clutches in the very first match, it has been very team play focused from the second map of Team Liquid, and then the whole Furia BDS, can't get them out of my mind, Furia BDS game, very team play focused across the board.
Yeah, and it's again down to these very small margins at the end of the day, very last few seconds of these rounds, clutches, 1v1s. It's been a lot today, and tomorrow it's going to be just as exciting because tomorrow is the finals of Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup. W7M, this is a roster that, although competing under the Dynasty banner of W7M, they have to time and time again prove themselves, and then they're going to be going up against BDS.
Yeah, I mean, these W7M players, like we said, they must also have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, and we've seen that work for them today, right?
Yeah.
Do you imagine you leave the previous Dynasty roster, leaves W7M, and then W7M as an organization go on to win an event before you do? I mean, that can't feel too great, Fresh.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, it's one of them. You've got to use whatever motivations you can just to get yourself over the line. W7M tomorrow are going to need to find something extra special to get themselves over the line, whether, you know, that's what you're saying, like trying to do it for the organization, trying to do it instead of Furia, get over the line before them. Whatever it is, you know, they have played the final. The core, you know, of this roster when they were under loss did play the final of Atlanta Major, but were beaten as well. So even if it's a chip on the shoulder of, hey, I need to get over the line in a final as well, they're going to need to find something from somewhere.
Yes, and that's something that we're going to find out tomorrow. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on the desk and for dissecting this very incredible game between Furia and BDS. But we're going to be back again tomorrow with the finals, a best of 5, potentially 5 maps that we're going to be looking at between W7M and BDS. Trust me when I say you do not want to miss this, so take care of yourself, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Terror